be following. You'd be following. Yeah, the
and so then eventually,
course, which is
after going around half of the circle, right? After going around half of the circle, continually finding my bearing from north and then going 90 degrees of that. Now, eventually, I'm going to be going parallel with what was north-south before is now my east bearing. It would just be, it wouldn't make any sense. All right, once I get around to the 3 o'clock of the Gleason map, now my north of my original bearing is parallel with my current east bearing. Don't make no sense. Yeah, but you'd easily be able to show that. If we went with a Gleason map, like there's so many holes in the Gleason map.
Please do. If you think you can see far enough to be able to work out these and see locations,
you would never be able to do it.
Not where it should be. If you think you can do that, mate, or if you're going to have to go, no, damn, you have a calculator.
Oh no, easily I could do that.
Right.
I'll do it. I'll do it on my round.
Okay, please.
What you need to do.
I don't think you'll accept it, but I'll do it.
Hey, I'll accept it if you show video.
You do it.
You make the things and be definitive about it with regards
to the Gleason map. Do you think the Gleason map is accurate?
It's accurate. Yes, it's accurate enough. If you watch Flat Earth Banjo,
well, I think we have
shows you how accurate the actual map is, because he compares the flight patterns on a globe to the Gleasons, and the Gleasons comes up trumps every single time. No discrepancy. Yet on the globe, there's a lot of discrepancies on it. So you just watch Flat Earth Banjo. Now, he uses the AE map all the time to prove that the Earth is not a spinning ball. Through flight patterns, flight paths. You know, he's got so many videos now, so many. Even solves a mystery of the Russians shooting on a jet airliner that supposedly entered its airspace, which would be seen on the flat Earth, right? Sorry, on globe, but when you look at it on the flat Earth map, it made good sense. So you just got to, he solves a mystery as well.
Right, so do you hold to the Gleason A projection map?
I certainly do. I certainly do.
Is that like an honest question? Is that an honest question? Do I hold to it?
Yeah. Do you think
we have accurate maps? Of course. Do we have?
Yeah, I certainly do.
I'm not asking you, Jin. Take a breath, bro. Sit down.
Oh, sorry. Oh, my mistake. Of course, you're not asking me.
I used the AE as my rough flat Earth map.
Did you? How'd it go?
You wouldn't hold to it, would you?
Flat Earth model explains everything, same as the globe. There's an answer for everything already. They both fully explain reality. That's why we have such an issue.
Do you think they both fully explain it?
Well, if someone decides to make up an explanation, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Like, because that's where I'm like, I try to pick the difference where I'm like, this has is it an answer or is it like a response to it? Or is it like coherent? You know, yeah, I'm trying to.
Do you mean like bendy space time?
Explains reality better, but I think Flat Earth will have an answer for any question I ever come up with.
Yes. Yeah. Well.
Well, no, we're only going to give you the truth,
like,
though.
When you say answer, do you mean like a truthful, accurate one, or just like a response to the question?
Well, like bendy space time.
Sure. Like when you invoke White's bendy space time,
if I may be allowed to interject for a second.
Well, I was talking, Jin. Wait your turn.
There are other people wanting to talk as well, and I'm only going to talk for like 10 seconds.
Jin's here now.
It's this. Look, the flat earthers are not going to be giving you misleading responses to your questions. It's all going to be based on reality and what we experience. I yield. I have now yielded.
Cool.
Right. Thank you.
Go on.
Yeah, difference for me that I was saying, Whites, is when one invokes bendy space-time, I would happily admit that there are bits at the weirdest edges of the quote-unquote heliocentric model that to me don't make sense, and I would also say are probably about to change. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if in the very near future they are utterly overhauled. From bendy space-time to dark matter to relativity and quantum effects and all of that stuff. But it is what is telling to me, or what would give me pause, I think, if I was a flat earther, is like, it is these really fringe, nigh on incomprehensible questions about the globe model that don't make sense, where there are like really fundamental, clear, simple, obvious things about the flat earth that don't make sense.
Yes.
Like, why is north sometimes parallel to east? That's a weird one. Or why, like, what is going on with the South Celestial Pole? Or like really glaring, like, this thing right in front of you. Sure, we see too far. Absolutely, we see too far. We can do observations that seem to argue with not that the Earth has a radius, but just the particular radius. So if you took that at face value and you go, yes, we see too far, all you could say is maybe we live on a larger globe. And that's a question I often level at flat earthers. Do you have any measurements or evidence that disprove a big globe? Like, let's say one that's like 400,000 miles in diameter, and we're just on the top part of it. Still have your ice wall and your dome and all of your business, but is there any measurement disproves that we live on a globe at all?
Yeah, I like that.
Part of or all of a larger globe? And there's none. There's just zero.
It shows. If the globe is bigger if the globe is bigger than stated, doesn't the whole science fall apart?
So I get that, which is we couldn't launch rockets into space if we didn't know the mass or radius of the Earth. But that's not saying I have a measurement that falsifies that. It's just saying I'm logically inducing that it's probably not a different radius. But that's not quite the same thing, is it? To go, there are 20, 100, maybe a few thousand different ways you could gather evidence that we live on a globe, and fewer bits of evidence that say we live on a globe of a certain size. So if you come up with evidence that says...
But there is no evidence that we live on a globe, though. There is not... You can't even...
Yeah, it shows.
Jin, I was speaking, bro.
NASA, Eric Toston, Al Baruni have all confirmed the size of the globe. So how could it be different unless they lied?
So, again, what you're doing is sort of, which is valid, is going, this doesn't make sense given what you're telling me. But what I'm saying is there is no flat Earth measurement or observation that disproves a larger globe. All that you get once you
there is
this model of, okay, what is it then, Jin? Interrupt again, but at least interrupt with some evidence.
It's the black swan, isn't it? It's the black swan. The black swan proves that.
So how does the black swan disprove an Earth with a larger radius? Go for it.
Well, because if we start to measure using laser beams as a tool, we could disprove that. We could disprove that. It hasn't been done. It hasn't been done. Right? It hasn't been.
P is what? P is a globe of 3959. Right? So I'm saying what measurement disproves a larger globe? Let's say the globe is 400,000 kilometers in radius. The black swan doesn't disprove
we
it.
can
In
carry
fact,
on. We
would give it evidence for it. You would go, this is exactly where we expect the horizon to be.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. So the black swan method would disprove it then, wouldn't it? So I'm right. The black swan method.
You're totally wrong. You just haven't understood. You're just saying I'm right, but you're not understanding the conversation we're having.
No, what I'm trying to say to you is this.
What I'm trying to say to you is that
you're not letting me speak again. You asked the question and then you talked over what I'm trying to answer your question. You asked me and then you're talking over it what I'm trying to ask you. That's not good, is it? Right. Like I said, the black swan proves that the Earth is not. It could be bigger, right?
Mm-hmm.
In that we're seeing too far. Yeah. So the further we can see would prove that the Earth could be bigger. You could offer that up as a reason as to why we're seeing too far. The Earth could be bigger. The black swan is the thing that does that. Come on, it's the experiment that does that. The black swan.
So it sounds like now, if I'm right, you're admitting or accepting, Jin, that the black swan could comport to a larger Earth.
Only because that's what the you guys are saying. That's what you guys are saying.
That's even QE's whole bye-bye ball thing says too, right?
exactly.
P is an Earth of a radius 3959. Q is the horizon would be 1.22 miles from 1 foot observer. Not Q, therefore not P.
Yeah. And then one last point I'd like to make. You mentioned that there were thousands of proofs that we live on a globe, and there's not one proof. So stop using ridiculous numbers like NASA. Billions and gazillions, and just do that.
That doesn't
you
mean
haven't got one proof, have you?
That.
Yeah, but that's delusional, isn't it? That's delusional. That's delusional. When you know.
Hang on, Jim. Hang on, Jim.
Because you don't have one proof.
Hang on, Jim. Eggshells.
How much bigger could the Earth get before it breaks the current model eggshells?
I don't no. So I don't think the Earth is bigger. What I'm
No, that's not my question. Not my question. I just how much bigger do you think it would have to be before it would bust the model?
Gets 2 foot.
Or is it very specific?
Gets 2 foot bigger.
So if you're saying,
if you get a super
if you're saying that the only other thing that can be is a bigger Earth, then it busts the model anyway, doesn't it?
No, but it's I forget the name of it. But I mean, we talk about fallacies in this stuff too much, so no point talking about the fallacy. But it's like saying I've proven that thing's not a dog, therefore it's an iguana. Is like I've proven this.
No, but if it's not a dog, it's not a dog.
Come on, guys, both of you need to.
It's not a dog. It's not a dog, though, is it?
If this thing is not a ball of 3959, does that mean it's therefore not a ball? No, that's not a.
But it smashes the model, doesn't it?
Of course it does.
Doesn't it smash the model?
So I wouldn't disagree with you on that. It could smash part of the. It could smash all of the model. It could say here's what that could give you.
Cool.
NASA are lying to us. It could give you
no degree
Illuminati. It could give you
none of those things.
Fake. It could give you all.
I don't know why you're saying those things. I've got no idea.
It's cognitive dissonance.
What I'm pointing out is there is nothing in flat Earth that disproves a ball. It just attempts to disprove a particular ball.
Unfortunately, that's you being delusional and wishful thinking. La 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 la. No, there is. The fact that we don't measure a single degree of curvature, and on a ball there is no straight surface, no level surface on a spherical ball. There is none.
The black swan measures curvature when it measures.
So what
the
we're measuring is level.
Places.
We're measuring leveled surface across. Excuse me. Yeah, exactly. But that can never happen on a ball. A ball has no level surface, so there must be curvature.
So
and we're
how
not.
does the black
Let
swan
me finish.
Or any
We're not
other
measuring any degree of
an Earth of 4,000 miles
not
radius?
1 degree. You're not
400,000.
listening. You're not listening. You see, you're in denial. Cognitive dissonance. You're in denial. You're in denial.
Don't understand cognitive dissonance, Jen. I've written about it in a book. You do not understand it, Brosephine.
You've written about it in a book.
I do understand.
Yeah. It's a significant chunk of my book is devoted to the concept of cognitive dissonance. I find it fascinating, but Jen doesn't understand.
You've got cognitive dissonance going on.
Very interesting.
We're not measuring a single degree of curvature, man.
If you found out that the enchilada juice was actually a government weapon, would you have any cognitive dissonance over that, given that you've lined up and taken it, eggshells? Like, given that you understand the psychology of it.
But I mean, even before that, the mere suggestion that minestrone is not good for you, is not nourishing, doesn't protect you from the zombie disease. Not if I found out, sure. To acknowledge or start with what your question actually was. Yes, 100%. If I suddenly found out that minestrone wasn't nourishing and made me unwell, huge amounts of cognitive dissonance. But beyond that, the concept of cognitive dissonance is such that you merely suggesting it causes cognitive dissonance. So we don't have to be. People get this idea really.
Not really. Not really.
Well, that is why we get attacked. That's why we get attacked when we do mention it, because it does. Just the mere mention causes it so much 100%. That the response is to attack. Yeah.
Yeah.
Protect thyself.
The bits
get back.
Don't get
it is not
liar. You could be in the right. You could be 100% on the side.
We are in the right. We are in the right.
Fuck, Jen. Can somebody mute that fuck?
No, you cannot.
You could be right and still experience cognitive dissonance when somebody says you're wrong. That's the fundamental concept of cognitive. There is no, the point of it is that in order to avoid cognitive dissonance, we will in many ways become more wrong. So there's no like, oh, people who are wrong or believe incompatible things experience cognitive dissonance, and I, because I'm right, don't. It's dumb. Like, in fact,
that's not relevant. That's not relevant what you're talking about now. It's not relevant to this discussion. The discussion is this. We're telling you that there's no curvature measured, right? You're in denial.
I think we're going to dip out because I can't talk when Jin's
dip out because you're not being realistic here. Dip out, man. Because you're displaying cognitive dissonance to the point where you're being irrational and you're now being dishonest and you're calling me a cunt and whatever, and that's wrong in itself. Yes.
I mean, no, I
cut
didn't
out.
say that, but I do
not
think
acting
that.
coherently.
I'm glad you brought it up.
You're being incoherent.
No, I didn't say it. I do think it though regularly.
Go ahead, Eggshell.
The concept of it is like, if somebody says you're wrong and you know you're wrong, you're suddenly in them saying, hey, that thing didn't happen last Tuesday, it happened last Wednesday. And you're like, shit, they're right. Even if you recognize they're right, you're still experiencing cognitive dissonance. It is, the description for it is like any state of unease, of mental unease. So like a moment of doubt about whether your partner fancies you is going to cause mental unease, dissonance, like clanging, I call it, like a kind of, oh, I don't like how that thought makes me feel. So one of my favorite conversations with Jin here was when I was talking about cognitive dissonance, and I said, what could be the hallmarks of it? And I said, one of the hallmarks of it would be somebody loudly interrupting somebody else to disagree. Which happens a lot in these conversations. You know, but somebody just going, necessarily. I mean, did you just see what you just did, Whites?
No, I didn't.
God, no. So
well, that's not an example.
The hallmark of cognitive dissonance is somebody interrupting.
Yeah. You can say whatever you want, Chad. You can say whatever you want.
You said loudly.
Yeah, sorry, I did say loudly, and he didn't. He did it quietly. That's correct. But loudly is not really the point. Which is like the dissonance gets so high that I need to interrupt or react against it, right? And so what we are doing when we have
that's not cognitive
is reducing. Yes, it is.
That's
it is
correcting
reducing dissonance.
False statement. It's not cognitive.
No, sorry. The I'm not saying you interrupting to say, "Oh my God, no." Is cogdis. That's you interrupting and saying no and blah, 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 whatever else. What I'm saying is the model for cogdis, the idea of cogdis, is that it is cogdis causing you to do that. If you didn't experience cogdis, you would just be like, I'm going to let this guy finish. You know, like, think about this. What about when somebody is telling you a captivating
story? You could have monologued
story?
For another 15 minutes, man, and you'd already said something that was false. So why would I let you? No, exactly. But why would I?
Exactly. Why would I let you?
Nothing to do with
cognitive dissonance overtakes me so much that I need to then interrupt you and disagree.
No.
No?
Sorry, mate.
You're doing it right now.
As an expert, as you want to claim, whatever. Well, are you an expert, Eggshells?
Yep,
you read
absolutely.
a book or did a course.
Absolutely. I described on this topic. I'm pretty
sure,
fucking Sure.
You wrote a book, did you? There's people who write books about fucking, saturated fat being bad for you, and they're apparently scientists and shit. So books mean jack by experts that get taught shit out of books that mean jack.
I don't think it's a definitive marker.
Well, I can repeat shit from a book that means jack. Right. Did you not just interrupt me?
This is
that's the height of cogdis. Jeez, I wonder. Did you get upset about me attacking your education?
I think somebody saying that everybody experiences it would be at odds with themselves if they say I don't. I absolutely do. Absolutely.
Never said that. I said what you described as was not it.
So what is it then? Correct it for me. Educate me.
Educate you on cogdis.
Go for it.
It's like I said, that feeling that you would get if you found out that the juice from the jibby jab enchilada was actually proven to be nefarious. That feeling that you would go through then would be cogdis. Sorry, Jim?
I would agree with that. I've already agreed with that. What would you, that's
not I know. And I said that a little bit of time ago. You agreed with it. So I really don't need to go through it again. But it's that. It's not me just interrupting you because you said something wrong.
Your definition is right.
No, very different. If I interrupt you because you say something wrong, that is not cogdis.
So what would cause you to interrupt somebody to say no, except cogdis?
Well, no, but a false statement.
Right, but that's what I'm
That
saying.
has nothing
is
to
that,
do
that
with
would cause
cognitive.
cognitive dissonance. Do you know the original study
No.
where the guy Leon Festinger first described the term
Dude,
and coined the whole term?
do you want to give me a study, dude, to prove something? Go for it. Go on.
Sure.
Tell us
It's
all
called
about
Leon Festinger, who's a fascinating chap. He wrote a book called When Prophecy Fails, which was about a doomsday cult who believed, I forget their actual name, but they were like Heaven's Gate style people who were expecting the end of the world and preparing for the end of the world. And he wanted to document what happens when their whole prophecy turns out to be wrong. They make a prediction for a specific thing happening on a specific day, and then that day comes and goes, and that didn't happen. And so he does that, and he finds that the people who are part of the cult, rather than abandoning their belief once they find out it's wrong, get stronger in their belief. And he's like, the fuck is going on here? How can you have your doomsday come and go and you believe more the thing that just got disproven? Which is a good question. Like when you think about QAnon believers, right, who are just all, up in Daily Plaza the other week.
It's called doubling down.
Yeah, exactly. Doubling down, or he calls it the backfire effect. All these QAnon supporters up in Daily Plaza expecting, as I understand it, unless I was reading it wrong, they were expecting JFK to come back from the dead. Like, the fuck? Or some people apparently said JFK Jr. I don't know. So he did a study on it, which he got people to do peg turning experiments. And peg turning experiments was like, he got them to do something really dull. And then he just encouraged them to say to the next person coming in, he would say, could you tell them this is really fun? And for some people he paid them, for some people he didn't. And what he found was that there was a difference in people who paid them and people who didn't, in terms of when you ask them later, did you lie to that next person? It wasn't much fun. And they'd say, but you told somebody else it was fun, and they'd go, yeah, but I was paid to. So it didn't cause dissonance. Whereas for people,
it's like the masks. It's just like the masks and the shots and all that.
Yeah. So somebody who starts wearing it, who's unsure about it, experiences maybe a little bit of dissonance the first time they start wearing one. But once they're doing a little bit, they will come up with justifications and reasons for doing so. And then they'll go, oh, this is actually a good thing to do. Whereas the people who weren't paid were, when he asked them later, did you enjoy doing the peg turning business? They said yes. They were more likely to say yes. So the theory is, if you give people a reason that they would, how am I trying to say it? Like, if I'm there going, why did I tell people that was a fun peg turning experiment? I go, because I got paid, no dissonance. Whereas if I go, I didn't get paid, but I still told them it was a fun thing to do, what I will do is, they call it adaptive preference formation. No, sorry, that's not quite right. But like, we will change our memory of it to be like, actually it was kind of fun, because that will cause less dissonance than I lied to somebody for no apparent reason. That's his explanation for it. I don't hold so much to his whole experiment and the conclusions he draws from it.
Is that like Krispy Kreme was offering out free donuts if you got the jab?
Yeah.
Sort of.
So that could be that similar kind of thing. Sure.
How many did you get, Eggshells?
You do have my book. You fucking legend. I love you.
Huh? One or two fucking. How many donuts did you get?
I've had the ministry.
I use like that. Eggshells.
Yeah, I did believe you. Honestly, I did believe you that you got it. But seeing that you bought it, that's really nice. Godric's taking a photo with my book. Oh my god, man, that's made my fucking day. Thanks.
You have a book out?
What, have you sold one?
Evidently, I've sold one there.
You sold at least one to Santa Cruz.
Yeah.
The kickback. Yourself. Nice.
You'll
is
see
that your
my
book,
whole
bud?
like. Yeah, speak for yourself.
Cool, man. Cool. Awesome. Good. Like, I love authors, man. Well done, brother. Good job getting published.
Thank you very much. Thank you, man. Yeah, and you actually see in the last part of that book, like, when people are like, why are you here? Why do you come to these flat earth rooms? Like the last paragraph, a couple of paragraphs, I think from memory. I'm talking about it like I'm just obsessed with skepticism and logic and reason. And the view I used to have is like, impose your views on other people. But my view now is like, if I might be wrong, I want all people Even if they're flat earthers and I disagree with them, I want all people to be better at sharing their views, because then I will get to hear the best version of their argument. And
you ever heard of
Sean
Baker? You ever heard of Sean Baker, man?
No, tell me about him.
He's I guess he's a doctor, and I guess he's come under issue, but he's all about the carnivore diet here in the States.
All right.
And he was getting into he does some cool videos every day, but like he was talking about the yellow vests this morning. But I was just wondering if you'd ever heard of him in the carnivore diet and any of that stuff. Sean Baker, man.
Didn't Jordan Peterson go on that?
Yeah, but he's a bit of a nut job anyway. Check out fucking Sean Baker though.
I know Sean.
Awesome, will do.
Yeah, he's cool as far as from what I've seen from that dude.
Yeah, he keeps some good company too.
Yeah, he does these like meetings and shit. It's almost like he does his own he does his own little hangouts for the meat diet folks, carnivores. But he gets in. And see, this is my thing. Like I'd even ask you, brother. Like like what do you think of China's social credit score system?
Oh, that is terrifying. I think the whole prove you drunk the minestrone so you can get a haircut in Australia. That to me is terrifying. But yeah,
right on.
Social credit score. Yeah.
Have you had the minestrone?
Yeah. Had the minestrone. I think a minestrone works, but I'm just
twice.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think minestrone.
Could you get a few more?
A great way to deal with zombie apocalypses. But I just really nervous because I think what always happens with government is you implement those kind of things like the Patriot Act and that kind of stuff. You implement those initially for what seems like a good reason, but then you don't know who the fuck you're handing that over to next. So
you don't got me. You know what gets me is we have like
government from saying you must maintain a body fat index of below 12. You know
what's funny? I thought it's like when they were rolling that Patriot Act out. It's like you think of like they have the Trading with the Enemy Act, right? And then they have the Patriot Act. It's like they're going after the Patriots.
Didn't they have that thing all written out already, ready to go?
Oh yeah, Cheney and all them Project for Americans, new Project for the New Century or whatever it was they'd written.
Oh,
and
yeah,
Wolfowitz,
that was one of my
Wolfowitz, all these guys, man. And
short of a catastrophic and catalyzing incident like a new Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, right, exactly, dude.
Yeah.
Or Port Arthur. Remember the Port Arthur one in Parliament?
Yeah, Port Arthur.
So you started out with the 9/11 truth, and then you decided it was all factual, I guess. So you're not a conspiracy theorist anymore.
No, Cog did hit him hard, mate.
Like I do still find myself. I have a lot of the hallmarks of what makes for a conspiracy theorist, which is like paranoia, creativity. There's a bunch of like behavioral traits that make you far more likely to be a conspiracy theorist, and I have almost all of them. So yeah, like I still very much lean that way in a lot of things, but I just
what sort of traits?
Got so obsessed with skepticism that I'm like, don't hold to them anymore.
You're so like analytical of yourself, others.
Yeah, I try to be. I just
putting labels on things.
Once I got all as far down the 9/11 rabbit hole as I did, I got to a crossroads I think many people must have got to before Flat Earth to go, this thing is like either everywhere or nowhere. Like it is either in almost every part of life, covering the shape of the planet and the food we eat and the this and the that and that. Like it's everything or it's not real.
Yeah. And Cog just set in and you went, nah, that can't be true. It's nowhere. Everything is true. I love the government. The government love me.
Yeah.
I am good.
Because it does kind of come down to that, right? Either the reality is consistent or it's intentionally inconsistent.
Maybe that's
then you had to pick what you knew.
Questioning beliefs at any time is going to cause cog death. So you guys coming in here and talking to Globers every day is going to cause cog death. It's just the nature of the model.
No, not at all. Not at all. Can I
Absolutely
interject?
will.
Can I interject?
Otherwise,
please?
you don't
Not
understand what
at all.
Cogdis is. Hearing somebody say something you don't agree with.
May I interject? We've been talking for quite a while now.
Jin's going
May I
through it right
interject?
now.
May I
Disagree
interject,
and show me how you're not
please?
experiencing
Thank
Cogdis,
you.
Jin. Go for it.
You've been going on. Hang on. I will interject.
Awesome.
I mean, can I not? You've been speaking for like 30 minutes.
No, you're welcome to interject. I just wanted to point out that
Cogdis
is
is the
causing
topic matter.
That it means nothing.
Right,
yeah, fair enough. Yeah, he has.
Right, have you finished? Right, cognitive dissonance is a subject, which is what you're displaying. That's why I posted it in there for you to read it. What actually cognitive means. I posted it for you. That's what you display, because we don't display cognitive dissonance because we know we're right. We've got nothing to worry about. So if we say no to what you're saying, that's not cognitive dissonance. That is correcting your mistake. Yeah? You understand me? That's correcting your mistake.
I would add to that. So it activates areas of the brain involved in personal identity and emotional response to threats. Further to that, and this is linked with a concept called terror management theory, which is absolutely fucking fascinating. I strongly recommend you watch a short video on it. It is the bees. It's so interesting and relates so deeply to cognition.
Terror management
it actually even activates physical threat. So it is in some ways difficult to tell. If you show somebody like a picture in an fMRI, you show them a picture of somebody like going to stab them, which will cause a very small but measurable fear response. I'm in physical threat response, particularly in the amygdala of the brain. And cogdis causes the same thing. The difference I stated before, Jin, is whether you are correct or not doesn't influence whether you don't know if you're correct or not, right? So cogdis is not at all dependent on whether you're right or wrong. It is, I can be right. I can say it's Tuesday and somebody else says it's Wednesday. I will experience cogdis, albeit a smaller amount. Whereas for matters that are deeper to us,
it's not cogdis. That's not cognitive dissonance.
That's just don't understand the concept.
Doubt in what someone is saying. It's not. It's
you
not.
Don't understand the concept. I'm sorry.
You've been talking for like
so many times.
At least allow someone else to talk. You've gone on. You've gone on, right? But you have gone on. No, it's not. I don't
You'll
understand.
Experience more dissonance if it's a more meaningful thing.
You're doing it again when you're being challenged. I will. You will allow me to talk because you're talking about me in this point.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the concept of cognition.
Please allow me to rebut what you're saying, and you're saying it wrong, man. Okay, thank you for allowing me to go for it. Thank you. Right now, what you're saying is absolutely incorrect. When something I hear disagrees with what I hear, I'm not displaying cognitive dissonance. I'm saying, I beg your pardon. Can you repeat that again? Because it doesn't match with what I know. Okay, there are certain things we can know, yeah, like the Earth is indeed a flat plane. We know this. So when we put it to you that your globe doesn't exist, that you believe in, that you cannot prove, you are unable to bring one shred of evidence from the thousands you purport to have, you go into cogdis.
Absolutely.
You're interrupting.
Disagreeing with that.
But you are interrupting. I allowed you to speak. In fact, I had to be muted so you could speak. Now that you've had your full, now it's my turn to have a full, please. I got muted because I was trying to get this out. Okay? So shut up, will you?
Bro.
Thank you. Shut up and allow me to speak. Do not interrupt. And take your whooping. Take your whooping like a man. Or are you a whooping?
Generous laugh.
Okay? Now, cognitive dissonance is what you display when you come here. Every time you display cognitive dissonance. When you cannot prove your globe, whether it's curvature, or it's the spin, or it's the actual globe in the vacuum of space, you are unable to do this. You go into your cognitive denial and you start wishing if this, if that, maybe this, you're interrupted again. What about this? What about that? What if we do this? That's wishful thinking. That's like a childish behavior. That is classic cognitive dissonance, sir. Okay? And when we say no to what you say, we're not displaying cognitive dissonance. We are disagreeing with what you say.
Am
it's
I
not
being
denial.
Here?
We're not in a problem here.
Kind of like going on a bit, right?
I now yield to the right of this honourable gentleman. There you go.
Right.
I yield.
So the statement I made, you haven't really responded to it except just refuting it without any evidence. The statement I'm making is pretty simple, which is we are like, I mean, anybody can see this on the face of it. I don't even need to present evidence of it. If we're both agreed, if we're all agreed on what cognitive dissonance is, all we would need to agree next is, if I think the Earth is a globe, whether I'm right or wrong, I still think that, and I would be incapable of knowing that I was wrong while thinking that. Right? It's
That's
just not
in
possible
denial.
for somebody.
That's what we call in denial when there's no evidence.
You were yielding. I thought you were shutting up, you cranky old barking
dog. Well, I'm doing
dog.
what you did to me for a little while.
Crazy old dog.
Shut up, you dog.
There's nobody
the old
who
dog
thinks
that knows a lot.
thing and thinks I'm wrong about this thing. I think, right? Nobody goes, I think it's flat, but I think I'm wrong about that, right?
I'm not like you. Don't put me in that. Don't put me in that basket.
Gentlemen. Deep breath.
Like, if you
Basemen are by far not gentle.
I breathe as I speak. That's how I am.
You can breathe, but be nice. Be nice.
Be silent
I
for a
breathe
bit,
as I
bro.
speak. I'm a professional at this.
There's nothing you said refutes the thing that I've said, which is you can be right.
Everything I've said refutes what you said, and it describes
all right. Fuck.
Cognitive dissonance. Okay?
Moderate him or feed him some ketamine or something.
Stop begging to be for me to be moderated, because you know
you're just not able to let other people speak, bro.
Jin's got him up against the ropes. He's throwing a right cross, another right cross. He's going for 2 jabs.
Yeah, let me have him up. You've done nothing but speak for like 30 minutes, 40 minutes, non-stop, uninterrupted with the other Australian guy. And when the real truth tries to get in, you're trying to shut me out, because you know my punches hurt like Mike Tyson to the body section, to the jaw. You know that.
Stop trying to suck him out.
You know that.
There's no way to distinguish. Like, it's a simple point. I think I've made it. I don't need to make it again. We don't know if we're right or wrong. So there's no way that you could experience dissonance while being right and not experience it while being wrong, or vice versa. So what Jin's saying about me experiencing dissonance, 100% is right, which is if I come here and I think the Earth is a globe and somebody says, no, it's not, it's flat, you're wrong, you're deluded, that's going to cause dissonance. There's no two ways about it. 100% that's right. But what is completely illogical and without any evidence and hasn't been presented any evidence for it is that he wouldn't experience the same thing on his side. No rationale.
Not when it comes to the flat Earth.
No studies.
Not on the flat Earth. I'm sorry.
No reason.
You don't even understand your own field, mate. That's the sad bit. You don't even understand your own bullshit.
So it's not just Jin and I barking at one another?
No, it's when you get presented evidence of something that goes against your belief, not just hearing something. Because hearing something you can just dismiss.
Doesn't require evidence. Wrong about that. Peg turning experiment was the guy who did it.
Interrupting him when he's talking.
Whether I enjoyed it or not, there is just an experience. What I thought about whether I enjoyed it.
There's all sorts of experiments. The experiments have a conclusion that's based on interpretation. So fucking whoopee with your fucking experiment.
Evidence will cause dissonance, but it doesn't require evidence to cause dissonance. I can just say you're wrong.
Do another experiment.
Still going to experience dissonance. Yeah.
Have you done your own experiment?
What do you mean on cognitive dissonance?
Well, to verify these results of the peg turning nonsense. Yeah.
To the peg turning experiment?
Yeah. No. Did you repeat that? No.
No.
That'd be good. You probably could repeat that and interpret it your own way and see if it sort of verifies it. Couldn't it? Or is the fact that I'm questioning your interpretation of this, is it bothering you?
No, I'm
that was a very high pitch. No.
The experiment is somewhat immaterial. The field of area of behavioural science is so huge now that includes fMRIs and giant studies and all manner of
giant studies.
Fuck. Yeah, huge.
Are they bigger than just studies?
That initial one was with a couple of hundred uni students. It was relatively small as a sample size, but there's far bigger studies.
Why are you referencing it then?
Because it's the guy who coined the term. Because it's the guy who coined
He shouldn't have coined it then, should he? Why would you coin a term based on a couple of hundred uni fucking students? Really? Probably all off tap, piss, tripping, and fucking.
What are you even talking about, man? I can coin a term having
nothing. Yeah, I suppose anyone can coin a term for whatever reason. But then people run with the term without sort of verifying it, which is weird. So you read a book, where someone coined a term based on a study with 200 uni students, and you just run with it. And they're in here arguing for it.
The concept is quite robust. The concept is quite robust,
and I think
relatively well supported, which is that everything from our fear centers alight in our brains, same as the thing I was saying about like disagreeing with somebody, wanting to interrupt and disagree with somebody or not let them speak. Same as like almost all fallacies and biases are when talked about in behavioral sciences linked to dissonance. So when you like when somebody uses a formal logical fallacy, they are according to a lot of the behavioral stuff trying to reduce dissonance. So when we appeal to experts, even though we know that might be, or appeal to authority, even though we might know it might be fallacious, what we're doing is using that appeal to an expert to reduce our dissonance that, hey, I might be wrong about this, but I'm not because so-and-so says I'm right. So down goes the dissonance. I am interested in the counter side of it, which is what
have you finished? How long are you going to go on?
Here we go.
How long are you going to go on with your explanation? How long are you going to go on with your explanation?
That's the cogniz, mate. He's got to go on. That's how he appeases himself and how he reduces the level. He was just explaining exactly what he was going through.
Exactly. Yeah. Let me address.
Hypocritical, not.
You did a good job of explaining that
and you
process.
Are wrong.
Just going through yourself.
We're wrong.
Crazy.
You must speak for yourself.
You're both talking at the same time, and nobody can understand anything you're all saying.
Sorry about that. I'm
trying to you shouldn't be agreeing.
Some words in as well, you know.
By the way, there's a good example. There's a good example in the chat of someone going through cognitive dissonance, and that person happens to be a flat earther.
Oh, we all
got that shit.
Flat earthers and globers alike. But yeah, there's plenty of examples in these servers on the daily. They're great. Jin's the best example of it because he can't control himself.
Oh, no, not at all, because I'm correcting your cognitive dissonance. I'm trying to get you to realise that you're acting incoherently, right? Yeah, you all laugh, but I'm trying to tell you now that you are displaying a classic level of cognitive dissonance, and you need to go and see a flat earth psychiatrist, not your regular psychiatrist who's a globe head. You need to go and see a flat earth one.
Flat earth psychiatrist. I don't actually advise that.
I think there's room for a flat earth psychologist. I mean, Kosho, writing, maybe even Druss.
Are we all the shills? Why
No, I think you guys need a little bit of a flat earth psychiatrism.
Psychiatry in your life. Yeah, exactly. You need some counselling. Flat earth counseling.
Yeah, a little counseling.
Flat earth psychiatry is sit down, smoke a joint, and have a conversation about food.
Why do you see balls? Why do you see balls?
Right.
I think it's a deeper meaning.
Right.
Just exhaling again.
And why do you why do you believe in
my lungs?
And why do you believe in the rockets? You know,
look, flat earth doesn't get you hooked on big pharma. That's the difference.
Yeah.
What's your fascination with rockets? You know.
That's right.
Does this relate to your child?
Why do you believe in something you can't prove?
Look, let's go back to the diameter of the Earth. How could it be bigger than stated? Exactly. Because that would mean that all the measurements were wrong.
Yeah. So to clarify on that. The diameter
is wrong.
What I'm saying is there is that I've come across no existing flat earth evidence, like empirical evidence that can disprove that.
So hang on, no. I'm asking a question. If the diameter is stated you said it could be bigger. If the diameter is bigger, then it's wrong. So NASA's wrong. Albert and Eratosthenes, the whole science is wrong.
Sure. Yeah.
That's not a big problem for science.
Yeah, I don't think it is bigger. I'm not. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to present to you, hey, the Earth's bigger than they told us. What I'm saying is, flat Earth has a lot of evidence.
He's saying you can't rule it out.
Yeah,
you can't rule it out because
no
if you can't see
flat Earth evidence, it doesn't disprove a bigger Earth. What I get is the logic you go from, which is we see too far, hence not radius of 3959, hence they've lied about everything, hence flat. But to me, that is the last step in that is not logical. It's like going, this is not a dog.
You're telling me different things. I just have a basic question for you.
Okay.
If the radius is wrong, if it's a lot bigger than it's stated, NASA gives us pictures. They give us pictures. So how can it be bigger than the picture?
No, he's just saying that if NASA's lying, it could still be bigger and not flat. That's all I think he's proposing. I've heard that argument for years.
Yeah, but then everything is equally wrong.
Right,
like
but
we're pointing out.
Right, but regardless, dude, look, we have to understand about the Globers out here, from what I've gathered, is like, science be damned. We already, I mean everything, every subject you could come across, be damned. When it comes to the shape of the Earth, fucking Pythagoras and Aristophanes, and that's why I said, if the BBC came out and said the Earth was flat, certain people would be I could see Mark Taylor and Jeremy in bunkers with helmets on, ready to go to war over the shape of the Earth. They don't care about, they're convinced, right, dude.
They're pretty dug in at this point, aren't they?
Well, I mean, look at, my boy, Timmy, man. Timmy Osmond back in the day. He's one of the most hardcore 9/11 truthers you'll ever meet, but he will go to war with you, or used to, over the fucking shape of the Earth, because he's like, yo, dude, your stupid flat Earth shit is fucking up our political movement right here.
Hey, can we pivot real quick? We should pivot, because this has been going on for hours now, and I don't want Jin to get too upset. So something that came up earlier was the most of the arguments for flat Earth appear to be, we can see too far. Okay, and I was telling Eggshells that it seems like the arguments for flat Earth, or at least the discussions, they all changed in collaboration with Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser, which sort of made these cookie cutter arguments and really dumbed things down, dumbed the discussion down, in my opinion, to just a few points. And that, Issa, when you were around, 5 years ago, when we were all around, we were discussing all different arguments that were much more relevant, I think, in my opinion.
Everything to do with it, man. The surrounding, and and that's a great point, because I've thought to myself, damn, it's a shame, that the whole subject of flat Earth was taboo anyway. So you could that opened the door for everything, and as soon as you limit it into this strictly scientific conversation, I mean, it's not that because really it's a great argument. If you want to destroy someone, it's really hard to show that there's gas pressure without a container, but that's not it. I mean, and also
the science is the medium that they're controlling, though. So to speak about the science when most of it is just fucking garbage anyway, it's leaving out all the other parts of the discussion.
It leaves out the politics, man, and that's where we used to delve in.
Yeah.
See, we used to get into the whole.
Can I offer a reason? Can I offer a reason just quickly with Quantum Eraser's case? Being ex-military, and he's a very learned man. He knows his craft very well. He's become what I call exasperated of the debate now. So he just wants the 1-2 move, and it's over and done with. That's Quantum Eraser now. Go back 5 years, he was debating every angle.
Dude, Cathexis introduced him. We introduced him to the whole scene. Me and Cathexis, dude. We brought no disrespect, but Cathexis did the whole fucking. He did the first thing with Quantum Eraser, introduced him, and then fucking. I've been around Quantum Eraser for fucking since he came out here, and fucking and then he was out here, I guess, way before me in the atheist debates and shit like that. Now, Quantum gets his respect. Quantum is his own big fish out here in the internet, but at the same time, you can get trapped into the brother is saying here. You get trapped into these scientific discussions, and then all of a sudden you're leaving out all the relative political shit that we used to get into. And that's what was scary. I tell you what, man, I have I used to host a thing called Flat Earth Court, and I have most of my debates are unlisted at the moment. I should pick up a couple. I mean, and all the heavy hitters are in my debates. All the people that are out here now are all in my thing from back then. It's so cool to hear.
It wouldn't be hard to put those on a different platform and just post it.
I could do that too. I got hammered when I came out and I said that the Georgia Guidestones was put up there by flat earthers. Because the idea, I got so attacked by the boomers because I was calling out the boomers and I was like, you lazy fucks. And they were so pissed off at me and they attacked me real hard because I was saying, well, hey, look, like flat earthers are the minority, almost like the 500,000 that have to be left alive, right? The 500 million in the fucking Georgia Guidestones. And what if all the ballers have to go? You know what I mean? Because all this useless dead energy weight, is no good for the earth. Because we need thinkers, right? You need thinkers who are going to think outside the box. Like all the normies that got converted.
It does kind of narrow it down, doesn't it?
Right, bro. So they're useless, dude. We all know what they think anyway. So fucking, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. And, but yeah, these debates back in the day used to cover all these grounds.
That's interesting because the Georgia Guidestones is one of the things, like I came across it towards the end of my time with 9/11, and I will say it was like part of a bit of a factor for me where when I read what was on them, like it was something like Alex Jones or somebody, I think he was just coming up at that time, somebody was like, you know why they're doing it? It's because of this. And they showed the Georgia Guidestones and I read through their things and I was like, that's a great idea. All of these are really good. Like, why is this
right? I mean,
nefarious plan? But I love the idea of uniting the world under a religion and having, like, I don't like the idea of depopulation, but I do like the idea of fewer people living more happily. Absolutely. Like a smaller number of people.
That's wrong, man.
So right, but see, that's the thing, though. Is that they get you. The only problem with that is that who's to say that? Like, this is why I was trying to flipping it on the ballers, because I was to say, well, who's to say who gets to live? Because you could be over here like, yeah, that sounds like a great idea, and they're like, yeah, but no white people. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So it's a great idea, but you're just not allowed. I'm going to kill this dog.
Do something like that because there's a risk.
Hang on, eggshells.
Go on. Am I interrupting too much?
We don't believe that we're overpopulated.
Yeah, I know flat earthers don't, but I did and still kind of do. I think that if we are not now, we soon will be.
Right, so that's a terrifying.
There's a lot of land.
That's why it becomes a terrifying idea that the ballers are the ones that have to go. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, man,
it's crazy.
So what about so eggshells? What about bringing all the knowledge we have in regenerative of Earth? Making land. Why can't we bring that to bear to make more room for people to live on? What's the problem here? Because there's a lot of land that we're not living on.
Right when you were speaking.
Yeah, I was just saying that. Well, if you bombing run, okay. I was just saying, what about all the land that we have that's not being lived on? That we can develop.
I don't think we're overpopulated due to lack of space. Yeah, I don't think.
Oh, right. Well, then what's the problem then? What's the problem then?
All manner of other things. I mean, we have an increasing number of people.
Just need a great reset, don't we, eggshells? Hey, just a great reset.
I'm not the worst fan of that kind of stuff.
We should limit the amount of children people have.
That kind of stuff.
He's not a fan of reality, folks.
But what the simple heuristic I was using was we appear to have a growing number of humans that doesn't appear to be slowing down, and those humans, each of them have an energy requirement that is increasing, as far as I can tell, exponentially. So the amount of energy that was needed for your grandparents was pitiful, tiny amounts, and what it is needed for today. Like I'm sitting here with, like, how many screens do I have? Like just electricity all around me, same as all of you. And either I have to say sub-Saharan Africans and Indian people don't deserve this same level, or they do, but can the world support it? Can you have 7 billion
or
people?
Do you need to reduce your screens? Why don't you reduce your screens? Why don't you reduce your screens? Because we need to live economically, and
have you
that's what we need to
your
do.
Life? Go for it. You do that.
I am a man who lives in that. That's how I live. That's how I live. I don't waste water.
Didn't you describe the other day you got like 3 motorbikes? How many motorbikes do you have?
I haven't got 3 motorbikes. I've only got one motorbike.
Sure.
I've only got one motorbike, one car, and I use the push bike. Hang on. Can I finish what I'm saying? I use my bicycle for the very short journeys. I don't use the car. of recent days, I've been using the car less and less.
Right, that's great.
Good work.
Has anyone got more than
What
two
do you-
kids? Let's
What
bring
do
them
you
up and
do?
have a
Me,
go.
I have. I've got 4 kids.
Oh my God,
Oh,
Jen.
shit, there you go.
Oh no.
You can have as few
but we're
bikes as you want.
economical.
You've just introduced a bunch of debt, future debt.
Not really. No. We're living in a system that is
You're part of the
devaluing
problem
the very
now,
life
Jen.
we live.
Oh
Part of the
no.
problem, bro.
Yeah, well, we're living in a world where
See, but that's how they get you
we're
to
being
think.
devalued.
That's what it is. It's like they've reversed the concerns, because the idea is that who's to say, like, you know, those children aren't going to be some of the greatest workers in their arena in their society. You know what I mean? And the best helpers in their society, and like caretakers. And the problem is you can't be a caretaker if you think everything's going to shit anyway. And this is my whole fucking reason for the reason that I'm flat earth and you can suck my balls is that the idea is that your philosophy is inevitably so destructive to yourself and to others. Or not your philosophy. I don't mean to put that way, but I mean, like, this cosmology generates this philosophy where, you know, well, why should I, you know, I'll get rid of my computer screen when you get rid of yours, but I definitely think we should all get, you know, have less people on the earth and blah, 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 blah. And the problem is, and I'm not pointing that at you. I'm the same fucking way, dude. I have those same problems, dude. Well, no, he's agreeing with me, but I'm saying, I think you're most reasonable, dude. I don't think you're unreasonable. You know what I mean? I just think like that, you know, it sucks that we're getting lured into a psychological trap. And part of the foundation of that trap is anyone's willingness to accept their nihilism, that the earth is dying and that you're the cause of it. And that the
so
sun
just
like,
reasonably suck his balls.
Right, it's like, you know, it's kind of like I can't have. It's like I can't ascribe to that very philosophy of like limited nature, because I think it destroys the whole idea. Like, to say that, and I know we're joking around that Jen having 4 kids is going to ruin your social credit score, Jen. But at the same time, like, you know what I mean. But at the same time, it's like, who's to say that isn't a benefit to creation?
Well, yeah. So, and to clarify, I was just joking when I said that, Jen. I don't. Yeah, I think you're right. Where a lot of the nihilist or leftist or whatever you might call it idea.
Now, dude, if you think that the sun is going to explode,
is in some way depraved, and the world will be better without us, and we've all got to, you know, tighten our belt loops and stuff like that. It's not that I oppose it on a sort of religious sense. It's just that there's no evidence that humans do that.
Well, no, you know what pisses me off?
Humans are lifted out of poverty, they don't do that. So whether they should do that, to me, is a somewhat irrelevant question.
Well, what pisses me off, and
I do think we are finite, but I don't think that individuals reducing their quality of life so that more individuals can live a shittier quality of life is
the worst part about it, bro, is the worst part about it is the same people trying to implement these laws, these fucking boomers, are the same fucking people, are the same people that were dumping motor oil in their fucking local pond, you know, fucking 25, 30 years ago. So these same dipshits who fucked everything up now want to turn around and be totalitarian assholes on the rest of the population. And the problem is, you know, and that's really the problem is that, and then on top of it, they're fucking such materialist, nihilist faggots that when they literally think that if they walk out of a room, it no longer exists. Yeah, like there's such solid fucking cystic dickheads. And we've had enough, dude. There's no reasoning with these people to a certain extent. But at the same time, we have to reason with one another, and we have to change the philosophy. And this is why Flat Earth is so good, because it sticks a boot up the fuck, you know, in the face of all the bullshit.
We need to agree to only have 2 children.
Yeah. That's why we're in this situation. Hang on. That's why they had to. Oh, blimey! Can I say something? This is why we're in the situation we're in now, where we have to get the needle now. Because of Flat Earth, by the way, folks. That's why.
Well, I don't know about that, Grandy. They're trying to say you can have climate change as a disease now. Did you guys see that one?
The existential dread kind of thing, you mean? Like kids are living with
No, like it's considered like the first case came down, I think, in Canada. Some lady, she came down with climate change. I mean, it might be a joke. I don't fucking know. It's got to be a joke. It's the same thing as the minestrone to me, so it's all a fucking joke.
Like I agree. Yeah, I agree with I think you and I would finally agree on an extraordinary number of things. It's just like
I would agree. There's one of them right there, bud.
There's
There's one of them right there.
But like, yeah, I think that, I mean, I saw this meme the other day that would agree with what you're saying, which is like, if you think about like, who would you go to for advice on anything? Like, who would you like as a manager, or who would you sort of go, hey, what job should I take, or how should I fix my computer, or, you know, anything? There's just no chance you would go to anybody who looks like a current politician. You know, like almost all of our politicians are like 67-year-old people. And if I see a 60 or 7-year-old person, I'm like, oh, you can tell me stories and stuff and I'll speak politely to you. But if you start giving me business advice or computer advice, I'm just not going to listen, because you're not, you know, like,
bro, you're not even wrong. Look,
stereotyping.
this is right on the CDC's website. Climate effects on health. Climate change, together with other natural and human-made health stressors, influence human health and disease in numerous ways. You're right. They're like linking this shit together.
Yeah, dude. That's what I'm saying, dude.
Climate lockdowns are coming.
But they're specifically saying climate change.
This is the bullshit of the media. This is the globe media bullshit.
Cow farts. Lock it down.
I'm old enough to remember
this is why
when they said the world was going to cool. Then they said it's going to heat up.
Back in the 70s.
Now it's climate change.
Real quick too.
In the middle, you watch the old not Braveheart, Blade Runner movies, and what had destroyed the world there was acid rain. Because we were
and that's why they were saying you can't drink your own
That's right.
rainwater.
Remember that? Yeah. Acid rain.
Cause massive deforestation.
What happened to that? Remember the ozone layer? The ozone layer fiasco?
The ozone layer is pretty fucked in Australia. Well, I mean, what I would say is you certainly get really burnt in Australia. I lived in India with average temperatures far higher, and I would go out all day long, no burn, and then come back to Australia in like 30, 40 minutes, and I'm getting a bit of a red tinge, 2 hours, and I'm going to need to, put on aloe vera and get cooked.
That's interesting,
isn't it? Something to that. I do think that you get irradiated by the sun in Australia way more.
Well, you know what is interesting?
I wonder what that could be, other than the ozone layer. What else could cause?
It's all scare tactics. Now it's the carbon, right? Now the carbon is what helps the planet grow. More carbon, more trees, more oxygen for trees, right? So it's a joke. Even the one that they ban, you're allowed to sell your pollution to another company. It's all money, man. It's all about money.
Yeah, I want to drive one point home. When you said earlier about the QAnon nuts, like my thing is like I'm one of those, because I fucking know. In my opinion, this is the thing, is where what's happening right now is what it was called from the beginning, which is this concept of the Great Awakening. Like, you're forced to deal with the fact that climate change is now a disease, or will be. And can you handle that, and will you accept that as part of their Overton window? And at some point, society as a collective, to some extent, each individual has to figure at what point am I going to stop bending over and letting these people fuck me, dude? And just fucking,
just trust the plan.
It's not about trust the plan. Like, I don't, I get all the memes. I get all the memes on both sides of it, but I'll stand up for this idea, because what's happening is that people are waking up. And that's the thing, is it's like, this is this process of this Great Awakening and all the fucking rest of it kind of crap, is that everyone's got to face these hypocrisies within the system and then stand on their own 2 feet and be cool with it. Can we make it through? Can we actually fulfill self-government? Can you govern yourself reasonably? Because if, like, what's his name? Roosevelt said, if you cannot govern yourself from within, then you must be governed from without.
Wow.
Somewhat like, don't lead towards. Well, maybe
check it. Last time we talked,
I
want to bring a point up I want to bring up a point on you. Do you still think it's okay that you can only travel 5K around your house?
I'm right on the edge with a lot of that stuff where, like,
you're okay with it though.
Get out.
So this is where I say I'm right on the edge of that stuff, because, like, for most of us, we didn't blink. Both America and Australia didn't blink at incarcerating Japanese people during the Second World War because we're in the middle of a crisis.
Bring that shit on. Oh my god.
Okay, well, aside from that, we can, I don't want to like not incorporate any one of your arguments, but my point is this: is that if we're going to accept, and just like you said, some of that was not justified, some of it may have been, I don't know, but the point is that for them right now to try to lock down their own citizens and put on quarantines and curfews and shit like that, to me, right, as a proud American raised in the tradition of being a fucking American and being a quote unquote rugged individualist, as all Americans should be, then fucking, it's like it completely antithetical to what my government was put in place to do. And the thing is that there's so many.
We're very similar. We're very different on that issue, Australians and Americans, generally speaking.
Well, Australians are some of my favorite people in the world, dude. Like, you know what I mean? Honestly. But like the point, and all of us, I think.
Still have the Bill of Rights, mate.
Right. Anyone who gets fucking, can shoot an AK for a little while and realize like, oh, I can own this. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, oh, wow, that's a good idea. Because like the right to arm yourself is a great fucking thing. And the thing is that anyone deprived of that, given that opportunity again, like freedom is a little scary. You know what I mean? Like, it's weird how, like, when you have a loaded weapon by your side all the time or something like that, like, and you have to get comfortable with that or whatever it may be, right? Like, but learning how to be free is a little dangerous. And I think that people would rather have that ultimately. But if they can get people to be so scared of that freedom, then they won't want it. And like, and I think like much like, do you like guns?
Yeah. Just got my gun license. About to go and get myself a bolt action.
Fucking right on. You know what I mean? But they're terrifying to some extent, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Right, they fucking, you better damn right know.
Hand them my city friends,
you better damn right know it's terrifying.
Then I'm like, oh my god.
Right, dude, it's a terrifying. Right, it's an instrument of war, dude. Right, and so like exactly, and so like and I'm just saying like, but that comes with that freedom to be able to have it and all the rest of it. And I think like that, they've gotten us so timid and shy that we're willing to accept the parameters of, okay, it's okay that I only go 5K because it's not 2K. But then they'll be like, oh, when it's 1K. And then it's like, okay, are you cool with just not being able to leave your house ever? You know what I mean? Like, when are you going to stand up and say, this is, forgive me. But I'm just saying, like, when do you finally, say, hey, this is enough? And that's what's happening right now in society. I think they're being asked these questions. They're forced to be.
Eggshells type doesn't actually have a line in the sand.
If you could,
that's what the world has discovered.
It'd be awesome, White.
Yeah, sure. Just putting you in a box, mate. Sorry.
Cheers. Yeah, I'm kind of on the edge about a lot of those things where, like, the reason I was invoking the like incarceration or whatever they call it, internment of Japanese people is I think it is somewhat okay or reasonable that that during times of crisis that we enact stricter laws, right? Since time immemorial, since there were.
Let me ask you a question.
In Roman times,
can I ask you a question?
Would suddenly limit people down to but the problem is with the same as that whole whatever document that you were talking about before is like, could then the powers that be, which I think they regularly do, invoke states of crisis in order to take away liberties? And do those liberties, like the Patriot Act, do they go away again? Do those incursions on our liberty go away again once the threat has cleared? Like the threat of, arguably the threat of terrorism was.
Well, this is what's interesting is that
real in America.
They're bringing to bat a bunch of politicians that looking like they want to get rid of all this shit. So like the reaction and the idea, that's why I see like this awakening process is because there's going to be a pushback against these things, and these things need to be abolished. And I think, but what's interesting, there's a financial dilemma that's going on in the background that I think once that gets handled, then I think they really will be able to do those things. But until then, people need to have, like the brother just said, like, some form of a line in the sand, for themselves. Like I'm sure you do at some point, you have a line in the sand. I mean, these are just ideas. This is just a conversation on Discord, but you would have a figurative line in the sand that you wouldn't let somebody cross. And,
I wonder what that would be, eggshells.
The idea of a vaccine, sorry, I said the thing, the idea of needing to show your status to go somewhere really concerns me because I don't even like it in an emergency, but I'm really concerned about what about if that power remains after an emergency? So I don't support that.
Also, I understand you're tiptoeing around the discussion. I mean, you're online, and these people really do give a fuck about these subjects. So God bless you over there, dude. God bless you having to be over there, dude. Dude. No doubt, no doubt. Forgive me for being naive about that.
No, it's cool. But like for other things, I'm like, well, it's some of the question is like, what is my faith that this will go away again? Because if I remain confident that it'll go away again, then like if you look at the sort of rules and limitations imposed on people in the Second World War in America, 70% tax rate is my understanding. I believe at some point they even floated the idea, or maybe even enacted the idea of a 90% upper tax bracket.
You're comparing one tyranny to another and going, this one is much better tyranny. I prefer this tyranny.
Please, for fuck's sake, whites, just can it until I've finished. Fuck, man.
Go for it.
Every time I start speaking, you go, oh, the first word you said, I'm going to say some dumb shit about it.
Go on, mate.
So even in Britain, you had to block out your windows and you had to hood the lights of your cars or not drive after hours. So yeah, there are tyrannical things, but I think most of us looking back on the Battle of Britain when there were, Luftwaffe bombing your homes, most people go, okay, we can accept these, but it's that balance of how do you go back and forth and how can
I was going to say if you're being forced to turn your lights off.
Yeah.
Oh, pardon me. I was saying if you're being told to turn your lights off because there's a Luftwaffe over your fucking city, that makes sense.
Yeah, but I mean, if you believe the numbers of the current zombie apocalypse, it dwarfs the number of, I think, maybe I'm going to get this wrong, but the current zombie apocalypse dwarfs the numbers of both world wars put together for America, not for Australia. Wow.
So you're comparing tyrannies
and the zombies. So yeah, both are tyrannies, but the difference that I think is acceptable in the Second World War is, in hindsight, we agree with it, and after it, we repealed them. So
what do you think about this then? What do you think about this? The third leading cause of death in America, like, in the States or whatever, at least I think it's in the States, before the vid, was doctors doing malpractice.
Yeah, but
should we quarantine all doctors and put them through rigorous, camp procedures so as to show that their competency in doing fucking medical procedures gets better? Should we make because they were literally the third leading right, but they're the third leading cause of death is medical malpractice. So should we how do we address this? Do we quarantine them? Do we put them in camps, medical camps?
No, but I'd certainly regulate, right? And check that they're doing the right thing and they're not like, because my understanding is a fairly significant portion of that would be taken up with people doctor shopping until they can get an opiate prescription and then killing themselves on opiates, right? Is that some of it?
Oh, well.
I haven't done much Googling on it, but I've heard people say it before. I haven't done much Googling or learning about it. But it's the same as like, one of our leading causes of death in Australia is cars. But as a result, we've got strict car rules,
right? But then
and regulation and insurance and da. So we get it to a point that we're comfortable with, and that's what we're debating right now. Like, what are we comfortable with?
So do all doctors?
No tyranny. They're not comfortable with any tyranny. Not a light tyranny versus a hard tyranny. So,
but wouldn't you agree with some level of government, whites? Don't you think that like
government is different to tyranny, champ?
So where do you draw the line between the two?
Well, you should have freedom, right? Freedom of choice.
But
you can have government, but freedom of choice. And if you choose to make a bad choice, obviously, kill someone. Oh, okay. So not being able to travel more than 5 kilometers, right? There's a freedom that's been taken away from you.
I think I'd agree with that.
And someone said before that you've probably got a line in the sand, eggshells, and I said, geez, I wonder what that would be. Would it be 1 kilometer? Would it be stay at home for 3 weeks? Would it be stay at home for 6 months? What would your line in the sand be before you go and shit? I'm going to go out and protest against this bullshit because I don't think it's right. It's gone too far. But where is your line?
Oh, to go out and protest, I just largely think protests don't work unless they're pretty huge. I think they're just
okay, but it takes people to go out and add up to huge numbers, doesn't it? So if you actually went out, that would add to the numbers, and eventually it would get huge.
But I mean, I just, what I'm getting at is I think we'll all have different, like most of us agree that something should be governed. Like most people agree that prisons seem to be a good idea, to incarcerate people who continually break the rules we agree on as a society.
You know what you sound like, Eggshells? You sound like a Stockholm person fighting for their captors to me. I'm sorry, man, but I got to say it like that.
Sure. I mean, I get I'm amongst a strongly libertarian leading crowd. I'm not unaware of that. My interest is in evidence-based policy. So if you had a policy that said this is going to fix this, and then you're able to have a discussion about it, whereas a lot of the problem with almost all policy is it's much more like what's going to get me re-elected. So in Australia, we happily give up our liberties for perceived freedoms and safety, which I think is we go too far with it. With a 5 kilometer radius, sorry. Be it with the speed limits are just stupid in this country. That like.
So what are you doing to change it?
Wear a motorcycle helmet. I think it's really dumb that I'm required to.
Hope someone else does it. I do it for both of us.
I'm so glad you mentioned that. Like, take seatbelts, for example, right? Do you think that it was the government's initiative because they care about you to make a seatbelt mandatory? Do you think that was the case? Or do you think it was the insurance companies through lobbying that made that law possible?
Well, I think any law enacted by a government is just a politician trying to get re-elected. They're just doing a whole bunch of like hedging and guessing as to what will not get them out of their job because their job affords them power, which they can, often.
Now you're talking exactly. Yeah.
So I don't think they largely give a shit, but Australians, by and large, are relatively comfortable with giving up liberties for things like Port Arthur. We had a massacre down here that White's brought up before. Crazy guy. I mean, I know that Whites would describe it differently, but the mainstream narrative that I think is the case is crazy guy got a what did he have? An automatic shotgun and I think an assault rifle or some sort of semi-automatic rifle. And he went to a tourist area and just went blapping, and I think got quite a high number of people. And the government just straight away was like, maybe guns are a bad thing. Guns are a bad thing. Bang. And it was like, within months, it felt like I was quite young at this stage, but within months, they were suddenly like, right, which it's interesting. We gave it up pretty quickly, but I think we haven't gone tyrannical yet. But it was like things like no magazines over 10 bullets, no rapid fire, like auto or semi-auto guns, as well as like lever actions and shotguns. Now you can still get it. My brother's got a semi-auto assault rifle. You just got to jump through a bunch of hoops to get it, whereas it used to just be pretty much go down to the gun shop and you got a gun.
Now, do you remember Eggshells in Parliament?
Violent crime went way down, off a cliff.
Gun crime. Do you recall in Parliament 10 years earlier, one of the pollies saying that it would take something like a massacre in Port Arthur for us to change our gun laws? Not word for word, but very close to that. I don't remember that,
but it wouldn't surprise me. Sure.
Yeah, so 10 years earlier, like the exact location, Port Arthur, and that's stating that's what it would require, would be a massacre in Port Arthur to change our gun laws. And what do you know, 10 years later, it happens. Wow. Twinky dink or not? Is that a coincidence?
Same thing happened here in Canada.
Accurately said what it would take to have something happen, and then that's what it took to make that thing happen. No, not at all. Like,
same thing happened here in Canada.
Before, maybe it would be a coincidence, but no, you've got a 10-year span in your own story. Everybody would say that. Around the world, everybody always says that. It quite often takes a serious incident like that for people to do that. It doesn't for America, but doesn't it every time for America reignite the debate? Like, that's not at all an interesting statement or an indication of a conspiracy.
Yeah, well, obviously to someone who's captured by their kidnapper and absolutely loves them would probably say something like that. SE, what happened in Canada?
Well, this nutcase went into a school, a woman's school, and started shooting up. I think he killed 10, 12 women. and that started a chain of events. And now you're not allowed to have. If you want to get a gun here, it's like almost impossible. They banned all long rifles, all barrels a certain length, and you can't have any guns. Like basically, yeah,
Crazy. Not cool.
And the thing is that
freedom.
Yeah, freedom. You hear the saying, never let a good disaster go to waste. That's what these people do, you know? They'll take advantage of anything that happens.
Yep, if it's not orchestrated, they'll take advantage of it anyway.
Yeah, one mental case goes in and does a terrible thing. Of course, it's terrible, right? But that doesn't mean everybody else's rights then should be taken away, right? I mean, every family should have the right to protect themselves, and that includes bearing arms, I believe.
Definitely.
I don't know. It's sort of like, I mean, the way I try to do it is like, I think we've all got a line we draw somewhere. Like if I said I want a belt-fed machine gun, or I want to drive an Abrams tank with a depleted uranium shell ready to fire, and I want to be able to drive that down to the shops, there's a point where I could keep ratcheting that up until I get to like a nuclear weapon, perhaps, where almost everybody is going to say, no, I don't want it to be legal for my neighbor to have a nuclear
Yeah, but you're
weapon.
going to extremes now.
Right, yeah, intentionally. And what I'm saying there is then we come sliding back down that scale, and that's where we find, and that's what I think is good. It's healthy about society, right? Where there are some people who don't even like the idea that that I could own a bolt action rifle. Like
yeah, but eggshells, what's the chance that a platoon...
And they think even toy guns should be outlawed. And so they go
yeah,
all
but
the way
eggshells,
to the other end.
what's the chance that a platoon is going to come and attack your house where you're going to need a tank or a armored personnel carrier? You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
a nice shotgun, you know, that'll do the trick, you know, for the average homeowner.
The chance of
right?
a burglary, yeah.
But I mean,
Yep,
but
home
burglary
invasion.
is not. I mean, I don't think the argument that we should own guns to protect ourselves from burglary, I don't think is strong and supported by evidence. I do think the argument that
You've never been burgled, mate.
You haven't lived in the States, have you? In gang-infested areas, have you?
So this is what I was going to get to, SE. Like, I think the argument, to start with, the argument I would agree with. I think the argument that you should be able to own a weapon to protect, so that the masses can protect themselves against a tyrannical government, I think that argument is strong. But gang-infested areas, like the point that is missed in that debate is when you outlaw guns, those areas may remain gang infested, but the violence level within them goes way down. Gun crime goes way down, and you suddenly, like, virtually nobody in Australia has experienced, or even, I don't even know of anybody who's had a home invasion. Like, cat burglaries, sure, they still happen pretty rarely, but they still happen.
It's just not on the news, mate.
The old
do you seriously think if it's not on the news, you don't see it, that it doesn't happen?
But the kicking in the door, like a gang of thugs or somebody kicking in the
home
door.
invasion is by the government, and you have no weapon to protect yourself.
Yeah, so that's the bit I'm agreeing with Godric, which is if you're protecting yourself from the government, then I think the argument is strong. But the argument against like gang-infested areas is like lots of evidence, in my opinion, lots of evidence shows that just goes so far down that you no longer need that gun to protect yourself from that kind of violence.
Isn't that just poor policing, bro? Poor, government support, or poor fucking, I don't know, like infrastructure in the area? Like, aren't these things like caused by a lot of other things? These gang areas, it's just like a homeless area here. Like, they're caused not by fucking guns, caused by other problems in society.
Yeah, so my understanding of it is that, and again, I don't know. Globus knows somebody who got shot and killed by a home invader. I think you're right about Cat B, but wrong about Cat A firearms. Globus, seems like it's a no for Cat A, but a yes for Cat B. I think I've got a Cat A.
So how confident do you feel?
Interest, Globus, was that person engaged themselves in gang activity? Like, were they sort of running a grow house or something?
Eggshells, how confident do you feel? You have no gun in your home, right? Let's say somebody breaks...
How confident do I feel?
Yeah, let's say somebody breaks in your house in the middle of the night, right? Now, would you rather have the gun there and not need it, or in the time of need the gun and not have it? What do you think?
Absolutely, I'd prefer to have the gun. Yeah.
So it's logical, right? Now, why does your government feel that you shouldn't have that right? Ask yourself that.
Because we agree as a
because
society.
Because people like eggshells. There you go. Thank you.
Because we agree as a society that things like mass shootings and that kind of stuff is driven by high ownership of guns.
You're from Australia.
You feel that you can give your security away to a foreign entity? No, well, not foreign, to somebody else. That if somebody breaks in your house, the cop might be there in half an hour when it's all too late. But if you have your own self-protection,
unheard of in Australia. It is far less common in Australia. Like where you are, SE. You're Canada, aren't you? So you're pretty similar gun laws to us here, right? You've got to have a license and all of that business.
Yeah. You got to have a license. You got to take a course. Yeah.
Okay. And once you've done the license and the course, what are they about? Like, what are the rules about semi-auto, auto, handguns, that kind of stuff? Because you can't.
Well, you used to be able to own. Yeah, you used to be able to own assault rifles, like a single click action, but now that's all gone. You can't. Basically a firearm. You can own like a gun, but you have to go through hoops. You have to join a fire club. You got to go attend it regularly, and so on and so forth.
This is Canada?
Australia. Yeah,
this is Canada, yeah.
See, I mean, I think it's all part of the government. It's pretty much, look at Australia right now, man. Probably your crime rate is probably low, but the government can enforce whatever the hell they want. Like they're doing with the whole, you can't go anywhere without a freaking card right now. Jab card.
No, I personally do what I want. But other people
in Australia, right? Writing on next.
Say again, sorry, Elbow.
That you can't go anywhere practically without a card, and when they tell you have to hunker down in your house, you have to hunker down no matter what.
So there is a 5 kilometer radius.
Right. Other than that, you can't.
But there was for until recently for quite a few weeks.
Right. Let that happen in the U.S. What will people do? So it pretty much says, "Fuck you. I'm gonna go where the fuck I want." Right.
Who would I
It's the same thing. It's the same thing because they can infringe on your freedom whenever the hell they want in Australia, just because you can't protect yourself from the government.
Right. But I don't. I mean, I
know you don't disagree with that.
But what I was going to counter with is, there are, America has an extraordinary number of people behind bars, highest per capita in the world, more than China.
Yeah, but is it for? But is it for? Hold on, but is it for weapons, or is it because drugs and whatever they want the hell to charge you with, especially with the how Biden did the whole crack cocaine for mostly African Americans and colored people.
Yeah, fucked over African American people, and as a result, 1 in 100 Americans isn't it 1 in 100 Americans? 1% of America is currently behind bars, and 10% have been behind bars.
Yep.
So that sounds to me like an extraordinary deprivation of liberty. For people get caught with a crack rock and then they get sent away for 20 years. That just sounds fucking.
Hey, that's better than
getting bombed. That's true. That's the 1, 2, 3 strike law they have.
Why haven't your guns protected that from happening? Like, if guns do protect liberty, but 1%.
I'll explain you why.
Because most Americans believe that crack cocaine shouldn't be used anyway. So
it's not even that. In the States,
even if we had guns to protect us, the vast majority of Australians were fairly okay with a 5K lockdown.
You know why there's a lot of incarceration in the States? Because they have the 1, 2, 3 strike law.
Yeah,
and the judges, their hands are tied. So if you get caught 3 times with even a gram of hashish, let's say, you're going in.
I thought 3 strikes was only for violent offences, not for drug offences. But maybe they've expanded it. I don't know. I thought it was, but I don't know much about this stuff. Yeah.
And another thing, their jail system is private. It's privatized. So the lobby system.
Yeah, that is also awful. That is terrible.
They're currently building new ones, aren't they? They're building some new ones as we speak.
That's right. That's right. It's a business.
And
the issue is this
guns protect us from an overreach and a deprivation of liberty. Why aren't your guns protecting you from a deprivation of liberty?
This is the issue with that issue, because again, a bunch of private sectors own jailhouses and whatnot, and a bunch of private sectors make use the jailhouse to make money as well, right? So in other words, there's people that use the inmates to work on their company, paying them like a cent to $1 or whatever. So the problem is that the it's divided. If it was a unanimous thing that people were against all that, I mean, that will definitely change. But the problem is that
would you agree that if it was a unanimous thing that people are against, politicians wouldn't enact policies like that? If, regardless of whether you're a Democrat or Republican, if you were going to get voted out for promoting that kind of policy, that policy wouldn't exist. It wouldn't exist.
Yeah, the problem is that, remember, there's a lot of money, money that goes in play in the background that nobody knows about and shit like that. Well, that isn't publicly made. Well, in senses,
it's the lobby system. The problem in the States is the lobby system.
And this drives
100%.
Why
so
are you saying that?
Company, your IBM, you want to pass a law? Well, you find the senators that are involved in that. You promise them $100,000 for their next campaign. Bingo, your law has passed.
Hey, take a trip. Somebody funded the trip somehow.
Sure, a nice golf course in the Bahamas, a hotel. Yeah. That's how they do it.
Why do you think? Why do you think? Like the amount of Nancy Pelosi's went in. If you look at all these politicians, they go in, not with that much money. I mean, some have a few million or two, but they come out with like 20, 30, 40 million. Exactly. It's
especially the worst one that I feel like there should be. I mean, I don't want to call for violence, but like calls for violence was when they got the coronavirus briefing. Oh my God, I said the word. Sorry. When they got the briefing, there was this massive. They walked out of that meeting, and the very first thing they did was sell off stock. If you track their disclosed details, they walked out of that meeting. The first thing they did was decide to line their own pockets because they knew they could sell off stock now, make the announcement, and then buy back that same stock at pennies on the dollar and make themselves, orders of magnitude richer.
That's right. That's
insider information.
You sound surprised.
You
sound surprised.
Yeah. No, I'm not at all surprised. I'm furious. I think it's not furious that they did it. I think the humans cheat. That's just the way humans behave. There's no two ways about that. But like, that should be the end of them. Like, that should be the end of them and their parties, basically. And the fact that it was a front page news thing, and then people just were like, well, I guess that's that, and we haven't said any more about it, I think is just indicative that we've kind of given up on some things.
No, but you see, the thing is, Eggshells, people did say stuff about it. There were people that would have gone out and protested somewhere about the decision, right? But not enough people, because some people choose to just sit at home and go, oh, well, not many people will go, or I'm not going to really make any fucking difference. That's why, man. It's when good people do fucking nothing.
Protest? Did you go out and protest it?
I protest this shit all the fucking time, mate. Yep. What's going on right now? Definitely. There's very few things in my life prior to this that I have protested against. I'll admit that. But this, I'm definitely protesting against.
And it works, too, because here...
In the city where I am, fucking oath.
They had a curfew on us here in Montreal, 8 o'clock, and we started to protest. They lifted it.
Yeah, I do think protests work, but
you
I
get
think
enough numbers, they can't do shit.
It's got to be pretty big, and there's got to be a win in it for the politician. The politician has to view it as something that, like, if you see 1 million people in the street, you can be like, wow, that's a lot of voters. Or it's a big enough issue that, you know, because I did engage in some of it with motorcycle crime in London, because they just pretty much stopped policing it. They stopped chasing motorcycle thieves. So as a result, motorcycle thieves would just would like right out in the open jack bikes. I even chased them in the street one day. I uploaded a video of it. It was quite a fun chase. I didn't grab them, but chase these motorcycle thieves down the street. But you could just see it regularly. Like there were channels, YouTube channels, just devoted to here's all of the footage this week of people stealing scooters and riding.
Did you see the shit from Connecticut? In Connecticut recently, there's these 2 cars parked outside of like a Target or a Costco, and they're just taking mad shit. Oh. And the people filming them are like, don't interrupt them, don't mess with them. No police around, no fucking nothing. It was so fucking. This is where, you know, I mean, I don't know. It sucks when you're dealing with somebody like a corporate property, because in one sense you're like, all right, I have nothing to do with it, but certain people aren't going to have it. But it's crazy.
I don't know. Yeah, it's
that's how you get
also what I was protesting for, in essence, was more control. Right? I was protesting to say, give the police the power to chase these kids, but they weren't, because some kid fell off a bike and died, and so they said, don't trace anybody who's not wearing a helmet. So then they got in the habit of taking their helmets off so they wouldn't get chased. So then they just got out of the habit of chasing them. So I was essentially going, give them the training and go back to chasing them. And they were like, I was making videos about it and tweeting Sadiq Khan and the mayor of London, and we're making a big hoo-ha about it and going to protests and stuff. I do think that can work, but the whole angle I was going for is I was like,
well, see, like that's your line in the sand.
I will make it rest on your head. I was making these videos going, a pretty white girl is going to die soon, and it will be on your head, Sadiq Khan.
Right, and that's where your line in the sand is over this particular instance. And like, this is where people feel about any of these encroachment on the liberties. Yeah. And how did that work? What do they do in London now?
So it was one of those like really political ways that they'd gotten into the problem, and they got out of it the same way, where they said, oh, it's not that we don't chase, it's that you've got to be rated, trained in tactical contact, which is basically.
So is that what it is now?
Running into a scooter with your car. And they also said we don't have enough motorcycle officers, because the Tories had reduced police numbers by like 10,000. So then they hired more officers, trained more of them in tactical contact, and got more motorcycle officers. So suddenly, and then also made a big PR campaign showing a bunch of footage of them being like, we're now getting tough on motorcycle crime, and like knocking a bunch of guys off bikes. And my understanding is the problem went way down. I left after that, but the problem went way down. Because it was just like insurance premiums on bikes were, what was it? It was a pretty nice bike, but I was paying £2,000 a year. So like, what did that be? Like 3,000, 4,000 American dollars a year for insurance. It's just mind-boggling. It was like it was more than a fairly nice car I was paying. Like I was talking to car drivers and they're like, what? I'm on $600 a year for comprehensive. So yeah, that was a bit of my line in the sand, but it was also for me a bit of a test. I was like, I wonder if I, as an individual, can work with people to influence policy, because I was interested in that as an idea.
And how did it work out? You did influence it? Do you think, or no?
Yeah, I think it did have an impact. Like I don't think I personally had a huge impact on it, but I learned a bit before enough to I helped the people organising the march, and they were like, right, we've got to have the march, and then we'll get the papers there. And I was like, you've called PR, haven't you? And they're like, what? And I was like, oh, you fucking idiots. All right. And so you're like, which is a huge thing if any of you guys are organising stuff. Just doing a march by itself and expecting that to get you news coverage is virtually a waste of time. What you do is you call up a PR company and you go, hey, we're about to do this thing. How much is it going to cost us to get on the front page? And they will work with you, and they'll be really helpful too, because they'll go, that's not a good angle. Don't go with that angle. Da 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 da. So like, because if you just go, this is driving up our insurance premiums, the average non-biker doesn't give a toss about that. So they were like, you've got to go with the safety angle. You've got to say, this is putting Londoners at risk. This is when you're a pedestrian, you are going to get hit by one of these cars, and like that kind of stuff. Plus they will have on speed dial reporters, and it will just force multiply everything you do, because they will take the photos and get reporters there and get you on the front page and make it a big story. And without that, you just you don't
Well,
get
Bernays
to control
taught
the
us
narrative
that.
at all.
You know,
So,
you know who Edward Bernays is?
Say again?
Edward Bernays.
No, who's that?
Oh, really?
Yeah, Sigmund Freud's nephew.
Well,
Sigmund Freud's nephew.
Right, but he was notorious in the sense that he was a marketing genius. Like he allegedly actually got women.
The father of propaganda.
He's the one who like instead of us having a department of propaganda, we have public relations, and that was coined by Edward Bernays and stuff like this. Like he lightened the kind of tone of totalitarianism and marketed it in such a way as that people loved it, and it's just interesting to what you're saying. And I agree. I used to do protests, and we used to call, I'll never forget it, WBAI was the radio station around us. And they used to work with like Democracy Now! And all those groups. And we used to do protests like against the war, like in 2003 and stuff like that. And all kinds of protests. And like,
that's awesome.
Oh yeah, I was all up in it, man. But then and that's what saddens me to see those groups, sucking the corporate teat. It's so sad. Like, I think it all went to shit when the whole Occupy Wall Street group came in. I remember being a friend of mine. We used to ride our bikes in the city, and we'd go by and see, like, we were just like, where did you fucking idiots come from? Like, who the fuck? Like, like I'd never, like, it was so weird that like this whole it was almost like a corporate team of, like it really, and it's weird because it sits into the whole premise now that you've got like the whole Twitter mob, like, you've got this like Silicon Valley effect going on with like all these, quote unquote, like lame ass hipsters. And I was a hipster, but we were fucking cool. We didn't wear tight jeans. Fucking,
you were cool.
Fucking right, dude. Like, you know what I mean?
How old are you, Lisa?
I'm like, almost a little older than 40, man. So like, I fucking.
Right, you're a bit old, only a bit older than me.
Yeah. So I fucking, I've been in the mud with it, and I used to deal with all the heads in New York, and then it was like these wave of retards showed up, and they were like protesting corporate, whatever. I don't know. But at that point, I was kind of out of the mix because, once you realize, like, to a certain extent, like Alex Jones is a shill, or, if you're into Alex Jones or you're into all that stuff, or you learn about Bill Cooper and how Bill Cooper was Alex Jones before Alex Jones was Alex Jones. And then Alex Jones won't give any credit to Bill Cooper. Alex Jones won't give any credit to Bill Cooper, which makes him suspect to me. And then fucking, but there's all this like hidden layer of like, damn, all your heroes are sold out, and I don't know, I lost like any kind of whatever, but you still got to pay attention to the information. You know what I mean? Yeah, we can't, like, what's that line? You may not take an interest in politics, but it takes an interest in you. And that's where I think I'm at with politics. But it is interesting that there is a push for, as I see it, like a grassroots push for liberty and back to the premises of what we are the foundations of all of our nations, really. People have had enough of this shit. And unfortunately, like, I don't necessarily agree with protesting, but like the brother said up in Montreal, I see Montreal, like, shit, if it works.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
I've got a question. I've got a question before you move on. Are any of you guys going to be voting in your next elections, seeing as what's going on now? Not to my liking, but or to your liking, probably. Are you going to be voting in your next
definitely.
elections?
Of course.
Hang on, have you changed your view on that, White?
What do you mean?
Mate, am I misremembering? But I thought I felt like I heard you a while back ask somebody, do you vote? And you were like, I think, like, scoffing at the idea of voting because it's a fixed system. No?
Well, if it's a fixed, No. I have. I don't know if I said that. I've got no idea if I've said that. But what you're saying isn't unlike what I may have said. Because if there's a reason to vote, I'll vote. If there are people to vote for, I will vote for them. State elections are different to federal ones with regards to the way the preference system works. So these ones are fucking absolutely vital. So yeah.
Yeah, right.
Also, too, I think
couldn't be more important. Sorry, go on.
No, I was just in cahoots, like in agreement with you. Is the idea that, like, if we want to partake and have our system upheld, because I don't think any of us want to get rid of throw the baby out with the bathwater. And, we may, even though, like, let's say I understand, for instance, that, like, U.S. citizens, let's say, are employees of the United States. So when was the last time you worked for a company that you got to vote who the president was? It doesn't happen like that. So, like, in theoretics, economically speaking, as a business, your vote's kind of meaningless. But the point is that if we want to partake in this system and you know what I mean, like, it allows for us to channel our will to good people, like the brother said. If there's someone good running or something like that you do support, have your citizen vote. But remember, it's your citizen's vote. Like, you have capacity is so huge. The idea that you're a father, or a mother, or whatever it may be, and you're also a citizen. So you're not just a citizen. So if your citizen votes, it's okay.
Yeah, well, I do think it's very important. It's something I wanted to get more into after I had a chat with somebody on one of my streams. Now I was like, "What's your sort of takeaway?" And he's like, "Just get involved in local politics, because if you're not involved locally, you're not having much of an impact locally. Then you're not at the state." And then
that's why I think, like,
pointless.
The whole MK Ultra program was to get people, like, think about it, like the moon landing. Like, now, instead of, like, thinking about local concerns, you're concerned about how China thought the Americans landed on the moon, and now you're concerned with international politics, and you're going to have a fucking opinion about the world, and you're going to lose track of all your local politics. And that's what they did to us. They got us enamored in the federal game, presidents and all this, federal bullshit, and they silently took over all the local shit.
So what are your thoughts then on this thing where apparently Trump's come out recently and said, "Don't vote, it's a sham"?
Well, I would think
through a Dominion voting system, it would be fucking a sham, wouldn't it?
I mean, that says fix the system. It doesn't say don't vote. Like, don't vote to me is like there is nothing.
But has the system been fixed?
Which I agree with. Is like,
has the system been fixed?
Huh?
Have they fixed the system? Have they fixed the voting system? That's what I'm asking. You know if they have?
I don't. I looked into it quite a bit with my mate. I didn't see any strong evidence that there was anything wrong with it.
No. I'm asking, have they? Okay. But let's just say electronic voting booths are under contention. So have they decided just to go back to paper stuff and do what they used to do with scrutiny, is looking over things, or are they still going ahead with the electronic one, even though there's a huge amount of contention?
It's slightly beside the point. My understanding is they're still going ahead with the electronic ones, but my understanding is also, even with the Dominion, they keep the paper vote. So it's kind of much of a muchness as far as I understand it, as little as I do. But I was just asking it to what Issa was saying, which is that like, because I think it's right. I think that there is, well, I mean, this is again my conspiracy thinking coming in again, where I think there is almost an intent to get people focused on irrelevant issues, but I'm not sure it's driven. I'm not sure I follow to the, like, they're doing this on purpose as much as because our world is so interconnected, we are suddenly like, but what about the trans people in bathrooms? Like, that's actually an issue, rather than going, what about a livable wage and healthcare, and education and simple stuff that if you install a hospital close, if you build a hospital close by to me, that will make a difference to me. Whereas if you have a federal policy about trans people in bathrooms, it just won't make a fucking iota of difference to anybody.
Okay, I'm going to interject here. I'm going to interject here because I'm listening. If I may, I'm doing a lot of listening, so I'm going to interject now. And it is, I am absolutely surprised at what's gone on so far with the diaper on your face and the injection, that you guys would still want to be thinking of worrying about the baby and the bathwater when you should be picking up the baby and kicking the bath down the road. Do you know what I mean? You know?
Yeah, but we can vote to do that.
That's what's necessary here.
We can strategically vote to do that.
Yeah, you can still like.
If you don't have a democracy
matters for you, then voting will help you achieve those means. It is a way of fixing these perceived problems.
Yeah, because you don't have democracy at the moment. We're all in dictatorships here.
Oh, I think we do.
Let's get that correct. No, nothing democratic going on here in our lives today.
No, I mean, like yourselves, the US and other places, Australia's been corporatized. You know, we've got a CEO and that sort of shit. We don't have a prime minister. That's what they might call themselves. But technically, you know, we're all chattel, mate. So we are playing in their game. Fortunately, there's no getting out of playing.
Yeah, I don't want to participate in that. Yeah, I've never voted anyway. I'm never going to vote either.
One of the things. So, what's the disadvantage in participating? Even if it is rigged, your vote gets thrown away. Is there a disadvantage?
That's it. That's it. I don't want to go and vote for my vote to go and throw away. It's a waste of my time, and I'm getting no results.
So your votes might not get thrown away, but the biggest cost that you would pay, the biggest risk that you would avoid, is that your vote wouldn't be ignored.
But my votes, I've never voted, but your votes are being ignored. You have no voice. They tell you what to do. You do the song and dance. They play the tune, you dance to it.
Yeah, so
that's what's going on at the moment.
Bad calculation you're making there.
Not at all. Not at all. You people have voted for your prime ministers and your presidentes. Now look at what they're doing to you.
Yeah, it's not a miscalculation to think that not voting is a vote. Okay, so the fact that you do vote gives consent to the two-party lie, so to speak.
So not voting changes that in some way?
Well, you have to understand from a flat Earth perspective, for example. I'll just use my flat Earth perspective. That things work different. So when you do something with intent, that falls on you. And if you intentfully participate in a system you don't believe in, then that is a vote, and not doing so is also a vote. So I'm writing my intent into my action.
It's kind of like manifesting things, kind of the secret stuff.
I mean, it's you have to. Okay, I mean, you have to admit that placebo is an effect, right? And I think that placebo is something that's unintended that still works. But if you could flex it like a muscle and use it
powerful,
if you could use it intentionally, which is what I'm talking about, intent, then not voting intentfully is a choice.
Right.
It is my vote.
I just don't think it, and I'm not saying this is somebody who's super politically active.
That's fine. I mean, what we're doing is we're rejecting the system, and you guys may want to not throw out the baby with the bathwater, but I choose not to co-sign this activity.
Yeah.
The baby is deformed.
Whoa.
Some eugenics shit here now. Yeah. Anyway,
the baby's not deformed. The baby is rigged. Whichever baby that you vote for, it's in one party or the other, and in the background they shake hands and they take turns ruling. It's a beautiful system.
Yeah.
The baby is rigged.
What would happen if no one voted?
The baby is rigged.
Not one vote
Good
was
question,
cast.
Rick. Yeah.
If not one
just come
vote
up with
was
some
cast,
numbers.
Their super delegates would just win.
I spoke for the first time in like 3 hours. Y'all been here and 3 people jumped in. Y'all mind? I have one question. Y'all can dwell on it if you want or move on. But what if not one vote was casted? What would happen?
I think the super in America, I think that weird, slightly broken sounding system of super delegates would just choose who wins.
Well, there would be uproar, right? People would say that system isn't working.
Yeah.
They would be more than just that.
So nothing new then. It's an uproar now. People are saying this. That's why people don't vote. They're not confident with the current system. If the system wasn't as didn't have the illusion or whatever you want to call it that it's not working, then people would vote more.
Right. What is it? 90% non-voters. I mean, there's nobody
really
talking
high.
about that.
Yeah.
Nobody's talking about that. They're just keep pushing it down our throat.
Is it that high?
That's some of the challenge with what I was saying about what Issa's saying, where I think that like I can get your objection to the system or the like concern that it's rigged because I mean around the world, but particularly in America, it seems pretty rigged. It seems like a bit of a charade, but yeah, I guess I don't know. I don't really have an answer for it, but I think it could be possible to vote.
It is rigged. It is a charade. There's no seams about it. It's rigged. It's a charade. And as far as I'm concerned, I thought it was this. When people don't vote, those candidates are supposed to step down and new candidates are supposed to come in. That's what's supposed to happen in democracy.
That's not the system anyway.
I misspoke. It's not 90%.
That's what it's supposed to be, though.
No, it's not. It's just the people who do votes each count.
Yes, it is. No vote in the candidate.
Well, in America, it goes. There's a popular vote, and then there's the real vote, and that's not the popular vote. So, and that's just the president. So that's.
I mean, it was pretty clear. It was fucked to me from the stuff they did to Bernie. Like they did that to Bernie, and they got caught doing that. And then Democrats still voted for them. I was like, this is broken. The whole thing.
Yeah, that was telling.
It really was. Yeah, they get caught open on its face, emails saying, let's scuttle one of our own candidates so we can choose, and we're called the Democrat Party, and people found out about that. And then still
good example, bro.
For Democratic parties.
That was a great example.
Idiots. Yeah, it was. Anyway, it's been a really
and that's all because they hate the other guy.
No, I wasn't going to push their agenda is what it boils down to, because he came out and wrote a book how broken the system was. So now that we agree that the system is broken, even the Democratic Party showed you firsthand on live television how it's manipulated and broken. Like I said, that's why people don't vote.
Yeah. I mean, I get that, but I don't think that's a fix. I think that's I understand it. I sympathize with it, but I just don't think it's a fix. I think it's
look at their candidate, bro.
Look
at their candidate, a sneaky old man that smells little girls' hair. That's who they chose as their candidate.
Yeah, that's weird that it's president. And it was weird that Trump became president. Like that showed me right there. It's just totally, offhand. But you were saying it's not a fix. I never said it was a fix, but it is an alarm. It is an alarm bell for people to wake up and start to figure out ways to fix it. When a large portion of the registered voters, not to mention all the unregistered voters, people who don't register, are not voting anymore because they know the system's broken.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think that's why Trump got elected. I think that people, because what I was reading was there was a not insignificant number of people who were Bernie supporters who became Trump supporters. And what that says is this is far beyond left and right, because Bernie's about as far left as they've seen in many years, and Trump was pretty far the opposite, depending on different
a joke to the American eye that Trump got elected. It's a bigger joke that Biden got elected.
I think I got the impression it was like people basically throwing a hand grenade into the White House, just pulling the pin and throwing a hand grenade and going, this guy's going to just cause such chaos that whatever happens afterwards will be better than this shit we've got now.
And Trump also had a very good campaign, and the way he was taking down the rest of the GOP candidates one by one, he was like fucking clinical with it. He did a good job. There's no question about that.
Yeah.
Like Trump got the people.
All part of the show, guys. All part of the show.
People that are going to vote Republican, Democrat voted anyway. Trump got the voters that haven't voted in a long time because he was someone, a working, a businessman, thought they could turn around the economy and all that. So that's why a lot of people voted for him that hadn't voted in a long time. So that won Trump the election.
Yeah, he's anti-establishment. He was like, you know, more of a regular dude as opposed to one of the lying politicians. People identified with that.
Let's not forget that your electoral system was broken when they took out Kennedy. It's been rigged ever since that day. It's been rigged ever since that day. You've never had a real election. It's all been rigged.
Eisenhower warned the American people. He told them, beware of the military-industrial complex.
That is
Nobody listened.
That is a script.
You think so? Look who's
I
bro.
know. Yeah, it was a script.
It's only because of division tactics that people and groups don't get together enough, talk about politics to a point where they can come to a decent agreement and vote in a way that actually makes a difference. Because as much as I do believe in manipulation, if enough people vote for a certain candidate, it'd be very hard to manipulate that to the point where someone else wins.
Well,
if it's marginal,
you don't think foreign policy has been taken over by war and the companies? You guys seriously don't believe that?
I think Trump was a great
No, by money. By money. Not by the companies, not by the governments, but just money, mate. Yep.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Whites. Where I diverge is I don't think it's all about agreeing. I think it's just about having better ways to disagree, because the system of democracy we had when we invented, America invented, which was absolutely world leading and amazing, but they invented it when messages traveled as fast as a horse. So you could vote for one person and find out what their platform was. Whereas nowadays we've got Discord and stuff. I think we should be disagreeing, but disagreeing better and doing it on different issues. So I can vote for this person, but I can say, no, I don't want to go to war in another country. I like your economic policy because I think that free markets are a good thing, but that doesn't mean that I'm necessarily religious. It doesn't mean that I necessarily dislike gay people, and it doesn't mean I want to go and invade somebody else's country. And so I'll go.
Yeah, what I was getting at.
To this, that.
Yeah, what I was trying to actually point out was the fact that the way they control not just media, but more so our ways of communication, it really stops all the little groups from ever finding each other properly and becoming a big group that can make a difference.
Yeah. I think,
right? Yeah. There's 100 little groups out there. They've all got a Facebook page. They've all got this. They've all got that. But they're all in their own little echo chambers. They don't ever get together to a point where they
fragmented.
Yeah, and it's only when they get together and actually all put their vote to something of a cause that a difference can be made. And that's why they control all this shit, to keep us separated.
Right.
Simple.
It's 1 o'clock.
Hang on a second. The idea of democracy. The idea of democracy was by the Greeks. The Greeks are credited for the creation of democracy, apparently. Okay, the Greeks, not the Americans. The Greeks.
Just put some Windex on it.
Yeah. No, I'm all for the revolution. That's me. Get rid of this crap system. It's absolute rubbish. You're voting for your demise. There's nothing in it for you. Look at where we are. Look at where we are today. Many people have died in the wars for the so-called freedom. Look at where you are now. How free are you? 5 kilometers. There are limitations here and there. Sit in your house. You're not allowed to come out.
Yeah, they've built this whole system on deception in order to get us hooked on the feed. So there's really no other way about it. Either you take the feed, there's no reforming the feed, or you decide that your captors are not for you and walk away.
Yeah, walk away or band together and remove the cancer.
Well, if that happens though, man, then
utopia will begin. If that
you can't reform this system. You have to rebuild it, and it would have to start locally.
That's correct. Yeah. Of course, we don't want this system. This system is why we're in trouble. Innocent children are dying in other countries. That country's freedom. That's crap. That's
usually due to our system demanding their resources, manipulating their economy, creating this dominance, this double speak, just to take advantage of them.
For their weapons, so you can make more weapons of mass destruction, which your children's are going to be paying the tax for that, and thus perpetuating this horrible existence on this beautiful flat Earth. So, as far as I'm concerned, definitely cut out that cancerous thing, burn it, get rid of that, and begin to live in harmonious way. We haven't even begun to live yet, humanity. We're nowhere
we've
near
gone
this thing. We are
backwards.
leagues away. Yes, of course we are. And frankly, I'm surprised that you guys don't bring this up more often enough, because that's what we need to hear here. Not keep this damn system going. Fuck that shit. Get rid of the bath. It's fucked. It's rusty. It's no
There's
good.
a good 3 or 4 second delay to your speakers, Jin, so that would explain why you and Eggshells have trouble speaking.
Yeah, I know, but we have trouble because he's suffering from cognitive dissonance anyway, and he's in denial of that. He denies that.
Well, I think he's just a bit too centrist, and that would be my only criticism of him.
Yes, and that's, for me, that's not good, because you have to make a decision.
Right, you have to make a decision, act on that, stand tall.
Fucking radical.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Got to. Yeah.
So, Jin,
that's
what's your plan to go and take out Klaus and his pals then?
Say that again?
What's your plan to go and take out Klaus and Gatesy and all these people? I'd like to hear your plan, because that's really the only way to get rid of the system.
Yeah, the plan is obviously the way we were going before we got the interruption of the this pandemic, and that is this: we were out there busy informing people. Word of mouth trumps all technologies. Technology was there helping us to actually spread it quicker. Word of mouth is number one, and that's the first plan. That's why we're in this situation, because people were waking up to the fact that things were not right and they were moving away. I mean, 90% not voting, that's brilliant. So the fact that people are waking up is how you begin the revolution, you see. It doesn't have to be the angry mob with guns and pickaxe handles and forks. It's easy to
so
do.
how do you know that 90% didn't vote? And why do you think that they were honest coming out and telling you that, as opposed to just pretending that 90% did vote? Like, where's this information coming from?
Well, this is what was just said as we were talking. That was interjected into our conversation. That's why I honed in on it. Okay, yeah. So
yeah, because it just sounds like, if it's corrupted, then they're hardly going to tell you 90% didn't vote, because that would trigger the masses. Unless, of course, they wanted to trigger the masses.
Yeah,
well, hey, it's all controlled.
Well. When I hear that, it just means that, okay, you definitely got no democracy, because as I said earlier, when people don't vote for two given parties, those parties should automatically step down. No vote of confidence. So goodbye. If they've got any integrity themselves, they should follow those rules and step down themselves. You see?
Well, look, in our system here, in our federal elections here, we actually have the opportunity of voting in enough of what we have here as independents or smaller parties, and getting enough people out that one of the two parties that actually ends up with enough votes would have to form government with the independents. And if enough independents get in, then the one of the two parties that wins wouldn't actually be able to do anything other than what the independents all agree on. So
that's called a coalition. That's called a coalition.
Yeah. I mean, that's what we've got in place right now. But it's the wrong coalition.
Yeah, and it's terrible.
So we have the opportunity to change it.
Look what happened in Britain. Yeah, look what happened in Britain, right? They had the coalition between the Conservative Party and the Liberal Democratic Party, and it was the Conservative Party that ran everything. So it was crap. No, you just get what it is that they both stepped down. They have no right to cling on anymore. It's all over, off the stage now. Thank you very much. We want two new parties coming in. That's what we want. Because
our Governor General can do that. But they don't. He doesn't. Our Governor General can do that.
It's the people that should do that, you see, because the people have spoken. It's that when you look at what they say that we're here to represent the people. Okay, when the people have spoken by not voting for you, either of you, what are you supposed to do? You're not going to stand and say, we're going to carry on. You step down because the people have spoken.
Did you hear what I said before with regard to the fact that the people can't communicate together? There's no way that all of Australia can get together and be on one sort of idea, and actually the only time we all get to sort of communicate together is at an election, right? So that's sort of it, and get to point out a message. Unfortunately, they control. I mean, if we could actually properly converse independently, there might be a chance, but we can't. It's all monitored. It's all misguided, all directed. We don't. It's all got algorithms guiding it here, there.
They're using technology when you should be using the paper ballot. No technology.
Yeah, half the people are more worried about football and sports than politics. You know, they're well and truly distracted.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
that's why if I was in Australia,
if
I was in your country, that's the first thing I'm going to say to the people. It's your fault because you fucking went and voted. So now you get what you get. You get what you deserve. Yeah, because I didn't vote for this shit. You're fucking my life up when you go and vote. By the way, because when you don't vote and stand back now at the next election, then you'll see your real democracy as a dictatorship, perhaps. Then you might decide to say enough is enough. And then you stand outside the Houses of Parliament in your millions. The streets are thronged, chock-a-block with people that don't want you in, don't want the so-called establishment in its place. That's what it's all about, you see. Non-compliance, and it's got to go to that at the end. That's how you bring about change.
Oh, sure.
It's in your constitution anyway. It's in all the constitutions that you have a duty to redress.
Of course, when voting breaks down. When voting breaks down, you do that.
Right. So that's the problem. People are not aware of that fact. They're scared, whatever, fear. But that's what you got to do. I'm the man that's going to be shouting out. I'll probably get a bullet to the head or some kind of poisoning. He died from blah, 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 you know. But at least the message got out there. That's what you got to do, man. Got to do the right
I think the line in the sand will be drawn for a lot of people if these elections go the wrong way and they see further tyranny. I think they'll be like eggshells. I think it might even cross his line. If he's got to get a third and a fourth booster. Anyway, shush.
Go ahead.
Enchilada.
Go ahead, sir.
No, go on, mate. Sorry, I said the wrong word. That's all. Go on.
I was going to say that I think seeing a 70-year-old woman get slammed down for protesting against something that was going against her rights, and the officer who did that to her, I mean, that's unforgivable already. Or that for me is the worst act ever, that you slam down an old lady at 70. You know, a man slams her down.
That wasn't the worst of it, mate.
Yeah, there's more than that going on, of course, but you know that there speaks a lot of volumes for me, and I think wow,
I think the priorities are a little ass backwards at that point.
Yeah, the man's armor, the guy's got all the body armor on, everything, so he's well protected. He's feeling invincible. You see, that's why I said to people that you can't go to a protest in flip-flops and shorts. You've got to dress as menacing as they look. Then they know they've got a force to deal with. And then remind them of the Constitution. So all your banners have got all the constitutional rights written on them. That's how you move towards it, and remind the soldiers themselves and the police officers that you signed an oath to protect us. We're the ones. Now, we're upset with what they're doing. So you cannot be attacking us. To do that you're breaking the law yourselves. See? That's how you do organize this thing. And then we have it ironed out. Believe you me. Yeah, man. It's got to be done. You've got to be, what's his name? Jesse Ventura said it. He said it when he was in 2011, when he was promoting his book at a book bash. And then questions came at him. He said, what's left for America now? And he said, frankly, a revolution is what America needs. I'd lead it, but frankly, you guys ain't worth it, is what he said. All right? That's coming out of Jesse Ventura's mouth. I thought, well said, man. So, the writing's on the wall, man. Don't ignore the writing on the wall. The pink elephant is in the room. It's taking up a lot of room. Got to get it out now. I can't breathe. Yeah. And remember, I can hear you. Let's not forget that this earth was built for us to live on in harmony, not to kill children, uncles, granddads, aunties. You know what I mean? Just for our freedom. No, That's not. We were born free. Craziness we're talking about. You know, we are
Chin,
sick.
mate. The elites need cannon fodder.
Say that again. There needs to be. Yeah.
No. I said the elites. The elites need cannon fodder.
Yeah. That's right. There needs to be cannon fodder because the elites want it, don't they? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Don't you impede what the elites need to get their objectives done. We will continue to sacrifice our brothers and sisters.
Hey, who brought up Bill Cooper? Was it Issa?
Yeah, I think it was Issa. Yeah.
Okay. Is
Yeah.
Issa? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I like Bill Cooper. I like Bill Cooper. Love the man.
Have you ever considered the possibility that he faked his death?
What?
No, not really. No.
You know, I haven't. I haven't. So yeah, I really.
Okay.
But I just don't know. I mean, allegedly he was like shot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, outside his house.
You know, what got me was what intrigued me about it, I guess where it twines into because I was kind of referencing it to Alex Jones, is the idea of like that, like, you know, Cooper had come out and said about how, you know, if CNN can find bin Laden, how come the CIA can't? And then if anything happens, they're going to blame it on bin Laden. And then I guess Jones came out with it like 2 weeks or a week later saying the same kind of thing. And then and this was all in like June or something like that, June, July. And then in November of that year of that 2001, 9/11 happened in September. And then Bill Cooper was killed in November, I believe.
Yeah.
Bill Cooper exposed that event happening before it happened, yeah? And then shortly after that, he went.
Right, and Alex Jones jumped on it.
Just before the event happened, he died.
And the issue is that, like, Jones jumped on it, and still, like, I mean, Alex Jones should be bigging up Bill Cooper. He was one of the first, man. Like, I don't really know. You know, I've been, you know, you see some clips of Alex Jones when he was like on some TV broadcast and stuff, and you see he's kind of like a circus actor, which is great because he's espousing these awesome beliefs to some extent, and he's breaking down the information. Like, it's Bernaysian warfare used against the Bernaysians, which is clever.
Right.
And this is why I kind of have to support it to some extent.
And no, it's built to support it. Yeah.
You know, right. You can't not, right? You know what I mean? Especially when it's the only voice that, I mean, they've done, it's like you have to sit back and clap and be like, you know, controlled opposition, maybe, well done, you know?
There's only a few mainstream voices of reason, and I really don't know
how the fuck did Glenn Beck wind up being a voice of patriotism, nigga? Like, come the fuck on, dude. Because, like, back when any of us were all about, like, you know, because even, like, you know, take Tucker Carlson. As much as I have to, I'm forced into the box of liking the guy because he talks about certain relevant shit. But I remember back in the 9/11 truth days, he was like, oh, that sounds stupid. Oh, you're stupid for being a conspiracy theorist about 9/11. And it's like, you know, you look back on it and it's like, Dick, it's the only thing that makes any sense. Is that, you know, inside job, Building 7. What's up, dude? That's why Lionel, that guy, he came to fucking fame. You know, there's the idea that Lionel was on WPIX New York fucking TV talking about Building 7, dude, in like 2005 when nobody would talk about it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know about Lionel. I'm sure you do.
I don't know about Lionel. No.
Oh man, I tell you, he's a little depressing. He was on the Q train early on and then kind of bailed. But one of them is Lionel Media or whatever it is. He does a little hour show. I used to really love him. I've since kind of waned because I'm against anyone who's a pessimist. Like, you know what I mean? If you're just a pessimist, like, I don't know.
All right.
But he's an interesting dude, you know, someone to know. But Bill Cooper was around in the late 90s, dude, with his Behold the Pale Horse and shit, dude. Like, that was the shit back in the day. If you were reading that, you were like, you know, you knew how to get fucking mushrooms.
Well, the thing about, okay, so the thing, I don't even know how to deconstruct this. You had a lot of commentary.
Forgive me, I could never shut up.
I don't know how to go backwards to all the shit that you said. Let me just say this. Alex Jones essentially got his debut by Bill Cooper calling him a liar and a shill. So nobody knew who Alex Jones was until Bill Cooper called him out. So this is a shill promoting another shill. This is a fake controversy.
Very interesting.
And it was a way for Alex to get his foot into the conversation. Well, I guess I'll start there. Okay. Now, as far as Bill Cooper, and I agree with you, like a lot of these guys replace each other, but you have to understand, like in the 80s, they were they were planning for an information problem because they were rolling out the fiber over the oceans. They knew this. They did it. You know, they knew there was going to be an information problem. And this was planned for. So they rolled out these people, these voices of reason, to fight the information war. Info wars. So this is leading into.
See, this is where my only thing with something like that, and I fucking totally understand what you're saying, but I'm not an auto hoaxer. Is my only thing.
I'm not auto hoaxing.
And I don't
I'm
think
literally
you are.
recounting history.
I am fucking. You're right on the money too. I'm not denying that. I just think also certain people like I wouldn't want to discount the notion.
Yeah.
That certain people rise up at their due time. You know what I mean?
Not these guys.
Fair enough. Maybe so.
So have you heard of the movie called The Giver?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you seen it?
I think I have. I think I've seen some.
Okay, well, there's a character in The Giver that knows all the information, right? And his job is to pass it down to his student, apprentice, so that person can know all the information when he dies. Right?
Is that the one where
with the map, he lives at the edge of the world, whatever,
right.
And he has all the information. Okay.
Zero Dome?
I would say that Bill Cooper's kind of like that guy who has the information, but in his position, his job was to intertwine all this knowledge and inject the idea of aliens so that, yes, they're giving you all the information, but they're sewing in all this deceit.
No, it's like a Zachariah Sitchin or a Daniken, Von Daniken. Those guys are sus as fuck.
Okay,
you know what I mean?
So
like that whole alien shit show. I agree with you, bro.
Fuck, man. I don't even know exactly how to go about all this.
But check it, though. It was more in vogue at the time, too. Not that, and God knows that they must have planted it there because they did Roswell. You know what I mean? But, like, at the same time, like, you know, that whole.
Well, Bill Cooper was such an unsuspecting character. Like, he was just like a Texas, slow-speaking, alcoholic.
Badass.
Badass, right? Yeah, exactly. But it's so easy to like that guy. But, I mean, okay.
No, dude, he wrote a book about naval intelligence, about being in naval intelligence. He fucking came out with the book. He said he had to write the book as fiction because he couldn't write the book as nonfiction because they wouldn't fucking like, you know, I get it, brother. And like, you know, and I'm not averse to that thinking actually, and it's really an interesting take, to be honest. I just, again, it's like, hey, dude, and you might not be wrong. Like, that's the craziest shit about it. I think it, you know, and that's why I don't. It's even like, you know, out on this internet game. It's like you can't claim you know what anyone is. You know what I mean? Like, you know, you can't. Like, I used to even think about it because my boy Kath would never tell anyone his direct opinion about the shape of the Earth. And like, you know, everyone has that right to their vote and who they voted for, and it's an offense to ask them who they voted for. And I think when it comes to guys like Cooper and this, like I don't know, it's just. You're so right, though, because it's like the foundation of all conspiratorialism.
I'm going to leave out all the explaining, okay? Bill Cooper, over the course of several years, he took on a what do you call it? When a writer takes on a fake name, what's it called?
like a nom de guerre kind of, or a nom de plume.
Nom de plume, or
right, something like that.
I don't think that's the one I was looking for, but you know what I mean. Where
I know
pseudonym. Is that it?
Yeah, pseudonym or a ghostwriter.
Ghostwriter. Okay, fine. Ghostwriter. He took on a ghostwriter name. And what he would start to do is he was sewing in all these quotes into his radio stream. Quotes from a book or many books. He would quote authors all the time. But eventually he started to quote the same author. And it was Jordan Maxwell. And what he eventually ended up doing was creating this persona, Jordan Maxwell. And he faked his own death and became Jordan Maxwell. And I know you're going to say that's stupid, but what he actually did was he scripted an interview with himself. So he recorded the voiceover, and then several years later recorded the second voice to complete the interview and then released it. So it appears to be two different people.
Wow.
And that was his like finito, like final, that was his crescendo.
Do you think that Alex Jones is Bill Hicks too?
Yeah.
So you do?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah. See, I don't know. I'm not on that.
These are all the same people, dude.
Right.
That's the thing. Like,
I mean, I get the proposal, but I don't know if I bite. You know what I mean?
Jesse Ventura is Bill Hicks.
Right. Like, you know. Now we're going Pete Shea territory right here. Don't bring the master.
No. This is not.
You know. See,
it's just a distraction story. Even if he is or he isn't, right? The thing is, he believes in every conspiracy theory under the sun.
Okay.
But don't talk about the moon landings or flat Earth. That's impossible to him.
Oh, look, at the end of the day, too, he's been talking about trichomes and all the things for the years that, you know, half-truths. Half the things have come to fruition pretty much, and half the things are complete jargon. So it's the age-old thing, isn't it? Half-truths and fucking
also, it's up to us to use our discernment, go out and do our own investigation when people point out ifs, right? This could be true, or I think this is true. You shouldn't just believe that person, or if you think he's a shill, you definitely should check into it further or whatever. But there's truth in everything. And so if you go and investigate it yourself and find out little truths here and there and it helps you, that's really what it's all about.
Look, I confronted Jordan Maxwell right before he died. And I told him that I knew he faked his death as Bill Cooper. Okay? Classic. And he was on video stream. I have it all recorded. Okay? The lies were written all over his fucking face, and he didn't know what the fuck to say. Yeah. He was stumbling over his words. He didn't know what to say. The topic was totally skewed out of the way. And then he died like 2 months later. Or a month later.
Could you imagine if you're completely wrong and he just had this fucking weirdo come up and make this weird claim that he'd never even heard of before, and it just shocked him?
Oh,
he just happened to be shocked.
Do you want to see the video? He knows exactly what I was talking about. And guess what? His handler was in the room with him. His handler was in the room with him, and they both fucking went off on me.
Nice.
They both didn't know what the fuck to do. But they tried to play it off cool, and it was totally unnatural.
Well, the first thought that comes to my mind is how does that help us? Like, how does that move?
I was talking to Issa specifically.
Right, I understand, but I'm listening, and I'm the question that came to my mind. What I want to know is how is that? Is it, other than just being a story and a pretty cool one at that, right? Because I've never been able to do anything like that. How does that help things?
Well, I think
or does it?
I think it sheds light in the fact that, you know, here we are talking about like politics, but like we have to understand at what length they're willing to go to create a fraud.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
You know, we just got off the politics train with this conversation, and I'm here thinking, you know, we got one person saying, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. And I'm thinking, dude, there is no baby. You know, all of this splendor that we're experiencing is only to keep us complacent. They need to keep us comfortable so that we accept their bullshit. We need to take the high road, the hard road, and that's the only way out of this if we're going to do it.
Absolutely. Speaking of babies,
there's no way out.
Unfortunately.
There's no way out. Sorry, Essie. There's no way out. You're fooling yourself, Riggs.
Yeah, it's cool. Remember the incubator baby with the Iraq War? Guys, remember that?
Incubator baby. No.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
It turned out to be the ambassador's daughter, and it was all a hoax to get the American public behind the to invade Iraq. Remember that?
And there you go.
False
lives
flag
were lost.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's terrible, man. It's definitely happening.
The thing is, excuse my story, but we can all see and relate to what they're willing to go through to create a fraud. And it's one of the frauds, the biggest fraud in all of this is to actually believe that just a couple people can represent almost 400 million Americans. Sure. A couple, like how many people does your representative actually represent? Is that possible? Does it even make sense on its face?
That's the amazing thing about the globe. It makes mad money.
Hey, it's money that makes the world spin. So there you go.
It's back to what I told you guys before. It's the military industrial complex.
Yeah.
Through the lobby system, they have the Americans by the throat. And the Americans are our last hope, regardless of how you think of them. It's the only free country left.
And the fucked up part is they would give us our power back if we actually demanded it. Yes. But they've got everyone so complacent that they're willing to just go along with it.
Well, they don't have a choice, right?
No, they do have a choice. Well, that's part of this. Part of the way that they get away with it is this through this consent thing. Remember that when Eggshells was talking about the vote and why we don't vote? It's through this process of accepting it and giving our consent through whether it's through voting or just going about our day or going to go buy a Coke at the store. It's all of this combined. At some point, there needs to be an organization where we take it back.
Issa started playing theme music to your rant. Go, keep it going.
I'm not saying I'm trying to lead the show, but there are qualified persons which maybe I don't trust either. I don't know, man. At some point, people just have to realize that they need to just do the hard thing. I'm at the same place.
We can't communicate. You keep forgetting the point that they've got on top of our ability to communicate en masse and get together and connect.
Yeah.
Technology, unfortunately, has got to a point where they seem to just be steamrolling ahead with their agenda because it seems like they don't give a fuck. They've got enough control now. Right? So the only way that, in my view, in Australia where I am, the only way I can see to fix this or try is to do it through the system, but with representatives that actually have good intentions. And that may sound a bit naive to think that there are people, but hey.
Through the lobby system. People should be attacking the lobby system. In other words, make it illegal for corporations to donate to senators and congressmen.
Yeah.
Completely illegal.
Can only be done here once we replace the current people. We need good people that can then make those decisions.
Yo, tell Bev we're coming for him. We got musicians over there.
Where is that hellish noise coming from?
They always got musicians.
I can't hear shit. I don't know what's going on.
Until you change the lobby system, nothing is going to change.
Well, is it that simple? Because if people still think it's a globe, they're going to run right back into the hands of their captors. Science, save us.
Well, we were talking politics.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Issa.
That's different.
Issa. He might not be there. I had to mute you, Issa.
That's the thing, man, is that when people give up on politics and they give up on stuff like that, right now everyone's freaking out about climate change and passports and
That's
being
what
able
the
to
media's
travel
telling
and
you.
stuff. Yes, I know, but this is what the people are. Even if the whole system broke, that would still be concern because these people don't know any better. They're all charged up with all these fake things. That's what I'm saying. Even if the system broke down, they would run right back into the hands of their captors because they don't know what the fake is.
Well, the answer is not no system, because if you do that, it's going to be anarchy, and the stronger guy is going to win. So that's also not good.
I'm fine with anarchy.
You sure, bro?
Yeah, anarchy isn't this horrible thing
true
that
anarchy.
you hear about. Yeah, true anarchy.
I think it would be temporarily uncomfortable for several million people.
Yeah?
But then it would
Temporarily? Dude, you let people... I don't know what this means with anarchy. Is that no government?
No
Are people
ruler.
still enforcing the laws?
Without rule.
Or
So
moral
no one to rule
rules or
over
something?
Yeah,
Somebody's
there
got to
are
be
rules,
enforcing
but
stuff.
no one to rule you. Yeah.
Anarchy is no rulers, not no rules.
So who
No,
makes
it's
the
without
rules then
rule.
under anarchy?
The individual. Morals.
Never thought of that one, huh?
Society.
Right.
Natural law. Do
There's gotta be
right
rules
onto other
now.
people.
Listen, there's got to
honor
be
your
rules.
agreements.
Well,
If
if you're
there's no
consenting, it's not a rule, right?
Yeah. All right. So something everyone consents to. Somebody's
Not
going to want to
everyone.
make.
That goes back to the other thing I brought up is this idea of one person representing millions of people, for example.
Okay, how many people need to agree on it for it to be a rule? And it's
I know depends on your local area. It could be you and your family. It could be a neighborhood that gets together. It could be you know what I'm saying? It could be a whole street says, okay, this street is the Republic of San Francisco or whatever. And they work together and to agree to their own things. Have their own little votes.
I feel like we need to all get on the same page, not get chopped up more into smaller groups.
Yeah, man, but the only way out of this is self-empowerment, which means
there's no
chopping
way out.
it up.
I told you 5 minutes
Okay,
ago.
Riggs, I have a scenario for you. You chopped up your little San Francisco, and I have my little Alabama, and we decide, there's greener pastures over there. We want to take over. What happens?
Well, people talk about that a lot, but the thing is, these communities need each other for trade because each little community has their own specialties and assets, and they need each other more than they want to take over each other. Because at some point, there's too much land for any small amount of people. Because if the government goes down, the currency goes down. So then what is value? The value is basically what you can manage yourself, right? And if
this anarchy thing sounds like an unorganized shit show. I just want to say
it is an unorganized shit show.
Well, what the fuck, bro? We need to
dude. This is reality, man.
You're always scared of this, Jeremy. You're always scared of chaos. We have to face the chaos.
Jeremy wants his 401k.
I got my crypto going, the Roth IRA. I mean, come on, guys.
Jeremy, we're going to look after you. We're going to have a special team to keep you safe. It's going to be fine.
No, I feel like we need to all get on the same page as humans, not chop it up more. It seems like a bad idea. We're never going to get. You're never going to get out of the thumb from under the thumb of the elite. So this isn't going to work.
Has to start somewhere. And it will progress to individuals and smaller community.
Jeremy.
You can start it; it'll never stop.
This from a man that could dig a channel a mile long in a fucking hour with a shovel
Before
with
lunch,
one eye.
before breakfast.
Fucking hell. Before breakfast, come on, man. And what? You're just throwing in the towel? Nah, can't do anything. That's it, done.
I mean,
Like,
there is
I
ways
know
to,
the shit
there
I'm
is
saying
ways
is
to fight
crazy,
back,
but
not the way Riggs is saying. We'd all have to get on the same page, not all get chopped up more.
oh, I'm not even talking about fighting back. That's a whole different thing.
Well, I thought
This
this was
stuff
gonna
has
like
been
get us.
tried from time immemorial, and it just doesn't work because even if you go back to anarchy, right? I'm going to tell you exactly what's going to happen. Certain groups are going to get together, and there's going to be a power show. It's going to start all over again. That's human
what I'm
nature.
saying. That's what I'm saying. You got to get rid of money. That's when that's when it'll end.
Well, this is why the globe is so important, because if you can tell everybody that all this shit is the lies, all these things are the lies, then they would be less likely to fall into the same captors that got them there in the first place. So the conflicts would be different entirely.
No, the captors are going to change. That's all that's going to happen. There's always going to be captors.
I didn't say there wouldn't be any captors.
So change one set of captors for another, basically.
No.
No, man, you're focusing on the negative here.
Anarchy. There are no rulers.
Special teams.
There are rules,
captors
but no rulers. Think about the difference.
The only reason right now that a guy, let's say road rage, doesn't get out of the car and slam you over the head with a hammer is because he knows of the consequences.
No, because
Yes.
it's the wrong thing to do, and his morals override his anger.
No,
you're talking about a
why.
guy that has a shitty commute because of our crony capitalism system, right? That's all pent up because he has no time with his family, doesn't get any sex because he's out of weight because he's sitting at a fucking computer all day. You're talking about issues that only work in a system that allows it. If that system is brought down, then the economy would be entirely different. This massive fucking 2-hour commute per day that they're doing, that doesn't exist anymore. Like you're trying to blend the issues with one system into another. It's not a realistic.
Well, I'm trying to tell you that if you get rid of this system, that's not the answer. Because you're going to start from zero again, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Yep.
And what I'm trying to tell you is those people that you think are going to do it right are going to just redo what we have now. Because absolute power corrupts absolutely. It's been proven for thousands and thousands of years. This is the best we've been able to achieve so far.
Wait,
Brecken?
So you immediately went from talking about our criminal captors that have been living for generations, who have occulted knowledge and secured power, and you're comparing that to basically people who are trying to take their power back. So what do you mean? Like, yeah, there's going to be like a couple thugs that try to take some of your shit. You don't think the system would try to prevent that? You don't think everybody would be interested in not letting that happen?
Well, but I gave a less bloody solution. Like, we can start with the lobby system, for example. Like I'm saying, try to fix the system within the system without creating chaos. I agree with you. We have to get rid of these people, but not in the way you're saying.
Yeah, all you have to do is get everyone on the same page.
Fire.
You got to show them what's going on and show them how to end it. You can't just chop it up more and get us unorganized like that. It's crazy.
Fire is the best way to get rid of these people.
I agree. I agree that
I think we should just institute another great flood. Fuck it. In the heavens.
I think that if there was a way that we could help people see that this system is not only the wrong system, but it's based on lies, then that would be the beginning of making better decisions.
See, the problem is, I think everybody knows that the system is rotten, But they have us running around like little mice.
No.
Both husband and wife have to go to work, and, you know, people just go about their lives and thinking, well, I can't do anything.
Fucking men aren't men anymore.
Yeah, people legitimately have faith in the system. Even people in this room say that they vote.
Yeah, and I will again.
We get fined if we don't vote.
You should put that
Well,
to the
you don't.
test.
They threaten you, but you don't. Just like vaccines. Oh,
Well,
shit.
You should vote
Enchiladas.
for everyone. That'll teach them. Vote for everyone.
They have it down packed. There's two teams, the blue and the red, right? And they're going to keep the power forever as long as this goes on. You're either going to vote for the blue or the red. It's a beautiful system for them.
Here it's different. Here it's different.
Where is here?
Australia.
So you have red, blue, and green there, or something?
No, we have blue and red, but with our federal elections, which are coming up in May, thank fucking goodness, we have the opportunity to vote enough independents in that either the red or the blue, whoever gets the majority out of the two, has to actually form a government with the independents. And if enough independents get in, then it's... What's that?
That ended decades ago for you guys. Sorry.
Well, no, it didn't. It's the fact that they control the communication, that not enough people understand what's going on. So it's not that the voting ended or that there's no point doing it. It's just that people don't know what to fucking do, and they don't all get on the same page, and everyone gets different media fucking spoon-fed to them through their social media. You know, it's all divided so much that nothing cohesive happens. That's the fucking big problem everywhere.
Yes, you're correct. It's the fact that they own the communication. Yep.
How can we get private communication? Not this. Not Discord.
Well, at this point, it's not even about private communication. I mean, we're beyond that. We're at the point where nobody believes anything that is real anymore. So it doesn't matter. You can't even share the idea because they're just going to think you're stupid.
Would they though? Like, that's why I think we're getting to that point about the line in the sand. I think we're getting to a point where the line in the sand for a lot more people than usual is being crossed with the type of freedoms they're taking away at the moment currently in Australia. There's more people who are looking at fucking different candidates and are looking at fucking shit. What can we do to, you know, change the direction of this? Because it's looking a bit ominous, you know? But I personally fear as though the technology or something's happened where they just don't seem to give a fuck anymore. I mean, prime ministers and presidents and shit are just saying very blatant shit on television. And it's just like, what the fuck? Like, we've got one of our premiers today in Australia. I think she said it yesterday, that the quarantine camps that are being built in Australia, which they've kept hush-hush, she come out and said it, that they're for the unvaccinated. And that unvaccinated now also means anyone that hasn't had a booster. So, sorry, shit. Enchiladas, fucking hell. Minestrone, and Vegemite sandwiches.
Noodles.
But yeah, you hear what I'm saying? Like, there's lines that are going to be crossed for a lot of people. So, it might be a pipe dream. Who knows?
Got to start somewhere, man.
Yeah, and if that fails, mate, next year, and they've taken away more freedoms, then I think that's when fucking Australians will fucking kick up a stink and go just start smashing shit up. Personally. There's some full-on protests happening in Melbourne at the moment, eh? Tens of thousands of cunts out there.
Yep, keep the infrastructure, keep everything, the medical system, just change your leaders. That's it.
You're aware of that, aren't you, Mel? Being in Melbourne or thereabouts?
Yeah, getting interesting.
Yeah, well, hey, they haven't got the cops shooting people with rubber bullets, so I'm assuming it's only because the fucking people outnumber the fucking police big time.
Well, there's a lot of
shooting rubber bullets into 5.
There's a lot of people apparently who've left their jobs, and
of course,
like when they were asked. So, for the fact that like it's from, because I know someone in the police, and he was being pressured, and I know someone at supermarket level, and they were being pressured like to keep their job. So that's pretty full on. That's pretty full on.
Well, you know how small Adelaide is, mate, right? The CBD area has just lost 3,000 nurses. Literally just walked off the job because they don't want to do it. And that's a massive dent in the hospital system, dude. Like, so much is going to be cancelled and so much isn't going to happen because they've walked out.
You know what's funny? The same thing happened here, and the government backed off.
Yeah, well, hey, they are protesting right now, mate, so you never know. But we'll only time will tell.
Yeah, because that's an important thing for them. They tried it twice here, and they backed down twice. It was beautiful.
It is good to see little wins like that, yeah. Yeah, it all based on the amount of people that decide to actually get off their bum off the couch and go and stand somewhere with a sign or just a voice,
And with the nurses not on board, that's not a good look for them.
No, exactly, man. And they're not just not on board; they're out there protesting and like spilling the beans with which everything they've seen in the hospital, and what they're saying in some of these interviews has probably opened a lot of people's eyes because unless you're into some alternative media and you only watch the mainstream, you don't know about any of the bad stuff that's happening. It's not just a conspiracy, people.
What's that guy's name? Avi, the reporter?
Yeah, Avi Yemeni, yeah.
Yeah.
He's a champion.
You guys should watch this dude and you'll see what's going on.
The Aussie Cossack, I don't know if you know him, he's doing great work too, spreading the word.
But we're running on thin ice. I suggest we change the subject. Anybody want to bring up a topic?
Yes.
Does Issa still need to be muted? Like, just wondering.
Oops.
Who muted Issa?
Well, he was.
Oh, because of the guitar. Yeah.
I don't know if he's still playing.
That guitar.
I took him off. Jeremy might have forgot.
Yeah, my bad. It was nice when you started playing a theme soundtrack to what Riggs was ranting on about, but then they were trying to talk more, and you couldn't hear it at all.
Do you guys remember that Flat Earth rant with the music behind it that was playing on the old ODD live stream? Dude, I gotta find it.
No, I can't recall it.
Oh man, it was epic. Let me find it.
Yeah, what happened to ODD? He had some good rap, had some good stuff.
Apparently he's still kicking about.
He's got the ODD TV, doesn't he? ODD.TV. He's doing everything on there.
I'm not sure. I haven't. Exactly.
Did Issa just yawn?
Sounded like a girl.
He's tuning his guitar.
Sounded a little more pleasurable than that.
I didn't realize it was muted.
Sorry, Issa. Yeah, I guess the guitar got a little too loud for people.
Yeah, I was playing a little music. Forgive me. My fucking mute's been
Is
like.
it a guitar?
No, this is a keyboard.
Organ.
I got a.
Yeah, that's not a guitar, people. Fucking hell. Really? I'm half dead.
No,
I knew that was
I have a guitar here too.
El Buster East is coming for him over at Bev's. He's the one that plays the guitar over there, right?
Oh no, I had this shit going before. Let me see if I can get it back. I don't think
Who's the one that plays the
they got a
guitar
little
over at Bev's?
pedal, yeah. Sorry, the pedal. So what I have it in here.
Doesn't really want that there. Oh man, I could listen to this stuff probably for at least another 20 seconds.
Got two numbers on.
We might ask you back next time.
You guys hear me or not?
Well, if they weren't awake, they are now.
What?
Nice. That was nice.
Beautiful, mate.
We're competing with Bevs now. We got our own musicians and shit. What's up?
Thanks, Issa. That's good. Sometimes we gotta do something different, you know?
Nice little interlude. Intermission.
Yeah, make it a flat earth song.
Yeah, put a video to it, man. What Buster's doing with Bev's videos and with the music behind makes it entertaining. I mean, it's really nice.
Well, I
There's
think
still
Merlin
more
does
to it.
videos.
I hate to have another element.
I
Shout
didn't know
out to all
Bev had music.
Well, the music
Yeah,
on Bev's
Buster.
videos.
Buster does a lot of the music for him, or does all the music for him. He's really good. I mean, all musicians are amazing, talented. I can't do it. But yeah, some of them has videos with the music in it. Listen to the video without it, and then listen to the music behind it. It just makes it some better.
Yeah, man. Plus, yeah, I think like how cool, like how many flat earth heads have come out with their music, man. Like I think that's the only reasonable weapon. You know, it's like one of the only time and tested true weapons is fucking music.
That's why they infiltrated it.
You gotta get like. That's why they know they have to. Well, that's why they get to get in on the culture war.
Yeah, that's why they
because like it's cultures upstream from politics. You know, that's why it's like you know, even I like our one song. You know, looking for the edge. Help me, my friend. I don't know if I'm losing my mind. Looking for the edge. I don't know if I'm losing my mind.
Roboting.
Cross the distances.
I watched some of the beginning of a Bev premiere video, and it was me talking to him a year ago with 4 intros. I didn't enjoy it.
What didn't you enjoy about it?
That's hilarious.
That's the best content that he can come up with. 3 intros and a YouTube intro of someone else's songs, and then me talking a year ago trolling him.
Any of Bev's videos did you watch?
That's the most recent one I watched.
Okay, when's the last time you watched another one?
I watched some before that. I have been keeping an eye on him for the last year or two, and it's always just Discord discussions that he had with other people.
Yeah, okay. Cool.
Really rubbish content. And he makes it worse by putting transparent cutout versions of DP's memes all over the top of it. That makes it even worse.
Hey, good morning, fellas and stuff.
Good morning.
Good evening.
Yeah. It's all relative, isn't it?
Yeah.
Depends which part of the plane you're on, yeah.
The only reason your sack of weed isn't at my house is the bending and warping of space-time.
Damn.
How big's your sack?
How big is my sack, Electric Universe?
It's probably a healthy sack.
There you go.
Like Santa sack?
Oh.
It's not bottomless, but I mean,
enough to like carry over your shoulder.
yeah, absolutely.
But does it waddle? Does it fro? Can you tie it in a knot? Can you tie it in a bow?
It does hang low. My sack. I think that's why they started calling them satchels. I have a buddy, and I'm like, "Hey, man, you got a fanny pack?" He goes, "No, it's a satchel." No, it's a fucking fanny pack, dude. Fucking satchel. Fanny pack.
We call them a poof to purse here.
I don't know why they call them a fanny pack if it's in the front, unless you're talking about the front butt. But
well, no, see, in Europe, a fanny is the front bump for a woman.
Yeah, we call it a bum bag, even though it's on the front for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, we're all backwards, man. We're backwards as fuck. We're like fanny pack. You're like bum bag. Nobody knows what's going on anymore.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
We don't even know where we are. That's how confused everybody is.
Where are we even?
Where am I? I ask that question all the time.
As long as your name's not Waldo, I mean, we're not going to make a habit out of this.
All right.
All right, you doxed me. That's it.
No. I basically annoyed like half the people in the room, and now they're gone, so we can talk freely now.
Oh, good. It was the other half. Good.
Yeah. There you go. I thought, let me just talk absolute bullshit for a while and see who leaves.
I spy with my little eye. We got Don. What's up, Don? JJ in the house on the text, chatting it up. Probably. I'm not looking at the text. Issa's in the house. Hey, what's up, Issa? Fuck, Issa never here, man. What's up, dude?
Dude, he's been hanging out, making us look cool.
Hell yeah. Playing the guitar or anything?
Yeah, what up? Is that you, Grim?
Yeah, bro.
Fuck yeah. What up, brother?
Get my morning dose of the boys.
Nice, yeah, get your own. Yeah. Gotta get a little trip down Crazy Street. That's how I feel, you know. It's the only people I can relate to.
Exactly.
You know. It's crazy. You know you're fucked when
painting of this fucking house I gotta paint.
Oh yeah. What are you doing over there? Painting?
Yeah, I'm painting it.
Yeah, likewise. I paint all over the floor.
I paint the floor too.
I'm probably the worst painter ever. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, I was digging playing a little music. Just set up my shit in this other room. And it's like, you know, it's like you set up something new, you gotta get it all back to the way you fucking
I know.
want it. You know, it's like the little shit you just didn't think about, how far that fucking pedal can move over to there, and then that shit can move over to there, and like, fuck me, I'm all backwards. It's fucking awesome.
Isn't it lovely though, once it's set up in a new room and all the wires are fresh on the floor?
Yeah, I tell you, when you get it set up nice and right, but then you gotta, like right now, it's like even just playing with you guys, it's over here, it's like, you know, you gotta like, it's kind of like wear it in and then find out where the fuck, okay, that pedal can't go there because whatever. You know what I mean? But you're right though, it's nice when you do get it all set up and proper. Then the problem is once you get it all set up and proper, and I think this is why I don't really record so much right now, because one, I don't have the mic for it. Two, it's like as soon as you get all set up and ready to go fucking record, you're like so disinterested in it. At least like all of a sudden, like all my inspiration is evaporated. In putting all my effort in fucking putting the fucking thing
creative
together.
shit into fixing everything up.
Right, you know what I mean? Like now you're fixing everything up and you're just not warmed up. And I don't know, I gotta get a cup of coffee, fucking I don't know.
I think that's why God invented coffee.
Yeah, to get you set up.
Yeah.
And then, you know, to have you deal with that fucking shit. No doubt. I'm making some right now.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think Richard Pryor would have said cocaine, but I mean.
Yeah, but he was a whack job, dude. That dude's weird as fuck.
God did not invent coffee.
I used to like him, but God did not invent coffee.
There's an argument.
There's an outline. There's a way to start your morning.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I'm ready to coffee for that conversation.
I'm
ready to coffee for that conversation.
Oh, atheism, thanks.
You have an atheist taking the position that God invented coffee. That's me.
Right.
I'll take it.
Yeah, run with it.
I'm confused. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know
what I designed. Well, I've debunked myself immediately, so I don't know where to go. I'm like I could open up a donut shop called Debunking Donuts. I mean, where am I going with this?
That's a good one right there.
Debunking donuts, dude. And a cup of coffee that God invented.
Right? The maker of the almighty maker of the bean. The maker of the sprout.
I think I did just change my position. I think I do believe in God.
It's a lot cooler.
Well, a lot more people will like me now.
I'm just
Wow,
kidding.
not necessarily.
Welcome to the cult.
No, it's definitely true. More people than used to will like me, but then also more people will not like me than they used. You know, it's all relative. I'm glad that's not my main concern. It's coffee. As long as the coffee likes me, I'm okay. All right. So what's new in the realm? Oh, we can't talk about certain things in this one, huh? The one.
What, the minestrone?
40. Yeah, I'm gonna
just use code words, man. It's not a big deal.
There is no minestrone.
Yeah, I've not looked at anything for 2 days on it.
You do sound happier.
Right? I haven't looked at anything for 2 days.
Dude, I swear, every time you like get all charged up about an issue, you'll like come to us, and all we care about is some, what you would consider to be false information about flat Earth. And
or no, not false. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying less. When I come in there like that, it's because there is something that's like hot on the fucking pan.
yeah,
and people
it's on the burner, and you're like, hey,
Yeah.
come look at this, and people aren't having it.
Speaking of the minestrone, I know the governor of Cali's MIA or something like that, right?
Yeah, like I said, 2 days, bro. I haven't even contacted.
Yeah. I guess what do you call it?
Outside world.
I guess neither has the governor of Cali because they can't.
There could be an argument there, huh? That I am the governor.
Yeah, that's dude. Why didn't I think of this? Oh my god, dude! And you're just like controlled opposition too because you're telling us.
I know. I'm just the worst ever,
Just
and
the
I'm getting
worst
off on
ever triple double agent in the fucking.
sitting there just giddy and giggling and shit.
Yeah, getting the checks.
Look out, guys! They're probably gonna try this other thing on you guys soon. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Yep. But yeah, I guess he's MIA, which is something interesting.
Man, I sure hope so.
And then you got the whole the Rittenhouse happening.
I wonder what's going on if he's actually MIA, because that's weird in itself.
Oh, and because he just got the minestrone is what's weird about it.
Oh,
right.
Yeah, they're gonna start closing the restaurants down for real now.
Something.
The minestrone restaurant.
Start CGI and motherfucking this guy.
Spaghetti factory. Yeah.
Yeah. Who knows? Same shit, different day. Fucking. But yeah, I think all the big news now is all about that the trial going on.
Oh yeah.
Seems to be the big news.
What trial?
the guy Rittenhouse, whatever, he shot that kid at a protest. Yeah. And it turns out the one kid that died was like a fucking molester and the whole nine and fucking not to be around people or some shit. Like,
oh man, it's like Dirk Gently.
And then like the prosecutions and then prosecution. Well, it's like it's so I don't even really know. It's just so weird, but that's the big thing right now. And
have you seen that? Dirk Gently, the holistic detective?
No.
The television show?
No.
Oh, okay. It's
the
like
holistic
there's this lady in it. Yeah, there's this lady in it. Like everything is connected, right? And he doesn't actually know what he's doing. He's just following his gut on everything. And there's other characters in this who have that same, a divine touch where they don't know exactly. This one chick, she's a murderer, right? All she knows is that the people that she murders, whoever she feels like killing, actually deserves to die. They're actually a molester. They're actually whoever she just feels like killing. She randomly feels like killing all kinds of people, right? So she randomly kills people, but they're not so random. It's random seemingly to her, but in the greater scheme of things, these are all terrible people.
a seed to like plant. Because some dipshit out there is like, I feel that way.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like some fucking like vaccinazi, like fucking, just like
they're already doing that, dude. There's recordings of
Dexter
waitresses, minestrone waitresses, saying stuff like, they hope that they do die and stuff. And it's just the weirdest play. I never thought I would hear of a minestrone waitress say that they wish her customers that don't want to buy the minestrone will die.
See, it can be fun.
It's so funny. Oh god! Like red flags are gonna go for people making minestrone today. Like the algorithm's gonna be.
You guys got your
Something's up
channel
with
shut down.
Right.
You're talking about Spaghetti Factory way too much.
Man, your Google ads are just going to be off the chain.
Oh yeah. Why am I so hungry today, honey? I'll tell you something I don't want is minestrone though.
Yeah.
The thing that's occurring to me is that if you're a good person and you have the minestrone, then it's kind of like you've got a gold star, and because you've taken 2 for the team, there's a now sort of like, what do I get for my minestrone sacrifice? And then that kind of pits the us and them thing again between people who've had some minestrone and who haven't, and then it's getting a little bit weird. I didn't think this would happen. Maybe I'm naive on that level, but I can kind of see it now.
You wrote this as a script to a movie 20 years ago, and you implicated the Freemasons, you'd probably have your family killed.
Mm. You definitely wouldn't get it published. By a reputable publishing company. I think you can publish almost anything now.
Dangerous narrative to know about.
Yeah. Definitely a scary side to the minestrone.
What's weird is just all this, the information that comes out against the narrative that comes from actual real chefs, I don't know what else to call them, but
now going to have
how could this be so mandatory
for NHS cultists in the UK now? Just been agreed.
No more mandatory?
Yeah, mandatory minestrone for NHS staff.
Oh. This is
weird. More evidence for my theory that NHS is a cult.
Yeah, absolutely.
A very strong cult too. Like, my girlfriend at the time, her dad was a pediatrician, I think. I think he lost a couple of babies on the operating table, like heavy shit, and he just couldn't cope. But he ended up getting a payout, and I think he was on seriously like about $500,000, maybe not that much, but at least £250,000 a year. Seriously. And for years. They've got ridiculous money and resources. And then another person I was with, she was a midwife. She was off for about 6 months with pay.
Oh yeah.
So But that's England. England has probably one of the best healthcare systems on earth. From what I saw.
What if we used the dark government rulers' weather technology to have less rubbish, grey, cloudy days wherever we lived?
Then the world would warm up. Turns out the clouds help cool the planet.
Well, we can balance that somehow.
Oh yeah, just by giving somebody money and saying
I still want to have
carbon
rain
tax.
and shade of the clouds. I want to get rid of the grey, depressing days sometimes.
That's right. They made shrooms for that. Just take a couple shrooms, a couple caps.
I could move. I guess that's a more better way.
Yeah, just come to America.
Yeah.
As an artist.
Yeah,
I'll give you a passport or something.
Probably would if I could. But, I'd go somewhere.
Gibraltar,
Where?
maybe.
I mean, my favourite place to go is the Highlands, which is more grey than here. So maybe I'm just a hypocrite. Mixed up. But yeah, so my idea wasn't necessarily to move and have a better sunny life. My idea was just to use modern, hidden, occult technology for good. Just to get rid of a few grey, depressing days.
Get a cloud buster.
Anti-cloud machine. Just blows it out the way.
Gives you a big pyramid of Oregon. Sorry.
No, Kate Bush had a film clip and it had a cloud buster in it.
Remember Men Who Stare at Goats?
That was a great film.
Hell yeah. They were busting clouds though. That shit was funny as hell. Tell the truth. After seeing that, who went out and looked at a cloud and tried to bust it? Okay, just me? Fuck you guys.
Let's say you've got a really nice garden that you're really proud of. Too many grey, shitty days. All your plants can die, can't they?
Yeah, if you're really, really proud of them, though, you'll put lights over them for those days.
Yeah, maybe.
I got work called off tomorrow because of weather.
Oh, yeah, see? It can totally ruin lives.
Yeah, good see it.
So the launch is called off?
Yeah, no
You're an
construction
astronaut,
tomorrow.
right? Like all this bullshit you've been telling us, and you're actually an astronaut, and your launch has been called off tomorrow due to weather. Doxed.
Going to space in
No,
secret.
there was a
the whole
super crazy
time.
dude who would just call me everybody else's names and shit, like people
I
I've
told
never
you I
even
was a
heard
big
of.
deal. I told you.
Oh
Didn't
yeah,
I?
we should have listened, but we didn't. We didn't. It's our fault. Bob Lazar, remember that? You know who Bob Lazar is?
Yeah.
I don't even know who it is. It's just some name somebody called me that other people have heard of.
Alien guy, right?
Maybe, I don't know. This guy, like Hell Wars, was like, he swore to God I was Bob Lazar, and I'm just doing all this script reading and shit. Back then, it was weird, and it was almost like a compliment because I didn't even know who that was, though. I was like, weird that somebody thinks that you're doing something when you're not, you know. Sounds funny. But to be fair, I thought he was like a plant too. I just didn't say anything. A bunch of conspiracy theorists suspecting each other of being other shit.
Yeah, that's it, man. Like, where do you draw the line of, like, you're not gonna accept, like, that's like what gets me with the whole Bill Hicks is like Alex Jones thing. It's like, I don't know. Like, it just sounds like a hell of a hill to go die on,
It is. It's a crazy hill, dude. I looked into that, and it's
I
not.
don't know.
These two guys,
I don't know if that's the one,
They lived at the same time. He was doing both things at the same time then for quite a while.
What do you reckon about this is a good trio.
I'm going to stay out of it.
Well, it's Alex Jones, Joe. Alex Jones, Joe.
Hey, you're gonna come about it in your own fucking time, dog. That's all I'm gonna say.
Don't you think this is a good trio though? Like Alex Jones, right? Joe Rogan and Eddie Bravo. Because he's in there. Like Eddie Bravo's he's in.
Would you think any less of me, Merle, if I didn't know who Eddie Bravo was?
No.
Okay. Look into it.
I just think it's interesting that
is that something he says a lot?
Yeah, that's his shtick. He always says, "Look into it, man."
See, I pick up on context.
It's made
and then he hits the bong.
He's awesome though. I love Eddie Bravo. Fucking
He's
legend.
great.
He's a jiu-jitsu legend who like is a conspiracy head, knows Rogan, and is like, dude, he was so funny. He made this video when he won the ADCC Worlds about how grappling made him rich and famous, and and he's totally a pretentious dick in it. It's so great, dude. But he's not. He's like, actually, this is my bed. This is actually what I sleep in. At the end of it, it's great, dude. But he's like, but got into flat Earth along the way. Really, and like, dude, revolutionized kind of jiu-jitsu in the sense that he brought a couple of techniques out of the woodwork nobody was using and fucking dominated with them. Fucking jiu-jitsu. Yeah, he's jiu-jitsu legend, man, for sure.
So what do you think? So you got Alex Jones, right? InfoWars. And then you had Rogan. And initially he was talking about moon conspiracy, alternative media, right? Two moguls of the game. And then there's Eddie Bravo in the mix, just chilling like his family, like they're brothers.
What was it? Bill Hicks was also. Apparently, Joe Rogan knew Bill Hicks also.
Yeah, and Bill Gates.
Yeah, but that kind of stuff happens in like a circuit of like either comedians or public speakers anyway, man. Like, I don't know. I
would expect him to know.
Right, if you're in comedians, the mix, man, like, or whatever. I'm just saying, like, if you're dealing with a small circle of like, it happened in New York City for me, dude. You just run into particular people because you're in a particular scene. I don't know.
They seem like they're genuinely friends, though. They seem like they genuinely get along.
Well, fucking,
you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I don't even know where they were all at. Austin, maybe. I don't even fucking know. But I have no idea, man. I just think to go out on a limb on some of those wilder thoughts. I mean, they're intriguing. I just don't necessarily bite.
They get invited to the same parties, put it that way. Publishers, producers, they have parties, networking.
But I tell you what, it's fucking genius, dude. Dude, if fucking Bill Hicks turned into Alex Jones and he's totally milking everything that he criticized about society, then I think that's hilarious. And again, I'm sitting back clapping the whole time. But I just don't know, like, if that's the case, man. Yeah.
He's even selling the orange drink that he was joking about.
That's kind of funny, yeah. I hear you, dude. I hear you. I fucking hear you. I can't.
Remember that joke? The orange drink?
Well, I know. I don't remember a particular Hicks's joke, but I know that he
was criticizing people for how stupid they are.
Yeah, for like the whole American Gladiators kind of themed bit.
Yeah,
like,
and then he said he would make an orange drink because like idiots, all the idiots would fucking buy it. And then now on Alex Jones' website, he's got the orange drink.
Right.
Yeah.
I know. It's so true. You know,
he even did an interview talking about transferring into this new character he's working on, which is kind of like an alternative. Who's that country political speaker with
Rush Limbaugh.
Oh, no. He was going to create a Rush Limbaugh like character that he's been working on. He even did I'm not sure if it was the same interview. He was talking about how that if someone came to him with a bag of money and he could do anything he wanted creatively, he'd probably do it. And I think that was him just telling the audience that basically that's what happened.
Send me the bag of money.
And that's when Alex Jones was created. Time Warner badge and all.
The only one buys his stuff.
Yeah.
Except you can call Bill Hicks. When did Bill Hicks die?
There's a little bit of overlap. But all of Alex Jones, like teenage, younger years, all of that shit's just Photoshop. They just plaster his face on a kid, and it's observably fake.
You know, I don't know so much about the Bill Hicks shit. What intrigues me a lot is the whole Dave Chappelle shit.
Oh, you mean like
I feel like that's like a body double. They sold he sold his like image and his likeness of, and like they ran with it, and they got this guy out there.
No, that's definitely him.
So I think
I
it's
still
him.
see him in there perfectly.
Oh, stop!
I'm serious.
Yeah, okay.
He's in there. That's him.
I think it's him.
What happened to him though? What happened to him?
He got older.
Changed.
We get older.
Yeah. You've changed, Dave.
Only Pete knows.
Older and a little thicker.
It's funny how you find that one like intriguing when there's literally evidence for all the other ones, but this is the one there's no evidence for.
That's the one that's more intriguing to me than the fucking Bill Hicks, fucking Alex Jones. But not that, hey, dude, only because probably I've digested the Bill Hicks, Alex Jones stuff for a minute. But that's like, and even like, it just doesn't, the stuff that, or I tell you, the Chappelle one just intrigues me. Like, it's like they killed him and then like, he's too much of a cash cow. So they just got like a body double.
Yeah, and it's like, if they killed him, why is he still pushing the right buttons?
Bro,
because it's easy to do that. They know what they can do.
Well, he was already.
No, it's not. No,
kill him to do that.
He hits with brilliance. You can't like the shit he jokes about, the way he does humor. You can't fake that.
Yeah,
right?
Like punching down on my people, talking to the transgenders.
No, but what year was
that? Was
what year did that? Like this last one?
This year.
Is that the one you're talking about? Yeah, no, it makes some great points. I just don't. I don't know. To me, it's like there's a different flow. But I could be, I'm just saying it's intriguing to me. And like again, I really
watch
couldn't
the
care
closer.
about these,
Watch the closer, and
I saw it.
And you'll see he's totally against the agenda.
I watched it. It doesn't look like MMA, dude. It just doesn't.
It doesn't feel like him, is what you mean.
Yeah, sure. He doesn't have the same like fucking quick wit. Like doesn't have the same. It's just not the same fucking thing, dude. Like, and you don't lose that. Nah, dude.
I don't know, dude. He left for like a decade.
Yeah,
he left for a long time. He got old, and he got ripped.
Funny is funny, dude. But dude, funny motherfuckers are just funny.
Yeah, he is. Just
he left
funny,
right at that time when you're gonna start aging.
He came back bitter, but he was still funny as fuck.
I don't know. But that's more believable to me than the fucking Bill Hicks, Alex Jones, and the fucking what's the other one? The Mark Dice one, the Mark Dice and River Phoenix. Damn, this shit could, and then there's so many others.
The only one that's halfway believable to me, and this is the craziest one of all the most people, is the JFK Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter is actually JFK.
I've seen that one too. Dude, stop.
I just feel like it could be, man. They had the same dentures. The same
enough.
dentures, man. They had the same dentures at least.
Fair enough.
The same dentist.
It's so funny. They were presidential.
I mean, there's this. Look at the ears. Just look at the ears.
Just look at the ears. Yeah,
remember those videos? Look at the ears. Look at the ears.
Oh my god, dude, the Biden ones are great right now too. Because fucking, they're saying like, you know, it's a different clones of Biden and shit. Look at the hips, right? You know? Dude, people went insane regarding that shit. Holy shit, dude! Some people fucking, you know, like that's where it's like you can't look into this shit too much. It's like if I look at like a cute Instagram profile and I get
but look at the hands.
If I get any inclination that
No,
I'm like tranny,
no.
like
Poncho,
like yuck, you know.
Poncho Pete showed us that.
Tranny, what is wrong with you?
Yeah, Poncho
showed I heard we couldn't say that word, Merle. Sorry, Merle, to interrupt you.
No, well,
to say,
there was a point though, like where everything inverted. It went too far. He hasn't come back.
Yes. Right. Yep. It doesn't know where to go back to. It didn't bounce.
That's awful. It's too much.
I think we're going to hit the wall and bounce around bestiality.
Hey.
Somebody's going to fight back because it's starting to get towards the weird shit now, you know? Super weird. We told people this is a slippery slope, so we'd rather not start sliding on it. We'd stay out here to be respectful. And then
robots too, like androids, I reckon they'll come in.
Right. See, it used to be frowned upon to make out in public and stuff real heavily, no matter what delineation or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, I don't even know what you call it anymore. But no matter, you know, if you're heterosexual or homosexual or the other 12, right? So now it's like, it's all free willy-nilly, and it's still just basically the heterosexuals that aren't doing that, and then everybody else is basically fucking in the streets. I'm serious.
Well, this is a topic.
I mean, how many heterosexual parades do you see where we're all swinging our dicks around and flopping our titties all over the place?
Just the people.
Check me out. I'm heterosexual. Look at this. Yeah.
Just the people.
It's just certain people are doing it. Certain people.
Yeah, I'm just saying, as a species, though, it's just humans. There's no fucking dogs getting around banging each other like, you know,
no,
the
chimpanzees
non-heterosexual dogs.
Yeah. They do. Dogs are weird too.
Weird.
Cats, and they do all kind of weird shit. Usually it's insert dominance or something else going on. At least we imagine.
Yeah, it's not because they're not sure.
Right. I'd imagine. Yeah, but the point is, whose agenda really is this, and where is the wall? And I'm saying the wall. Well, I was thinking the wall would be at swinging your dick around in a parade, but they allowed that. So now, yeah, on the public streets. With children present. That was what I found really weird. It's like, isn't that a crime on any other day? Whatever.
Yep.
What happened?
I mean, I've seen people get arrested for peeing behind a bush, completely covered, just because the cop knew they were going back there to pee. Yep. It's not a decent exposure because it wasn't exposed to anyone until you ran in looking for it. No, I didn't.
Somebody's got. Somebody's got to actually see you for it to be indecent exposure. No.
My point exactly.
I don't know. That's iffy. Maybe not. East the big law guy here. What do you think, East?
I know you could court. That'd be a courtable. If I could take that and argue it in court, at least.
He's gonna come out with some crazy shit. He said, "What is this legal or what?"
No one has to see it for it to be indecent exposure.
No one's got to see it.
Hmm.
It's what if somebody did see it?
That's another victimless crime, then, right?
This is like It's like Minority Report, though. Somebody might have seen it, so we're gonna arrest you for it.
Right.
Or
somebody in the future.
There was a guy. There was a guy who was pissing in his front yard, who the Google car happened to catch, and Google fucking sued him for indecent exposure.
Isn't that crazy?
Pissing in his own front yard, and the Google car went past, and then that happened to go on Google Earth, and fucking he ended up getting in trouble. Fucking LA.
Well, I mean, I can see why, though. There's an argument to be made on both sides of that, right? Like, if it was anyone else, you could have endangered a child's psyche, or some weird shit.
Well, this guy peeing behind the bush, the guy on his front lawn, I mean, I don't know why he didn't just go inside and use the bathroom, but the guy peeing behind the bush, like, we should have more public bathrooms around.
Hey.
Right, especially because this was during that COVID shit where they closed all the bathrooms to the kids. So the kids that were at the skate park and shit, they couldn't go to the bathrooms anymore.
There's
literally the park restroom.
There's literally like no public restrooms like anywhere these days. Like if you're just walking outside somewhere, like there's no public. I don't know. Is there a lot where you guys live, or?
Oh no, I was in LA the other day, and the whole place smells like piss. The whole goddamn city.
I do Uber and Lyft. Like I do Uber and Lyft. It's a constant struggle to find places to go pee while I'm doing that. Like that should be easy. I'm in a car, so like it should be easy.
I'm sure you know all the safe ways to let you go. All the Israelis, all these big grocery
here's what I do, man. I pull over, I open both doors, I pull out a cigarette, and then I piss while I smoke the cigarette. And when I'm done, I close the doors.
See, what I do is I keep one of those big Snapple.
You can do that anywhere.
I keep one of the big Snapple bottles or the Gatorade. I might use it.
Yeah. You gotta do what you gotta do.
I'll kneel on the floor in the back seat. I mean, I know all the stewards at gas stations and Dunkin' Donuts. Sometimes you're just not around and you really gotta go because sometimes you'll be on you'll have to go pee, you get a ride, it'll be a fucking 30-minute ride. Now you really gotta go. And it's like, damn man, I'm about to fucking piss my pants over here.
Yeah.
I mean, could they
hit you for an exposure
for that? Could they well, I mean, sometimes you can't, Could they hit you for a decent exposure for peeing in your car like that?
It's real tricky, man. It is. If they suspect you of doing anything, it's crazy because it should be. That's a natural thing. That's something that has to be done too, and we can't always hold it.
Yeah, like I gotta go pee, man. I'm gonna pee my pants, and I gotta go.
It's not like everyone can hold it equally. It's just like not happening. And if you get an older judge,
they actually.
If you get an older judge, he'll understand your plight, right? You just hope for that.
They actually sell a thing for cars. It's this little urinal thing that has a hose that leads. You can lead it down to like a Gatorade. That's fucking gross though. Now you got a fucking piss hose all in there.
Oh, you gotta love the wide mouth.
Yeah, you gotta get the wide. You ever try peeing in a regular fucking water bottle or something?
Where your hole just covers the hole barely.
Like you can barely, like you're just trying to get the fucking hole in the hole. It's like, yo, shit tight right here. Nobody fucking.
You gotta let the trick to that is you gotta not actually pressure against it because it'll close the air from going too. So it's like you gotta be right.
You're gonna have pressure differential issues. Yeah, man, this is fucking tricky shit. You gotta get one of the wide men snap and Gatorade. Or just like a Dunkin' Donuts. I mean, what do you do if a cop comes up to your car like, yo, I know.
I think they're more lenient. I got pulled one time or blurped for pissing after a rest stop was closed. I was on the side. I was like, fuck this, man. Just went. Like, I wasn't even caring.
That's
Back like in the old days, you never. Yeah, he pulls up and blurts
I get
me.
that all the time.
I'm like, dude, are you serious? The rest stop's closed. I've been waiting for the last 8 miles, dude.
Yeah, fucking 30
I'm about
miles
to
later.
blow up right now. And he's like, I'm just making sure that's what you're doing. Oh, okay.
What do you think
Just
I'm
let
doing?
me ride on. Yeah.
Sniffing coke on the side of the road here?
We're looking for the bags I threw out last time you got behind me.
Yeah.
I'm sure they deal with that all the time. Yeah.
But people don't really do that anymore because it's like legal everywhere now. So who's going to really toss their shit? You can have that shit sitting in the cup holder. Right? Just a cup holder.
You know when they pull you over and they go,
bag
you know why I pulled you over, sir? You know when they do that kind of shit?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, when I was younger, I used to just start imagining shit. I don't know, maybe you were or this, and I would just keep talking for like 40 minutes, and it would never be something I did. It would always he'd be like, "All right, man, that's none of that. It's not any of those. No, wait, hold on, one more time. Let me think." Till they're like, "Dude, will you get the fuck out of here?"
Just
don't do that
filibuster
again.
and then just leaving. Like, all right, I can't
Well, you
deal
know
with
me,
this guy
right?
anymore. Yeah, bro.
They're used to like getting you on the toes and asking, you the questions and shit. And I'm like, okay, well, if that's what you're used to, I can lead you down any path you want to go.
Oh yeah, brother.
I was back when I was a good kid and wasn't really doing anything wrong, so I didn't have any. You know what I mean? I didn't really realize what kind of trouble I could be getting into.
Well, yo, that's the time to exercise. Yeah, that's the time to exercise your rights. Is when you're riding clean. Is when you're so clean. Is when you're so clean. Is when you should be the most willing to go to bat for your rights. You know what I mean? Is when you're totally within your rights. 'Cause it's like, well, wouldn't that be a denial of equal protection? It's like, if you have the time, it's going to take those.
One time,
I don't know.
Hold on. One time we got pulled over, right? In this party town where the cops are known to be really tough. I had like 10 hits of acid in my wallet, and my girlfriend at the time was driving. She's like, I'm not getting no fucking ticket here. I'm like, yo, fuck that. I'm like, let him just give you a ticket. She's like, hell no. I'm like, I got mad fucking drunk on me. We're gonna go to. Yeah, she didn't get a ticket either. I was fucking shitting my pants because I was tripping at the time. I was like, yo, just fucking
I learned something. I learned something, and I want to pass it on to you guys because I don't know if you all know this yet or not. But they have parabolic ears, and they can turn it on. Some of the cars have them. And they can turn them on and listen to the car talking in front of them.
I've thought that the whole time. Like, I know that shit like that exists. I'm like, that would be a great tool.
They do have those, and it was like 15 years ago when I saw it. Going into a car, and they've had them for a long time.
I didn't know they've had it, but I knew that existed, so I've always been really careful. Like when you get pulled over, can I hear you? Like, don't say anything dumb.
Yeah, that's how they know it's in the left milkshake right away, and they don't check the right milkshake. That's how they know. Okay, guys, just for the record.
Yeah, don't be like, yo. Yeah, don't start talking like mad scared talk right when you get pulled over. Just don't.
When
say
you got
nothing.
on you. Oh, this, and that. Oh, good. Yeah, and now they know exactly what you have on you. Okay.
Yeah, because I mean that shit's been around forever. That technology. So the fact that a cop that'd be one of the best tools a cop could have. That
Yeah. What I tell people is, you ever watch a football game? You ever watch a football game, guys? Yeah. Well, they've been using those technologies during all the broadcasts of football games, so that you can hear the players, you can hear now they have microphones and shit, but they were before using parabolic ears.
Yeah, bro.
Now they probably can just hijack your damn cell phone.
Nah, that's like NSA fucking.
Well, we used to think that, right? We used to think, oh, you know all the equipment that they're having now, right? The trucks and the Jeeps and the Slate agent. They're all wearing like militarized shit. The cops are all militarized. But why didn't they? I think they would have gone and given them a couple of extra doodads too, right? Why not? Because they gave them all the other stuff on the outside that we can see. The bulky Jeeps and you know what I mean? Like the cops are militarized now. They were more like Europe's cops, you know, with the little nightstick and the little gun on the side that they barely ever used.
This isn't the UK.
Now they're running around with fucking M16s on motorcycles, dude. Out here. Yeah, cops and motorcycles were fucking.
Remember that Hollywood robbery? They were caught totally unprepared. They actually had to run into a gun store and get some real guns when that popped off.
Oh yeah.
Seriously.
Oh yeah.
The Hollywood
LA too. Oh yeah, that was Hollywood. Yeah. Of course,
Yeah.
the dudes had the fucking body armor on and shit, and they were getting tagged in, fucking still shooting back.
Yeah, I don't know if they had M16 or 8. They had some kind of assault rifles though, and they were totally outgunned. The cops literally had to go to a gun store because SWAT took the first SWAT forever. SWAT never shows up. So by the time SWAT gets there, because you know these guys are like off like birthday parties and shit, so you got to call
Dude
everyone
had a
in.
dump truck, right? He drove a dump truck through some shit too, or some shit like that. Or no, a bulldozer.
They were just not prepared well enough for that. Like they thought they were, and it was they were very prepared, but you got to realize what's going to be coming at you when you do something like that. Like you need to be way more equipped than they were. Like you're getting in.
It like, almost seems like
you're getting in police chases, dude. You need to have speed strips.
I was too young to realize that there might be ulterior motivations to us seeing that incident, right? Like nowadays, I would suspect maybe that was a provocateur or tearing situation where, you know, some secret agency set some guy up to do a particular thing. You know what I mean? And in the name of something else. And then they use that whole thing as a gun grab, you know,
gun control
thing.
Play. You think could have been a gun
or more power to the police force. Now you can see why we need these militarized vehicles.
Like you're saying, they hired them guys to say, listen, two things are going to happen. You're going to rob this bank, get away with the money, or you're going to die in a bloody shootout, and we'll hook your family up with a lot of money or something, whatever. But either way,
you guys are dying of cancer already.
Either way for us, we're gonna get our gun control shit after because we're like, look, we couldn't even stop these guys, or like, look, we stopped them, but look how much damage they caused. Like, we need to control these guns. Yeah, they've been fighting.
And we need a bigger budget. We need a $10 billion budget over 5 years for more equipment to protect ourselves.
We need more equipment. We need all kinds of shit. Yeah, I would think the bigger plot would be the gun control one. I don't see him doing something after a bigger budget.
Well, both things happen, right? When they start fighting for gun control,
it'd be a fringe benefit.
The same company wins either way, because when they fight for more gun control and we hear about it, we go out and buy more guns, and then when the military needs to make more guns because they gave them to the executive branch or us, right? The judicial branch, then they make more money again because they make more guns for themselves.
Always about money. This is never going to end. Heads want to fight back, like doing an anarchy type system where we need to get organized, not disorganized. Fuck, I forgot what else. What did you just say?
About the gun companies, the gun companies making money on either side of the spectrum. When we go for gun control, we buy more guns because we get scared.
Getting rid of money is the only way we're gonna fight back. We need to just stop using money. Can you imagine?
Shit, I gotta roll.
Later.
I gotta get out of here, guys.
Adios, dude.
Can you imagine?
Quit using money. Just give me all your money. Don't use it anymore.
It will be worthless because we won't even use it anymore.
Just pretend like it is now. Send it to me.
Just don't even use it. Just if you're a dentist, just do people's teeth. That's what you do. Do people's teeth.
Oh, yeah. Bring me your gold that you want.
You know what I'm saying? When I show up to the gas station, when that dentist shows up to the gas station, you don't just give me the gas. I need the gas. I do the teeth. I need the gas. When I show up when the dentist shows up to the grocery store, I don't just give me the groceries. I do the teeth. I get the groceries and the gas.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Poor dentist. He needs a bigger refrigerator.
Yeah, I need a refrigerator. Give me the fucking refrigerator. I do the teeth. I get the gas. I get the food. I get the refrigerator. Like, you can't.
Bada bing.
You can't. Like, we would have to. That's the only way we win this is if we get rid of money. They have no power without the money.
I mean, I agree. I just don't know how to go about that exactly.
That is a very tricky system to get rid of the money. I agree, because if there's no money, like, the only thing that stops me from not eating a lobster every day is the fact that they cost fucking $15 a piece or whatever. So I don't need a red lobster. I don't need a Maine lobster.
Oh, Jenny was in here. I was going to say good morning. Good morning, Kosho. Welcome to the show. Co.
We need to get organized and get rid of money. Not disorganized and we used to go back to a barter system or something. We need to get organized and efficient. Getting rid of money would be super efficient for us. How much time gets wasted on money? People work at a bank their whole fucking lives for money, for just the transaction of it. It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. You get rid of money, they have no reason to do planned obsolescence anymore. Now everything's gonna fucking last long. That's the only reason they do planned obsolescence is so shit doesn't last long, so they get more money. Be less people in prisons. A lot of fucking crimes are done for money. You're almost gonna get rid of crime. Still be crime. You know, how many people are in crime right now because of money? I'm guessing it's more than a wild guess. What do you think? It's probably 99%, but you got some weirdos out there. Good talk, guys. Good talk.
Good talk. Good talk.
Make out with the gorillas last night. You get them all straightened out. I'm sure this standing on the side last night and there won't be any confusion or debate over it. You guys want me to just like go on a rant and amuse everyone, or what's going on at the nap time? Tell you a bedtime story?
Yeah, tell me a bedtime story. Here, I'll load the bong. Tell me a bedtime story.
Once upon a time, there was this evil group of people that were controlling the whole world. And then one day, the people got organized. And they stopped using money. Now everything, lives happily ever after. Yeah, I'm not big on bedtime stories, bro. I don't know.
Hold on.
It's already over.
Okay.
I always like the story of Big Bang. You ever heard the story of Big Bang?
Bada bang, bada boom.
No, it's Big Bang. The story of Big Bang. He came. He came and he spoke and uttered the words of the universe. Right? Big Bang.
Amen.
Made the sun. Made the stars. And his spirit fills up the void between the stars. And the people used to worship Big Bang, and they would talk about him in all their universities. And tell the story of the cosmic fairy tale, about radiation, which was the emanation of Big Bang himself. And the story continues to this day.
Every time they talk about the radiation in space or the moon landings, I do it myself. Like, I'll argue for hours about the moon landings or what's going on the ISS, but like we're debating a fairy tale with that.
Right, and you've got to address the fact of their the creation stories, father, ancient Big Bang.
Well, I'm intrigued.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for that story.
Yeah, man. So when they start to tell you the story, they always start off with the, Big Bang. That's so funny.
Bro, I can't even tell you how much pleasure confronting him on that live stream was for me.
Who did you confront?
Like, I called his ass out straight up, and they didn't know what to do. It was beautiful.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about Jordan Maxwell.
Oh, I've heard mixed reviews on him. What was he saying?
Dude, he had the biggest fucking smirk on his face, and he was just in gridlock. He could not believe I was calling his ass out.
What was he claiming? What was he claiming?
No, it's not what he was claiming. It's what I know about him, what I found out.
What'd you call him out on?
That he's actually somebody else.
Oh, God, you and fucking PJ with this somebody else thing.
Yep. I crushed this dude, and he had the biggest surprised look on his face with a
Did he admit to it?
grin to it. And he just kept coming up with the stupidest excuses that had nothing to do with nothing.
Did you also he didn't admit it?
Oh, fuck no, he didn't. But basically, if you just look at his face, he admitted it.
Yeah, body language would tell a lot.
Man,
I
he
can
was
read someone's face with it. You don't have to say a word. I see it all over your face.
And the craziest part was that he was totally at home with it. Like, he's been waiting for that moment. Like, he knows he's so protected. Can you imagine?
He's in deep with the new age side.
I guess, dude. I guess. What a fucking gangster. Like, people like him for his content, but he's actually a fucking gangster. That man is dangerous.
Wasn't he into that the religious part? Is like, what was his thing?
His name was Jordan Maxwell, and he was given credit and acknowledgement by Bill Cooper, but it's the same person. So he created this persona, and then he actually became.
What are like some of his main talking points? What is he?
Up.
Yeah.
What'd you say, dude? I'm sorry.
What are some of like his big talking points? Like, what's he always on about?
He talks about all the esoteric knowledge that they kind of like spin into society. Like he'll talk about how monuments will, have certain symbolism in it, or he'll talk about the real definition of words, or maybe how the story of Jesus would match some other story. So he just kind of like reveals all these hidden truths that are utilized in normal life, and that's kind of what Jordan Maxwell is about. And then he also had this like I'm sorry, that's what Bill Cooper was about. Jordan Maxwell, I think, was more about like the aliens and shit.
Yeah,
and
you ever
that's
see the you ever see the religious part of Zeitgeist? Acharya S.
bro. To be honest with you, I think that was my first like actual conspiracy video or something. I must have watched it like 20 years ago.
But the religious part of Zeitgeist been debunked since then, right? You're not still with that, are you?
I'm not for religion at all. I just
But that I wouldn't base that as the reason why though. Like it's not. They got a lot of shit wrong in the religious part of Zeitgeist.
Okay.
A lot. I used to buy.
I don't feel like connecting to God through some man-made entity. I'd rather just have a relationship with God. So
I hear you. I'm not religious either.
Yeah.
I mean, I do believe that there's a creator as well.
Well, that's just where I'm at.
I thought Maxwell was back in that Zeitgeist thing.
I don't know exactly how the timelines overlap. I'm sure it could be found out.
That guy Chris White debunks it. That guy Chris White is good. He debunked a few things that were pretty. I think he debunked Jordan. I think he did a Jordan Maxwell debunk.
Maybe.
He did two good ones. He did it. The one I liked was on Zeitgeist, the religious portion. Then he debunked Ancient Aliens. Really good. That was like a 3-hour long debunk. That was fucking in depth and good. And then I think he did a Jordan Maxwell one. He's a hardcore religious person, but it seems to me like his content really isn't biased towards religion. He even said it in the Ancient Aliens one. He's like, listen, aliens can fit my worldview right now. But they're just wrong on a lot of the stuff.
Aliens are a tough one for me. Because aliens were my first paranormal interest. I didn't really look at it as conspiracy, except that I think we've been visited kind of a thing. And they interfaced with our people at some point. But I never felt like that was a conspiracy. So I just thought I was into something cool.
They were, the conspiracy was that they were, hiding it. But,
Jeremy, did you drop your mic? You're muffled and cutting out.
Am I good?
No, it's very low, like it's far away.
Is it really? Why? I'll be right back. All right, am I good now?
No.
What the? Are you fucking with me?
I mean, I can kind of understand you. That's not the best, though.
Right. Kind of, yeah. It's a good wording.
Well, I think we bored everyone to death. Or I just think I'm fucking nuts.
Check. Yo, my right AirPod's fucked. Can you guys hear me good?
Yeah, it sounds a lot better. Yeah.
My right AirPod's fucked up, bro. What the fuck, dude? I think I have an extra one I found at the school. I hope it was a right one and not a left one. It really doesn't even matter because one's always in my ear anyway, so. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. My right AirPod's fucked up. I'm pissed off now. Unbelievable. Can you guys hear me right now?
Yes.
All right, hold on. Stay right there.
Where the fuck else are we going there?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
hear
but
you.
you're muffled again.
Yeah.
You're cutting out again. It's the same as before, Jeremy.
Oh, man. How we sounding now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Does it sound bad or good?
Yeah, that's good. It's good.
Okay, hold on. These are a different set of AirPods. I'll be right back. Don't go.
Oh my god.
This guy's fucking rich.
Okay,
How many AirPods does he have?
the fake AirPod. You hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you, man.
Sound dope.
It's not dope. All right, it's not. No, I'm pissed. I got fake AirPods. You buy them on, get them on Amazon. They're like $30, $20. So I had the real deal AirPods though. That fucking now are broke because the right one doesn't work, so they're borderline worthless.
These sound so good, man. It's like whatever, you know.
I sound good now though. These are really like these are gas station AirPods. Right?
Yeah, they're pretty good, dude. To be honest. Like you have a lot more volume than you did before. So that's
really
good. Yeah.
With both of them, or just the one that was muffled?
I don't know. Like right now, it sounds good.
I sound like crisp.
I don't know. I just think this one is good for your voice, maybe.
All right. Sounds good. I don't even know what we were saying now after this whole AirPod dilemma.
Yeah, I was gone, so I missed whatever you guys were talking about. I had to do some laundry.
I had my own little apartment before, and I bought one of these little mini washing machines, right? It could do like a couple pairs of jeans or like 9 t-shirts or something. What a hassle that fucking so. It's way better than going to the laundromat.
Man, I love having my own washer and dryer here. It's just the best feeling.
Oh yeah, that's a fucking huge convenience.
Huge convenience, man. Top 10 conveniences. Yes.
Oh, that was big time when they invented the washer and dryer. Because before that, you had to do them on a rack. It was like a rack, and then you put it through the press with the wheels. Huge fucking hassle.
Dude, fuck that. Fuck that. I'd be so stinky.
You fucking would have died of dysentery on the Oregon Trail. Or typhoid or something. What's the one word you get from being dirty?
I would get the Black Death. Get the plague. Yeah, man, washers and dryers are great. Let's see. Oh yeah, having the little sprayer thing on the kitchen sink is dope. That's a must. That is a must. Let's see what else. I love having a big patio. It's kind of a must. A nice view, I guess. That's possible.
All right, you build your own house in the woods.
Come on, Rick. Go ahead, Jerry.
What's the first thing that you put in? It's the first thing that you number one.
What's stove? What's stove? Riggs, you ever look? Go ahead. Let's go with this. What is the first thing you put in it, Jerry? I say wood stove.
Toilet.
No, I'd want to go outside, man.
Really?
Yeah, get that stinky shit out of there.
Yeah, running water and shit.
Oh, you know what, man? Yeah, it's too much to choose from.
Bro, I already drive down my city in some areas, like the sewage like pulls up and the smell goes into the road, and you can't escape it. It literally like is attacking your being as you're breathing. And this happens like multiple areas. You just have to drive through. It takes like a minute just to get it out of your face. It's horrible.
Rig, did you ever look into doing Amazon Flex?
Yeah, man. I tried signing up. They just finished the facility here. So I don't know if I'm gonna see about getting maybe like a 4-hour slot or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah, bro.
See what it's all about.
It looks like it's good money. Try it one day. Let me know how it turns out for you.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
No, I heard it was. I don't know. My wife's TikTok on it.
Well, I gotta be honest, man. Like the gas prices are really fucking up my Uber shit a little bit. But thankfully, it's not going to be my primary income. So
yeah, gas prices are crazy. I put like $40-something in my fucking tank yesterday. I drove a Hyundai fucking
right.
little mini car.
Yeah, bro. I think I get like over 30 miles per gallon, but it still is creeping, you know.
Yeah, man. There's a tough. You got a huge overhead already with Uber and Lyft, and then you
insane.
You had a high gas price on it. That don't help. They need to stop taking such a huge cut. They're sitting back at headquarters like a fucking cash register every time you do a ride. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching.
Right. Yeah, it's pretty insane. They do take a lot.
Can't they just take $1 a ride? You're doing like 1 billion rides a fucking day. How's
Bro,
that not enough money?
I tell you what, dude. There was a year in Austin where we had a company that only took $1 per ride, 99 cents. And I got to be honest, man. Sometimes, like at 5 a.m., when someone needs to go to the airport and they use that shit, I could get a, I don't know, $300 fare to the airport because I'd be the only driver, and they would put a multiplier, and then at the end of it, they'd only take 99 cents. Like it's bonkers.
Do they still do it?
No, man, that shit don't exist. But it was the dopest platform ever. It was unbelievable.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
Man. Like just the 99 cents thing, even without like crazy multipliers or anything. Like, let me do a $30 ride and keep $29 of it. You don't need to take $10 or $15. That's fucking stupid. Especially somebody like Uber. Uber's got to be doing they got to be doing like 1 million rides a fucking hour or something, right? Like, think how many Uber rides got accepted in the last hour, probably all over the world.
Yeah, like 1 million.
Yeah, it's $1 million an hour.
I've heard in the near future the Uber gang, they're going to be using Tesla cars, aren't they?
They're going to be using automated vehicles. There's not even going to be a driver.
They've been saying that shit for a long time, but I don't know when that shit's coming.
Tesla and Uber.
They've done a deal with Hertz. They've done a deal with Hertz this month. Check it out. They've done a deal with Hertz. So Hertz and Uber working together, and Tesla. They're getting it really cheap. So Hertz and Uber have done a deal with Tesla to get the cars, but they're not getting the cars any cheaper than anyone else. That's the thing that they've strictly said, that the cars are not going to be sold at discount prices. But then, you know, it's the driver himself. Is the driver going to earn money from a Tesla car that he rents? It's not cheap to rent a Tesla, apparently. So, yeah. I think it was looking at like $300 or something silly to rent the thing.
For how long?
Well, I mean, I don't know. You know, I think it's $300 for a week. Is it or something? That's what it might be. It might be more than that.
Not bad. That's not bad.
Not bad.
Yeah. You could do well on it if you were an Uber driver and you rented that car.
Yeah,
So,
you got to work all the hours God send though to make your money. Apparently,
2 days of driving, I'll pay for that easy.
Yeah, I was doing that program 2 months ago with Hertz and Uber. They were dudes who were living in my car.
But you're a maniac, though.
Yeah, no, I thought they had a private investigator coming after me, my girlfriend. But yeah, they had a dude texting me saying that that they're gonna report it as stolen.
Kosho, does my mic sound okay?
It sounded like shit all day. It sounds mediocre now, but it's better than before.
Mediocre? I gotta get some new AirPods.
Yeah, I hope you can. Oops.
Go on, Riggs. Go on.
No, Jeremy. I hope you can get your AirPods fixed. Hopefully, you can clean them out or something.
No, I just tried it. It's not working. I might have an extra right one. I found is when I was working as a janitor in school. I found an extra AirPod. I'm not sure.
Take it to the cell phone fix place, dude. Sometimes they can just pop it open.
Yeah.
Yeah. For shizzle.
I got a real good place near me. I searched the reviews on all the places, and they
Yeah.
all had tons of bad reviews. But one place near me had all good reviews, except for like 2 bad ones, and they responded like, "We're not finding your order number or whatever." And so I always bring my cell phone there if it ever breaks.
Yeah, you're lucky, man. We don't really have that many options here.
I thought you were in Austin, Texas.
No, I'm in El Paso.
Oh, that's a pretty.
There's not really many like tech heads over here. There's just a couple rip-off places, basically.
What they do is they try to fix them as quick as possible. Like they don't want to spend a lot of time on your cell phone, so they do it as fast as fucking possible. And if something goes wrong, they're like, whatever.
But I imagine for like an AirPod, it seems like something that they might be able to fix.
Yeah, maybe. They're about due up anyways. I think I had them for about 1.5 years, maybe 2 years now. So I want to get a set of the wireless charging ones anyways. The ones I got now, you got to use the old style AirPods. If you use the AirPod Pros, they don't sound good. I was telling everyone to buy AirPods. Veach went and bought a pair of AirPods. If we got the Pros though, and they didn't. You get like the ones with the long stem coming out of the ear hole, like the old school. Because the mic's at the tip of the thing, so it gets it like closer to your mouth. You can like angle it and shit closer to your mouth.
What are AirPods? Are they headphones? Earphones?
Jesus, yes, they're headphones.
All right.
They're like wireless, no wires. What it is they come in a little case. It would be two headphones in a little case. So what I do is I alternate between the right and the left one all day. That way one's charging while I'm using the other one, so they never run out for like probably 24 to like 30 hours. They definitely last the whole day easy.
When I see people wearing them, especially men, they look like earrings. So I'm never going to get a pair of those. Don't like them at all. Don't like the style at all. So I'm not going to get that. I prefer the cables. But even then, nowadays, the last 10 years of using smartphones, I've never used the headphones. I just let it blare out. Flat Earth podcast blaring out as I'm walking along, going into shops, laundrettes,
what's up. Let them hear
restaurants. No, yeah. I'm broadcasting it. Yeah, I just don't have it.
You're a walking advertisement for us.
Yeah. And then you hear the man say to me at the restaurant now, "Can you turn that down?" I said, "Yeah, listen, I can hear these people talking over there. I can hear that lady and her child. I can hear everybody talking. Everyone's talking. My phone is talking." I said to them, "My phone is talking to me, okay? I can't turn it down. Bye-bye. Go and get me my food." Turning down my phone. You know what I mean? Because I don't know what they think, but I just said, "No, I'm not down my phone. I'm going to listen to it." And you have to think about that, really. Is it really a disturbance when you're sitting in a restaurant listening to the murmurs and conversations and laughters of other people, and here you are listening to your radio, your podcast? Am I really being a nuisance?
Well, if you had friends, you could have went in with other people, and if you had friends, you could have went in with other people and just been having that same conversation. So yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah, that's right. So that's the way I am. You see, I try to live correctly in all this madness. This is what I'm trying to say, you know.
Dignity and honor.
Yeah. Do you know a person by the name of Moyok, man? Do you know him?
I know who Moyak is. Yes.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of grief because I don't tip in American restaurants, because he says that the waiters and waitresses don't get paid, but they do get a salary. It might not be a good one, but they do get a salary, do they not?
Yeah, but it's not even livable. It's below minimum wage. Even people on minimum wage isn't livable, but they make even less because the tips are just like, it's custom here to just tip if they even do just a mediocre, like, okay job. If somebody does an excellent job, like they come a whole bunch of times, check on your table, fix, go above and beyond, then you tip them more. But it just generally is like, it's heavily implied that if you go out to eat,
Unfortunately, yeah, it's a fucked up system that we have here in America, but it's an obligation to tip those people because they get paid $2 an hour. So
I think it's
the employer doesn't pay them. So the employer, that's why it's a stupid system. Because the employer, restaurant owner, he could just raise the prices of the food, so it's indicated that you have to pay 20% more, and then he can just pay his employees. But instead, he doesn't pay his employees, and it's up to the customer to pay his employees. So it's a really stupid system.
Really, what's the difference? What's the difference if they make your bill be 50? What are you supposed to tip? 15%. What's the difference if they make the bill 15% more, or just it relies on the tips? I feel like it'd be better for the waiter and waitresses if they just put it right into the price of shit. We get rid of the whole tipping thing. That way, a waiter or waitress doesn't have to worry about getting screwed when a table doesn't tip. But then you also have people that tip. They also have people that tip way more.
Shitty places. Shitty places. It's only places where they're not really gonna get that. So they can make a killing, but still.
Nice steakhouse, like a nice steakhouse compared to like Denny's, where a whole bunch of drunk kids go in or something. Yeah.
Yeah, but it would.
The
real winner. The real winner.
Enter a restaurant. Everyone's chatting. If you enter a restaurant in Japan, you'll be paid. You'll be charged service charges already included in the bill. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
So they could do that in the US as well. Just reduce the service charge, and that would take care of everything in that case. But
they could, but they
there's
don't.
a rule that you've got to tip. Wrong. Yeah, they should do that, though, I think that would just tidy up all this problem with tipping and that at the end of the day. And then still a customer might wish to tip regardless of the service charge, and then the waiter or waitress would be still earning, So, I tip occasionally, but I generally do not tip when I'm in the US.
Like they take tips at Dunkin' Donuts where I live, and
wow.
I tip them $1 every time I go get a coffee, and I wish everyone tipped them $1 because that'd be one of the best jobs in the fucking area. Like, you get like 1,000 people going through the line in one shift or something. So.
No, I'm just not into that nonsense. I just go in, get what I want, get out, and that's that. You know what I mean? That's it. No problem for me at all at the end of the day. They should work that out properly, you know what I mean? Really?
They should just raise the wages and all that. I agree.
Yeah.
That should built into the pricing.
It benefits the business owner. So.
Yeah, but then the business owner is relying on his or her staff. So they must remember that. No staff, no service, you're not making any money. So they have to respect, worship their staff and cherish their staff, you know? They're after all, they're the ones who are meeting the customer face to face. The customer,
you know? Pretty soon the business owner is going to just use automation.
Oh yeah, they're gonna knock people out. Those Dunkin' Donuts and McDonald's and Burger Kings and Wendy's and Sonics and all that stuff. They're gonna knock
about wait staff
right out of the box because they're gonna.
Yeah, but I'm talking about wait staff. I'm not talking about people who already make minimum wage. I'm just talking about wait staff. Because most people, even professional people, even doctors, people like that, when they're going through med school, they work as wait staff usually, and yeah, so there's gonna be a lot of jobs that are gone. You're right on all that, but I think wait staff is more has a bigger presence than.
Yeah, just give them a wage hike. But the other problem is AI is cutting into the business now, because here in Japan, you can go to the establishment and have a robot waiter come up to you. A robot will come up to you and take your order.
I heard in Japan they were working hard for robots because they have an old people problem. Like there's so many fucking old people because you guys live forever in Japan. Yeah, you guys live forever in Japan. You're like fucking you're like vampires over there. But they were having a huge problem with old people, and they didn't have enough nurses to take care of them. So they were trying to, robotize.
Yeah.
They were trying to make nurse robots.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. Actually, that's one motivation, to use them as care workers instead of because there's not enough care workers to want to look after them. Yeah, that is true. That is a true situation over here. You're not lying there.
How we doing, kiddo? How we doing, kiddo?
But yeah, they need to sort out that the wages at the restaurants should be properly sorted out. There should be no one living, if they're working, they shouldn't be living below bread line. You know, they should have the proper wage. Restaurant should pay that. System, like you said, it's a fucked up system. All the rates that the business owner has to pay as well. So there's lots of problems going on. But this is why the revolution is the word, man. Taxation is ridiculous in your country.
Yes, taxation is ridiculous. They tax you when you make the money, right? Then they tax you when you spend the money. Then they tax you when you die and give the money to somebody else. Can't I just keep some money at one point? I find it hard to believe they can't run the country off taking just take 10% off of everything everyone makes and 10% when you buy and sell goods. That's it.
I keep all my money, man.
Yeah, that's right. That's what you should do.
So the IRS is listening.
There are businessmen and women who are making a fortune, and they pay less tax than you. Like Trump, for example, paying less tax than you because there's a legal loophole there that he's exploiting. You see what I mean?
He doesn't pay less tax. He has a smaller tax rate. The difference.
Well, okay, but it's a legal loophole that he's exploiting, isn't it? That's why he's able to. That's why it's illegal. He's not breaking any laws.
Yeah, but those people still pay more taxes. They just pay less. They have a smaller tax rate.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I think. If I was a billionaire, right, and I was being asked to pay more tax because I'm earning more money, although I'm not using any more of the facilities than any other human being, and I was asked, I wouldn't pay that tax. I'd shut down my business and move it to another country that is more favorable to my tax, because that's the one thing. I'm not going to be beholden to any country, even if it's where I'm born. If they're going to tax me to the hilt You know, like I'm paying like 80%, whereas others are only paying like 15% because I'm making more money. That's stupid. I'm just leaving, man, straight. Goodbye.
Well, if they said to those rich Trump people, hey, you got to pay the same rate as these other people, the rich Trump people are gonna be like, well, we're not going to do business anymore, and then you're going to collect less tax money because now we're not paying anything. So it benefits them. Well, it benefits them to lower the tax rate to incentivize these people to stay here. Otherwise, they'll go to Mexico or China or Canada or something.
Well, like I said, I like to live correct, right? So I'm thinking that the money that's being wasted in making weapons of mass destruction to go and destroy people in other countries, if we can stop that game and that stupidity, then that money can be used to benefit the citizens of said country. Therefore, there'd be no homeless. There'd be no problem with education. There'd be no problem with hospital and old age pensioners' homes because it's all being paid for by the tax. You don't pay tax that way. I wouldn't mind if my money was being used for that in that sense, but to be asked to be paying for space budgets and then weapons of mass destruction, yeah, and then whatever they want us to tax us for, and we're just to pay and not but an eyelid. No, that's impossible. Especially if you're a multi-millionaire and you're making money, and then they're asking you to pay a bigger share of the tax. No, it's bullshit. Especially if I'm not, I just can't. I won't accept that. Just can't accept that at all, mate. Shut up business and move to another country, man. Easy. That's a no-brainer for me. Fed up with the silly games that they want to play. You see what I mean? Yeah?
Yes.
Because we don't really, like you were saying, we need to reduce the tax amount and be more economical with the way we live. Less wasteful.
The thing is, Jen.
Back in the old days.
The thing is, Jen, if you want to have a better economy for your country, you need more waste, not less. The more waste your country's producing, the better your economy is. You got to keep the money moving. You need people buying.
Unfortunately.
Yes, you need people constantly buying and selling goods and throwing the old goods away. You need more waste. You need less.
Yeah, that's why that's what I said. Wherever I put my hands to, if I'm given the position of being in charge of that stuff, I would reverse it, which is then what I am then doing is putting wealth and value back into your hands, into the hands of the citizen, by reducing the cost of living, not by increasing it. So that means I would not be protecting this economy. I'd be destroying it in order to put value back into the citizen, the land, and living itself. The less you need to live, the richer you're going to be.
There's really nothing good about our economy. The more people in prisons, the better the economy is going to be. The more sick people, the better the economy is going to be. The more waste we produce, the better the economy is going to be. There's a laundry list of things that are just terrible for efficiency, terrible for humanity. You know what though? They're good for the economy. So it doesn't. The money is what is the bottom line.
That's correct. That's why the economy has to take the back seat. That's what I'm saying. The economy takes the back seat. It's not all about the monopoly game as such now. It's about living on Earth cohesively without wasting and that's it. Just recycling better. It can all be done. Can be done. Definitely can be done because this Earth was created for us to live on for free, perfect already. So we can go back to that. Got to. We're going in the wrong direction. With all this technology, it's completely wrong.
I like the technology part though. I think there's nothing wrong with the technology. It's how we're using it.
Yeah, I don't mind it where it's helping people who are paraplegics and they can't walk and that, and they put this exoskeleton on them. They're able to move and that, and those who can't see can see. Okay, yeah, that kind of technology, yes. But where it's being used to keep an eye on, Big Brother's using it to keep an eye on you guys, knowing where you are and tracing and that kind of technology, no.
Well, I actually have a problem with the kind of technology you just said because that's transhumanism, right? You know who Ray Kurzweil is?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what his next idea is for transhumanism is? They're going to put a fucking chip in your brain. Leo, like 90% of what this guy said about technology, his predictions have come true. They want to put a chip in your brain.
I'm not into any of that. I don't want any of that. No, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for putting the robot leg in the electronic hand on people and letting blind people see. That's fucking
Yeah.
dope. They're going to take it to another level. As usual, they're going to take it to a whole new level and get some kind of control shit out of it.
Well, yeah, they're going to be easier to control the slaves. You know what I mean? Yeah. So yeah, I don't mind, you know, helping people who have got disabilities. Fine, you know.
That's where it starts. Next thing you know, you got a chip in your brain.
I don't want a chip in my brain.
Oh well, they're not gonna have a choice because this is gonna be how people spend money, everything with the chip in the brain.
I don't know. I don't think we get that. But I think
You
humanity.
ever see Demolition Man? You ever see Demolition Man?
No.
You should watch that movie, Jen. First of all, you need to know how the three seashells work. Second of all, you'll see what it would be like with a kind of society like that.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's all gone wrong anyway.
Seriously, Jen, you don't even know. You got to watch the movie. You don't even know how the three seashells work.
It's okay. It's not harming me in any way.
But I know, but it's. I mean, all right.
I've still come to the understanding that it can be a better way.
What's the way? Okay, Jen, you're a leader of the world. We just all elected you.
I said it already. Just basics. Just keep it simple. That's all.
All right, you're leader of Earth. You're the leader of Earth. You're going to keep it simple. What do you do? Day one, first thing.
Day one, first thing, outlaw all chemicals that are being used for products today. Switch to hemp and plant-based fuels and furniture, clothing. That's the direction we need to go there. Bang. Let's sort that out. Secondly, all money. Stop. Hang on. Can I? You see? Let me just get it all out. Yeah. Next.
We got to do step by step. You can't just.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right. So you just made it. You made him switch to hemp. I like that. I like where your head's at. Right, but you got to give him time because you can't just switch everything overnight. So how long do we give him? Like 6 months?
It can be done. It can be done. It can be done, and it will be done. And the word "can't" is not in my vocabulary at this point.
Yeah,
so
it can be done, just not. It can be done, just not like.
It will be done. It will be done within with less than 5 years. So you know, it can be done within 2 years, and that's quite easy. I don't want to hear about that. I know it can be done. I know
it can be done. I agree with you.
Don't
I agree with you.
You
You just had to give him a timeline. 2 years sounds like a reasonable timeline. All right, what was next?
Yeah, of course. And then after that, obviously stop all production of all weapons. So that freezes money there now. So weapons of mass destruction, stop all that nonsense. And then we're building homes for everyone. So the money that was used, because many of our generation have paid taxes over the years, that money is going to be repaid back to the citizens. Yeah, they're going to be building homes with solar panels as standard. Solar panels on both sides of the roof as a standard.
Hold on.
You know what else? Get your free energy.
You know what else should be standard? Some kind of aquaponics or hydroponics or aeroponics system where they're growing. Also, I would have that some kind of food production thing on site. It's as small as a little shed, and you could have some water collection. You'd have a water collection system going with the solar panels. Maybe a little wind. I don't know. I don't know if we'll get the wind turbines out. We'll see. All right. I like where your head's at. Now what? That's a good one. That's really good.
Okay, then we're talking about, let's look at jobs and work. It would be known as job share schemes, where you only work 3 days of the week, so that you've got the rest of the week to be with your family and enjoy. That means the cost of living has come right down. Okay, so we're not talking about an economy where inflation is rising. You don't need to amass a wealth to live. Your funeral will be paid for by the state. We pay for your funeral. We look after that as well. So you don't have to wait. When you die,
we burying people or cremating them?
Whatever's best at the time. If you've got the land for the burial, then it's the burial. If not, then it's cremation.
We're gonna run out of land fucking soon with all these bodies piling up. I mean, bodies be racking up, bro. I think
Well,
somebody
yeah,
dies every minute or something.
Yeah, this is where Japan is good at that. They cremate here in Japan, don't they? Really, mainly.
We better start cremating them, bro. Or we could do an ocean burial, give them back to nature.
Yes, this is what we wanted.
We'll put like some weights on them or something. Or like put them in a cage and make some kind of like little marine ecosystem out of them.
Yeah.
You gotta make sure like the heads or hands or something don't float up.
Can you
That's awesome. I'd love to have that. I'd love to put me in a little cage at the bottom of the ocean when I die and make a little fish ecosystem out of me. And then somebody could, like a little fish could feed off some plankton that was on me. And then next thing you know, my family's eating that fish around the table after dinner. That's fucking awesome,
There
bro.
you are, recycling,
Right.
re-energizing everyone. Brilliant.
And you
Good
listen,
idea.
you become leader of the world. I want to be your like device, your right hand man. Me and you, Jen, we got this,
no
bro.
problem.
We got this.
Problem. We got this, I'm telling you. And then people will be happy to be working part-time and enjoy the flat earth. The wonders
Oh
of
yeah,
the
we
flat
need to
earth.
have 4-day weekends a week. I've been saying that one forever. That's beautiful.
There you go. There you go. No problem.
At least 3 days. We should be on 3 days by now. I think we're a little behind. We should be on 3 days at least by now, but 4 days should be. I think we might need a little more automation for 4 days.
Yeah.
But the automation's right around the corner. We could do it now. I feel like they're already working on. You ever see in McDonald's? They got a robot arm with the fryer basket, dipping it in the oil, and then the robot arm pulls it out. Really high tech.
There you go. There you are. So you can use a little bit of AI to assist in the horrible hard jobs, but at the end of the day, the human face has to be there. And
nobody wants to sit there.
I can see it working quite well actually. Travel cost next to nothing to travel the flat Earth because again we're working for us, not for an economy. You see what I mean? Yeah.
If you automate the roads and the car system, then it wouldn't cost anything. You get one of those high-speed bullet trains. You get one of those high-speed bullet trains.
Infrastructure. Again.
Well, once you get rid of that military, once you get rid of that giant military budget, you've freed up a lot of money. I mean, you could end homelessness in like a year with all that money, and then you could end world hunger in the next year.
That's
10 times over. Well, there wouldn't be any world hunger because if you implement the food system in those homes, the aquaponics, it's like the size of a little shed, and it has enough fish and plants or something to like feed a family of 4. Nobody would be hungry ever.
No, not exactly. There should be no hunger. There shouldn't be any.
Yeah.
Certain
like New York City.
In your country.
Hold on, Jen. A place like New York. Hold on, Jen. A place like New York City. You know, there's not a lot of land and there's a lot of people. So every few blocks, you put a skyscraper and just have the whole fucking thing be glass, and you're growing food in it. Boom.
Yes, that's a good idea. Yeah, for the city.
All right, what else you got? What else you got?
No, I was just saying that at the end of the day, you know, once you've got that money, and like I said, your house is being built and that, you're enjoying your part time, you can then travel and go and see the world as you like. And like I said, it doesn't cost you. It's not going to cost you an arm and a leg, is it? It's going to be nigh on almost free. Just travel.
It's very, very cheap to travel on flat Earth. What else do you do though? What else?
Well, we're living peacefully at the moment. I can't really put my hand on anything else. It's taking care of the major things. Teaching the education system will teach the truth about the earth we live on, I suppose.
All right, here's what I do. Here's what I do with education. I like this because here's what I do with education. Right, we don't need all these buildings across all of Earth with tons of people driving to them every day. Right, we can teach the kids through webcams. Like last year has been a prime example. Not only that, you have the best teacher in the fucking world. We don't even need the webcams. Honestly, you can do this through a YouTube video.
Yes,
but
of course you could. You
could do it face to face. But what you do is you get the best fucking teacher in the world, right? There's probably someone out there to make a YouTube video on algebra or whatever. One of the.
You know what? The AI can do it. The AI can do it. You don't even need a teacher. You don't even need a teacher.
No.
You could have a robot character do it.
We'll just stick with the teacher for now, and we'll work up to the AI. But you have a teacher do it, and you have a tutorial, like a frequently asked questions list for, you know, kids. Some kids aren't going to get certain things, so you have a frequently asked questions list for that. Then you have and then let's say one kid has a specific thing in that list, then you have another frequently asked questions thing on that, and go into more detail. And you just go into detail and detail until it's totally exhausted, and there's just nothing you can do for the kid.
Yeah, I do like sports though, and that. I like sports and that. So the kids are going to need a regular, robust exercising. So going to a school is a good thing. They
We'll
can
have
get their
there will be city centers where you can go and they'll have board games, they'll have soccer, football, everything. This will be like the playroom for your area.
Yeah,
Every so many people, you get one of these playrooms or play areas.
Yeah, clubs, sports clubs, where they can actually join a team and and excel. Yeah, because that can't.
I'm with that. You love sports. You love sports, absolutely. You get your exercise, it's good for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, there'd be weights. You had this center would have everything basically, like a gym. It'd have weights, it'd have a couple fields, a tennis court, basketball court, depending on how many people you have in your area and what the demand was for tennis.
Yeah, you got to have your sports facilities. Yeah, you have your sports
pool
facilities.
Table,
all paid for by the state again. No problem there.
We got military money. Yeah. There's a lot of free time. People would be donating to just do this because there'd be so much free time. People like, y'all, I'll help out around the rec center for a day a week or something, a couple hours a week.
And then you have healthy people all around you. Healthy people, because you're always going to be on the move. You're not going to be sitting down being a couch potato. You won't have time to do that because you'll be too busy living the life that you never had the chance to live.
The education system, though, I definitely would get rid of universities and college. I would do it with the YouTube videos or the webcams, like I explained, because then you don't need to put kids in $500,000 debt to learn the same.
No, that's not happening. Yeah, no, that's not happening. Yeah, no,
we're not going to start people off.
Education will be free. It's free education. No one's paying for it. To pay for it,
we're not going to start. Yeah, we're not going to start people off $500,000 in debt, and we want the smartest people out there, so we're going to teach them in the best fucking way possible. Like I said, a college professor, everyone could be learning from the best one in the world. In a YouTube video or via live stream or something. You don't have to have, only the people that can afford it get taught by this fucking guy that's the best fucking one in the world at Harvard or Princeton or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, everyone.
That guy can teach the whole world.
Yeah, everyone and anyone can have access to that situation. Yeah, right. No problem.
I like where your head's at. What's next?
Well, what else is there? You're living a life. You're living the life by now. By now, you're living a good life, aren't you? I would imagine.
Well, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. You want to hear what I would do first thing? I'm emptying the Vatican. I'm going to the Smithsonian, all the museums, right? They got all these vaults. We're fucking emptying and shit out, putting it all on the internet.
Okay, yeah, fine. Yeah.
Putting all that on the internet. Free information. No more fucking secrets.
Yeah.
No more secrets. We'll end up like that one movie where that dude couldn't lie. No one knew the invention of lying. No more fucking lies. No more secrets. Yeah. Right? We're going to get everything out and open. However it was, we're going to just deal with it.
Yeah, that's right.
Your wife asked, your wife asked, does my ass look fat in these jeans? You should tell her straight up. Yes, you got a fat ass, and that's why we're together.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see it happening quite easily. No problem.
Yeah.
Just because we're all worried about the economy to the detriment of yourself. You suffer because of the bloody economy. No, that's wrong, man. That's what I mean. To promote economy is to devalue yourself and the earth at the same time.
Yeah, we're gonna get rid of the game. No more fucking games, man. The game time's over. We've had our fun. It's time to get fucking serious.
Yeah.
Everyone made their billions of dollars.
I think games and simulators have their place. You can enjoy them, at the end of the day.
Oh no, yeah. I'm just saying that playing the games with how we're living life. You know what I mean? We don't need to be going. There's no need for the mail to be getting delivered 5 days a week still. Knock them guys down to 3-4 days a week.
Yeah.
You save a ton of money. You'll have less CO2 going in the air. People still want their packages 7 days a week. That's fine, but you don't need the United States Postal Service to be operating 5-6 days a week.
I think you'll find that things will be less urgent. things will be less urgent when you bring it down, because it's not going to be the rat race and keeping the economy going. We're working for ourselves, and once you're satisfied, your needs become less. So there'll be less of that going on. Honestly, the system will work itself out. That would fall into place naturally. Do you know what I mean? That would be a natural transition where people need less, so there's less urgency going on.
Ooh. Well, I mean, we don't like waiting. I would start doing drone shipping with Amazon and shit. But
the only problem with that is we've got to be very careful, because if these things malfunction and then they drop on someone's car, someone's head, someone's house, okay, we've got to be very careful there. I mean, I don't really want to go that way, really. Flying vehicles in the air. Nah.
The thing I did like about Zeitgeist, I got serious issues with the religious portions, even though I'm not religious. But the thing I did like with Zeitgeist was they had this kind of resource-based economy going where, I use a lawnmower. I only use my lawnmower. I only use my lawnmower for 5 hours a week. And the guy next door to me only uses his lawnmower for 5 hours a week, and all down the block and in the whole neighborhood. So we don't need to have a lawnmower for each person. We can just share lawnmowers.
Well, you have a communal one, maybe two in the shed, and you just go and get it when you need it. Put it back when you finish. Yeah, that's right.
Go out. Some guys using it. You're like, all right, I'll do mine later. But see, we're coming to a point where we don't need that, because now we have robot lawnmowers. There's a lot of different models, makes and models of robot lawnmowers.
Yeah.
So
or you might get someone known as the landscape gardener come around and do it for you at the end of the day. Another job there.
Yeah, there might be a guy that likes to do stuff like that. They like to make stuff look pretty. They look at it as artwork. I see a guy on TikTok who does that. He'll just go do people's lawns. He won't knock on their door or anything, and he'll go edge it up. It'll look beautiful when he's done.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely people who love to do that, and they're going to be in their element, because they're doing what they want to do. They're enjoying it. They're not doing it every day of the week. It's a 3-day part-time thing. They're able to be with their loved ones, enjoying the bounty of the earth and the beautiful visions of earth, flat earth and that, and then go back to, and what a beautiful circle that is. And then they can travel the world. They can go to Antarctica. That's another thing. People will be able to go to Antarctica. It will not be out of bounds. We're definitely going to go. Obviously, no polluting is going to be a very strict rule there, but we are going to be able to go, control the numbers. Everybody will get his or her turn, and that's that. I think that's
yeah. We're not going to just bomb rush it. We're going to take turns.
Currently, every year there's about 30 to 35,000 people go there a year, roughly. Could be a bit more than that as tourists at the moment. So it's not a lot, is it? It's not a lot, is it? Doing the tourist thing to Antarctica. So no, man, it's definitely I'd love to go there. It's a mystery there. I really want to go to Antarctica, have a look around. But I don't want to go from the regular spots. I want to leave. Let's say I'm in Japan, just go east from Japan and go and look at the Antarctica there. That's what I mean. I don't want to go to Australia or from South Africa or from South America. I want to go from, let's say, Japan and go straight across. Do you know what I mean? From my locale. If I was in LA, from LA, go across. Get over to the Antarctica and see. That's also going to help to prove the flat Earth, isn't it?
Oh yeah, we ended it in one day, bro. One shit in one day, first day out. I empty the vaults, and then we figure out this fucking shape question.
Yeah. We'll figure out what's out there. That's what we're going to figure out. What is out there? The weather might be harsh, but I already know that we have that technology. The vehicles exist that we can use and bring to bear. They exist now. They're already.
Some little girl did it on skis
from Russia. They're known as the Sherpa.
You don't need anything crazy. Some little girl did it on skis.
A vehicle called the Sherpa, made by Russians. Yeah, there you go. So
you don't need a Sherpa or whatever the fuck
you
it's
can get
called.
these.
You do it on foot, dog sleds, skis, snowmobiles.
Yeah. But we're talking about going some great distances where you might want to be more protected than just being on a jet ski, which is very nice in itself, skidoos and that, but more robust where you can sleep. It's like a shelter on wheels, can sleep about 8 people comfortably.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. That'd be way better.
It's got heaters in there. You've got a little cooking facility in there, and it's on wheels, and they are very frugal with the fuel, very fuel efficient as well, superbly fuel efficient, and they carry a lot of fuel, and you can do this and then build shelters along the way, so people can leave supplies and that. Yeah, man, I'll tell you, this has to be done. It can be done now, and that's what we should be using the money for. Got the military, you know what I mean? Waste of bloody money. Yeah, man, that can be done easily. And then we can go and see what's out there. Is the dome meeting the ice? We will know. Definitely. And as it gets dark, then you use your vehicles and all the lights provided. You'll never be stranded because you'll have a GPS and everything's linked to your waypoints, which are being dropped off as you go along. So as you do a half a mile, you drop off a little transponder all the way. So you're not going to get lost. No chance of that happening. So there's going to the first people who do this. These are the ones that are going to be building this semi-infrastructure of a road, and and your blood flow, and then you've got your shelters built up for the ones coming behind, bringing supplies. And yeah, man, before you know where you are, you know what's going on there. It's easy, man. It's a no-brainer.
Right, so we got a lot of stuff figured out.
I'd love to do that. Love to do that, man.
We got a lot of stuff figured out today, Jen. A lot of stuff.
Yeah, I have. I've been working it all out, and the food would be no problem because it would be freeze-dried food, but all healthy and low calorie. And Japan does some really good stuff. Good vegetable soups, which you'll never get sick of.
You know why Asian people live so long? I do.
Go on. Why?
It's because they don't eat. It's the amounts. It could be something to do with they're eating healthier, but it also has a lot to do with the amount that they're eating.
Absolutely.
We splurge over here, right? We go in, we get the fucking 32-ounce ribeye, we get the fucking a gallon of mashed potatoes, butter dripping over everything, and we eat until we're fucking stuffed, right?
Yeah.
In Asia, they eat like they're always preparing for a famine. Like they'll only eat like 75% full or something. They never fill it.
Yeah, that's right. In Japan, you only eat up to 80% full. Never eat till you're stuffed. Of course, they don't do that here. So yeah.
Yeah, see, we do that all the time.
That requires
we eat till we can't fucking eat anymore.
That requires a lot of resolve for us who are used to eating till we're stuffed. That requires a lot of resolve. But yeah, it's doable. I mean, I do that. I mean, I've gone without food for 5 days, no food, only water. I've done that. I've actually done that. The longest I've done, 5-day fast. Yeah, so I know I can do it. Yeah, 5 days. I was trying to go for 7 days, but I gave in on the 5th day. Yeah, so I do try. But yeah, I can see that happening. That's one of my life's dream is to go to Antarctica. And you know what? Just before I became a flat earther, I was thinking about Antarctica and thinking, that's funny. Why haven't I thought about going there? I'm traveling the world, right? And I'm sitting down in the classroom here thinking, hang on a second. Why didn't I think about going to Antarctica? That would be a brilliant place to go to. And I'm talking to myself, thinking to myself, that would be clean air, good food, because you bring it along with you. Yeah, man, I must look into this. And then shortly after that, I'm becoming a flat earther that same year. Or a year or two later. Yeah, man. But thinking about Antarctica as a place to go on holiday. Purely because I was enjoying the snowboarding and that. You see? That's what brought that idea on. I thoroughly enjoyed the snowboarding.
Snowboarding's tough, Jen. I'm a skier. I like the skis. I tried to snowboard. Not easy. Very tough.
Yeah. I love the snowboarding. The coldest I've gone is minus 24 degrees with wind chill factor. That was with the wind
I mean,
chill.
I'm shooting down double diamonds, bro. I'm like James Bond out there. But the snowboarding, I'm like a fumbling idiot. I just can't do it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, it does require a little bit of skill, but once you get it, it's you just magnificent fun, man. I feel like Silver Surfer, that Marvel character. Yeah, I always.
Yeah.
Silver Surfer, man.
Yeah.
And you know what? And the funny thing is, right? I got my snowboard, okay, second hand, okay, literally like it was worth like $300-400 years and years ago. When I got it, was I paid like maybe $30 for it, okay, something like that. But the bindings cost about $150 because you had to buy them to your boots, okay. But the theme is you've got the theme of my snowboard is. I mean, at the bottom, you got the city, right? Tower blocks, little black bird flying, and then you go into space. Look at that. That was the theme of my snowboard.
See, in a world that's run correctly, you don't even need to own a snowboard, right? You just go to the mountain and they got them there. Why do you need to have a snowboard, lug that shit back and forth? Just put them where we need them.
Yeah, that's a good point. And they can be kept in their cases and that, and then they're well maintained. My one's maintained. I get it waxed and that, and then I do my own waxing after all. And I love all that, man.
You got the wax there, so you can do it all yourself there.
Yeah.
The point is, nobody needs to be owning shit really. Like you don't need to own it. It sounds like communism or something weird, but
yeah, but it still makes sense, doesn't it? It does make sense. Yeah.
Yeah, like you don't need to own a snowboard. They're just at mountains. Like that's where we bring the snowboards because that's where we're going to use snowboards at places where there's snowy mountains. So we just bring the snowboards there. Stop all the nonsense with shipping them to warehouses and shipping them to stores and shipping them to you. Then you lug it back and forth from the mountain. There's no need for all that.
Yeah.
That's wildly inefficient. Also, they're going to make the boards better so they don't break. You know what I mean? You're going to make the binding a little tougher, and the screws are going to be a little like they're just going to make it better because now we don't want things to break so that you have to go buy a new one because nobody buys shit anymore. So that whole idea of making things to break. The whole idea of making things to break so people have to buy more shit is just that's not even a thing anymore.
Exactly. Longevity, of course. Of course, we're not going to be making things so they break down so you have to buy a new one. No. You buy it, you never have to buy again, hopefully, is what we're saying here. As long as you maintain it well.
Or it's fixable or something, yeah.
Yeah. We can hopefully be able to coat this thing where they're going to be exposed to the sunlight. We might be able to formulate through natural chemicals from nature itself, coatings that protect from UV so that they don't degrade as the years go by. They're the sort of things I'm into, because the UV kills everything. The sunlight kills everything you have, which is why I always cover my bike wherever I go. I take the cover with me. So I look for a shade first. It's the first thing I do. Shaded area, I park it in a shaded area. If there's no shaded area, then I take the bag out of my rucksack, cover the bike whilst I'm busy what I'm doing, so that the bike doesn't get unnecessarily faded. I don't like to see the bike with all the faded switches, perished rubber, you know what I mean, and faded colour. No, none of that. No need for that. So I avoid the UV where I can. That is a purpose thing that I do. So and it's worked for me. I had a Honda CB404, and the radiator rubber, which after a couple of years tends to perish. 16 years, you touched it. If you touched it, it was like it was fitted the day before. It was still that soft, still that smooth. Not one sign of crack or anything after 16 years. The radiator hoses on my motorbike. That's to tell you how well not keeping it in the UV and keeping it in the shade works. Over 16 years, brand new still. The rubber was soft, perfect, like the day it was fitted. So I know I've
Jim,
done all
go
these
open
things.
the door.
Say that again.
Go open the door.
Oh, can you hear the buzzing? Sorry, that would be in my notification. So stop that. Go and open the door. I'm ignoring everyone. But yeah, I've always been into longevity. As wasn't born into a rich family, so obviously whatever I got, I cherished and I tried to make it last as long as possible because I never knew when the next one was coming. But then, you know, I've just done that all the way through my life now. There was a time, short time, when I was buying a new bike every 2 years. And then one day I saw the bike I used to ride, which I liked. And I thought, I still like that bike. Because, yeah, I'm wasting money here. What am I doing? And then I stopped all that nonsense and just stuck to buying used vehicles. And, you know, I did buy some new ones after that. But, you know, I stopped that idea of buying new because, you're feeling rich. Stop that nonsense. Because I could see it was devaluing me. I was devaluing life that way. I just felt I was wasting, basically, and I didn't like that. It didn't sit well with me, so I stopped it. Yeah. So I've always been someone who generally, you buy secondhand and then you bring the best out of it, and repair what needs repaired, and then move on with it. Yeah. But I have bought brand new vehicles in my life. We had the El Grand car. Oh, that's the big one. And then we had the Honda Fireblade in London, one. We had the XR 600. We had the Dominator and the Africa Twin. So I bought 4 brand new bikes in my life, 60 years from the age of about 17 of my biking career.
Is it customary to buy motorcycles when they're brand new or slightly used? Because I know I buy all my cars slightly used.
I think when you buy them slightly used, you're better off. Because when you buy them new, unless you plan to keep it forever, then there's a serious depreciation as soon as you step out the showroom. Yeah.
I mean, when you say new, is that what you mean? You bought your slightly used, or?
No, brand spanking new, 0, 0, 0, 0 miles on the clock. Yeah. Yeah. Now, if you buy second hand, you're better off, I think. If you're buying used, yeah. 2-year-old, 3-year-old, you're
My last car I got.
Yeah, because if you buy them at 2-3-year-olds, you can use them right up to 15 years if the parts are available. If you like the vehicle and you don't want to change it, you've got to obviously like the vehicle and be happy with it, and then not wanting a new one. Then, like the situation I'm in with the Pathfinder, been well built. They don't build them like that anymore, so I'm going to keep it. It's 26 years old now. Yeah. So yeah, if you're planning to keep the vehicle forever, then you can buy a brand new one and it's yours, and then you've got no problems with it. Lasts a long time. But then you buy a used car, depending on the mileage and the owner and that, But here in Japan, they service the people who buy cars, have them serviced regularly to the book stamp and everything else. So they go by the book all the time. So you can be sure that if you buy a second-hand car, you shouldn't have any problem. I always say, if you buy a second-hand car, I've got to have 5 years trouble-free driving before I need to replace anything. 5 years. Is that unreasonable?
I mean, no, that's pretty good. I just did that with my previous car. I bought a secondhand car, about 20,000 miles on it. I had a good 5-6 years where nothing went wrong. Regular oil changes, the tires, the usual, but like nothing. Nothing happened. Yeah.
So with my car, 26 years old, the only things that I've replaced on the car are the suspension struts when the car was 16 years old. Only the struts. I didn't change the springs because the springs were A-OK. So just the struts only kept the springs. The original springs are 26-year-olds. They're working nicely. Then we did the timing belt, of course, the water pump, okay, and then we've done the rubber, the rubber boots that come from the wheel to they connect the differential into the gearbox, into the engine, yeah? Those rubber gaiters that they have, right? They perish, so we replaced those at the front, right? What else did we do? Then we changed the head gasket because that was weeping, wasn't leaking. It was weeping for like 4 years. All I had to do was just wipe it. Then a few months down the line, it started to appear again. So I tidied that up when we did the timing belt and that. And then some rubber bushes that link the suspension to the differential. There's some rubber bushes that went. There's a little squeaky noise and rattling noise. Tidied that up. And that's all I've done to the car. And
those rubber bushings are an easy. Those are an easy fix, yeah. And it's fucking annoying because they'll start squeaking and shit, yeah.
Yeah, I hate all that. Yeah, so we got that tidied up.
That shit will drive you nuts. That's when you can turn the radio up.
Yeah. So we tidied that up, and then we had an alternator go as well. So those are the things that I've replaced for this car that is 26 years old, running like a dream. Running like a dream. Love the vehicle. You
got a text message, Jen.
Yeah, I'm just checking it now.
Telling you though, yeah, you could definitely make the world. We'd have to all be on the same page though, in order for this for us to all get on the same. We got to all be on the same page. Like we can't have China and America. Like we can't be at odds with each other. We got to all be working together. Otherwise, this shit ain't gonna work.
Yeah, it can be. It can happen. It only needs one country to break free from this nonsense system and say we no longer follow this crap because we want to live in harmony. Blah blah blah, and then the rest of the world, it'll be a domino effect. It'll be a domino effect. Yeah, it'll be a domino effect.
You need all the countries. No, you need all the countries working together at once. Otherwise, it ain't gonna work.
Well, I think we can agree that we have to inform everyone, but then someone has to take that step forward. So whatever country steps forward and says, "This is the way we're going. This is how we're going to be." Blah blah blah, etc. etc. We're pulling away from this stupid economy system where everything is going prices high. Good luck to you guys, but this is what we're doing. Don't worry, And then you enjoy your life. When they see you prospering, when they come on their holidays to your country, see how cheap everything is and how you're living well, then they're going to change, and then you can go and visit them in their country. And it will happen. It just takes one country or two to start it off because someone has to start it.
I think you got to have every country. I think you got to have every country all at once, all do this together.
Well, that can only happen if everybody, agrees a date and revolution, and change everything at the same time, which I think is going to be difficult to achieve that in itself. But if everybody is informed of what's going on, someone's got to take the lead. You don't have to wait for everybody to be on the same page. Start it yourself. Remember, you're working for yourself. Hang on, please. Hold on a second. You're working for yourself, your country first, your people. Then when people hear of your country and how it is and how well it is, and they've stopped all the bombs and they're not making weapons for all, that's all. It's peaceful. Real democracies are at play here. Look at everyone. Yeah, right. The government's paying for everything. When that news gets out, people are going to say, yeah, well, why can't you do the same for us? So you've got to lead, and then sometimes you have to lead. Can't just be waiting for everyone to be on the same page all the time. You've got to inform them, then they have to pull their finger out. Someone's got to start it, though. Yeah.
All right. So you got one country that says, okay, we're done with this money thing. We're not fucking with your money system anymore. We're out.
Right.
Now they don't get any materials that are mined in Africa to make cell phones with or TV screens or something, right? They're not getting a whole bunch of stuff from the outside world that they need to keep their internet going, or maybe they need gasoline from Canada or the Middle East or something, right? They stop getting this shit because the countries are going to we're not just giving you our resources. So now there's no more oil. Your
hang on a
country
second.
can't come to a standstill.
All right, you're going on there. You're going on there. Allow me to get in here, right? Allow me to get in. The thing is, it doesn't mean we can still buy the products. We just print the money and give it to them when we buy the products. What's the problem here? What's going to stop us? Come on. That's just being, we're not thinking that through properly there.
I'm going to stop you, Jen.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't be able to stop me if you tried, mate. I'll tell you that. Not even,
I will stop you.
You wouldn't be able to stop me. Impossible. You wouldn't be able to stop me. I guarantee you that. So, yeah, we have the money. We pay for the goods and we carry on. Nothing is going to change there. It's just that the government is taking care of its people properly. That's the difference. That's what you just missed. You missed that point. So don't worry about the products that are coming from around the world. The money is there. If we can print money to destroy, that's what you've got to remember. If we can print money to destroy, we can print money to make good and build. And
we print a whole bunch of money up. It was okay. So we
I'm just
print a
going
whole
to
bunch
print
of
it.
money up. Do you understand what?
Of course. Of course.
You know what the foreign exchange? You know what the foreign exchange is?
Who
foreign
gives a damn
exchange
about the
market
thing?
for
You need not worry about that because the money is free. You, the citizen, need not worry about that.
Hold on a second. You're going to be worried about it because that determines how much your country's money is worth. So if we just start printing off money in all other countries,
just said, hang on. You just said, hang on a minute. You just said you're pulling out of the system. So when you pull out of the system, you pull out. But if you need things from them, you print the money to pay for the things you need. What's the problem here, man?
I'm telling you the problem. Relax. There's a thing called the foreign exchange, and it's where everyone decides how much your country's money is worth. Right? That's where the dollar gets decided, the euro, the British pound, the yen,
whatever.
Where everything gets decided. So, well, it's not whatever. Listen, hear me out.
I think this side is safer for you.
I'm listening.
If we just start printing money off, and people are like, "Well, that's not really worth it." We'll say it's worth a penny for every $1 million they print off, or something. I mean, why is your country's money? Why is your country's money worth
silly? If it goes that silly, then good luck to them. Then we'll have to make our own way.
Why can't I just make a country right now and start say I'm a country? Go make an island somewhere, say I'm a country, and just start printing money up, and just start buying anything I want with it. I could, but it wouldn't be worth anything. People are like, I don't want. What is this? It's monopoly.
Yeah, well, you could though. You could start, and you'd be wealthy. You'd be a rich man.
No, they wouldn't. Your money wouldn't be worth anything.
It's only because they won't recognize you. That's all. They won't recognize you. Yeah, right.
It's only things are worth what people are willing to pay for them, right?
Right, exactly.
If you just go to an island, hold on. If you just go to an island, start printing money off, right? Why is your monopoly money like even worth anything?
Look, when you working for your country, and you make your steel and things yourself, you make it all yourself. That's what you've got to do. Got to do for self. It's easy enough. Just do it yourself. Don't worry. If that's the game they're going to play, then you just do it for yourself.
But some of the stuff isn't even available in your area.
It's going to be enough. Well, it'll be plant based. You know, we've got to be economical. That's the whole point.
You can't do plant based oil.
So yeah.
I used to have a diesel. I used to have a diesel Volkswagen Jetta, and there was a kit you could buy. It was I never ended up buying it, but I was seriously contemplating. It was about $2,500, and you could run it off of vegetable oil. But not only that, but the fryers in the restaurants, they use vegetable oil, so you could take the used stuff that they pay to get rid of, filter it out, and put it in a car for free. And I was like, shit, that's fucking free gas right there. I almost fucking did that.
I can show you a video from like 2008, I think it is. Her name is Wendy Tremaine. She lives in a place called Holy Scraps, New Mexico. She's got a brand new Volkswagen at that time, okay? And she was collecting the fat from the said restaurants, like you said, using a couple of chemical lies to clean this fuel out. And it cost her all but $10 for like hundreds of dollars of fuel. And she's not, there was no kit needed. Just poured it straight into a car and drove off. Okay.
Yeah, the thing is,
No, I know that you can pour vegetable oil right into a diesel tank. The thing is, though, I lived in New York.
Right now.
I lived in New York State, upstate, so you needed a tank because it gets fucking freezing here, and it does. You won't get it to run good if it's too cold. So you needed to have like a heating thing, and the kit came with the
Yeah, I
filtration
understand what you meant.
system.
You needed an oil warmer. An oil
Yeah,
warmer.
and the kit came with all the wires to connect it and the filtration system for your garage or whatever, and all the bells and whistles. But yeah, you can pour straight. If you can just filter that out yourself and you're in a warm climate, you can just filter it out yourself, dumb cheap, and just pour it right in your bucket.
Basically, with that oil, you're already cleaning it, and you remove all the rubbish before you actually pour it in.
Yeah, you filter it out. Yeah,
It all falls to the bottom. And then the final process is like you use water just to wash the oil out, and then whatsoever. You know, it's there already. These because like the diesel engine, Rudolf Diesel designed it to run on peanut oil and sunflower oil engines. See? So it's been invented over 100 years ago, nearly now.
What a good idea to make an engine. What a good idea to make an engine to run off something that we can just grow. How fucking awesome is that?
Yeah, exactly. So we've gone backwards. You see, we haven't gone forward. That's why I said we need to go. We need to go back to the past and bring out reconnect with the best technologies back then and bring them to now, to our present time.
Well, a lot of technology in this stuff that should have been done a long time ago has been purposefully I can't think of the word for it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yes.
What's the word when they no, what's the word? Suppressed. They suppressed a lot of technology.
Yeah, they suppress it. But what I'm trying to say is that the public at large are ignorant of that fact. You see, they don't know that that's going on. You see what I mean? And thus, we've been set back 100 years from that very action you just mentioned.
A lot of these globers think that they're not, nothing's getting suppressed and shit. It's like, dude, you have no idea what our world would look like if nothing ever got suppressed. We'd probably have flying cars by now.
Well, yeah. Well, I don't think flying cars is the be all or end all of the human race. I don't think that's
the pinnacle. The pinnacle of society. Jetsons briefcase cars.
Yeah, I used to watch the Jetsons. I used to love that cartoon series. Yeah.
Right, we go to work for Spacely Sprocket and in our flying car.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I remember
Rosie home cleaning the house. Perfect.
Yeah.
The pinnacle of the Jetsons.
That was the lifestyle, wasn't it? The Jetsons jet set lifestyle. Yeah, man.
Yeah, the Jetsons was basically that's like the peak of society. Technologically, we can probably get anytime soon.
Yeah. If anyone's interested in this, how to do the diesel, take the fat oil and put it in your diesel engine, right? I'm going to post that video right now. The video's only 5 minutes long.
They've actually switched it in America. The restaurants used to have to pay to get rid of that oil, but nowadays.
That's right.
Now, but it's changed though because nowadays people pay them to take it.
Yeah.
People realize, this is actually worth money. People are like, this shit's actually worth money. We're not paying it. We're selling it.
Okay. In this case, Wendy Tremaine on the video, she got hers free because obviously the guy at the restaurant wasn't having to be paid to have it taken away. She's taking it away for free, so she didn't have to pay for it. She said, "Can I have this oil? Because you don't." Yeah, take it. Yeah, take it. So she's getting it. He doesn't have to pay the local municipal money to come and collect it, and he's saving money. She's happy, and everyone's happy all round. Yeah, man. So yeah, I posted it anyway. It's only 5 minutes long. It's a great video. Keep that one because subject matter may come up, and you can always post it and say, "Well, look, this is what this woman was doing back in the day with her Volkswagen Beetle." Yeah, man. I just thought to myself, we can easily live it good. Like I said, we can spend money using it to make destructive material and destructive equipment and stuff. We can also make good equipment and help to enhance and uplift life on this earth. And like I said, if it was me in charge, that's what would be going on. Definitely. We're reversing this system pretty quick. Everybody would be rich, but not in the way that you think, oh, I've got mountains of money, because you won't need that much mountains of money to live. And the state literally will be looking after you from cradle to the grave.
How awesome would it be to just go to this mountain and just do your snowboards there and just get it and go? When you want to go jet skiing, just go to the lake. The jet skis are there, ready to go. You go to the supermarket, you just grab what you need. You know, you go to Target, Walmart, you get, I need a blender or a coffee maker. You just grab it.
Yeah. And as you see, and these jobs people want to do, even though these jobs will probably be seasonal, because if you're living in such a region, if it's all year round, then it's all year round. If it's seasonal, then it's seasonal. So these jobs will be part time. And again, it's all it's all good, isn't it? All good.
Yeah, like if everything was free, I would donate a lot of my time. Not a lot, but I would give 5 hours a week to go chip in to help society. Maybe more, 10 hours a week. I don't know what needs to be done.
Yeah.
Like I'm a what needs to be done kind of guy. Let's get it done so we can go home and chill. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I wasn't one of those guys on a construction site that wanted to milk the job and make it take more so we get 50 extra bucks in our paycheck. Who gives a fuck? Let's just get out of here and get home so we can go with our family and do nice things that we, enjoy and want to be doing. I don't want to be worrying about getting money.
Yeah, that's right. I used to do 6 to 9 hours a week as a volunteer youth worker in London for 12 and a half years. Right up to the week I came to Japan, I was doing that. Right up to the week I came to Japan. So, I thoroughly enjoyed that. Volunteer youth worker.
This can only happen if this can only happen if all the countries get on board all at once, bro. I'm telling you, it ain't gonna work if just one country wanted to do that. They would be blackballed. Nobody else is gonna go along with it. They're like, nah, we're not sending our stuff.
I can see that. I can understand that fully, but it's not gonna stop me. That's just the thing. It's not gonna stop me.
Well, I mean, there's no stopping you. So silent couldn't stop you.
Nothing's gonna stop me at all. Couldn't give a fuck about them blackballing me. I said, don't blackball me.
Silent Zero ain't gonna stop. They can't stop you. Silent Zero definitely ain't gonna stop.
Exactly. I'm gonna say to them, look, you can't blackball me. I'm brown already.
I will stop you, Jen.
You won't be able to stop me, right, now. You wouldn't be able to stop me, man. Believe you me.
Man, Jen.
Okay, I'm stopping.
How is Japan right now, Jen?
It's currently coming up for 3 a.m. in the morning. Quarter to 3.
Holy
it's night time, cold, because winter's beginning to get there. But I'm fine. I'm still wearing shorts.
You're retired, right, Jen?
I'm not retired. No, I work.
You work?
I'm good. Yeah, of course.
Are you gonna work tomorrow? Like
I'm gonna work today. You mean? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shouldn't you be taking your rest? A little sleep?
Yeah, I should. But wait, if I don't take a rest now, then I'll have a little nap in the afternoon when I've got a quiet period where there's no students coming in. Then I take a shutdown and set my alarm so it rings me up. So that's what I do. I'm like a robot like that. You see, that's what you do. You use the alarm to shut down, no noise, and then you panic awake because of things, and then I've got 30 minutes to prepare for the next student.
Yeah, you should be going to sleep though, so you can give your best to the students.
I do though. I do get that. Let me tell you something. I get that rest, and I give my best to the students, maximum energy, and I still do my exercises, and I still do the laundry for the house, and I throw out the rubbish, and various other things that have to be done to run the house. I do it all, and the reason I can do it all is because I used to do that. I used to do that in London. In London, I used to do that.
Jen, how many pull-ups can you do? I bet you I can do more
pull-ups can I do it? Okay, if I'm going to be in a competition, in my condition now, I could probably do 20.
No. 20 you think so?
But underarm grip. Underarm grip, not overarm grip.
How about you, Jeremy? How many can you do?
Maybe
15 is tops, bro. I'd be hurting after that.
And what's your weight?
I don't really exercise that much.
What's your weight, Jeremy?
Probably in between 150, 160. I'm solid
Pound?
rock though. Yeah, I'm chiseled rock like a gargoyle, bro. It's all muscle.
Yeah, I'm 85 kg.
You said 50, 50, Jeremy?
150.
150
pounds, yeah.
Oh, that's pretty fucking good though.
Yeah. I'm
150.
80.
Hold on. 150 push-ups or pounds?
That's how much I weigh, 150 pounds. I could probably do about, in one sitting, I could probably do like 50 push-ups without stopping.
50 push-ups. All right, there you go.
Pull-ups are tough though. He said 20 pull-ups, bro. I don't believe you, Jen. Get on the camera right now and show us.
Look, if I could show you doing lifting my legs up, okay, right, into the pike in a gymnastics with both my legs out in front, doing the scissors, you'd not be able to do it. You'd see.
At this point, you have turned into a Glover, bro. We're talking about push-ups. Why are you talking about legs?
No, because I'm lifting. Hang on. What I'm showing you is I'm doing what's known as the pike, where you're on the parallel bars and you bring your legs up in front of you. That requires a lot of strength across the whole body. Most people can't do that.
Okay, push-ups.
Okay,
you can do those. We're talking about push-ups.
Yeah, push-ups. I can do 50 push-ups, no problem. We said pull-up. We said pull-ups.
Yeah, we're talking about
pull-ups, underarm. You see, chins, yeah.
That's
what we were really talking about.
That's tough too. It's doable though. That's more realistic than 20 pull-ups, Jen. I mean, come on. I give you 12.
Yeah, but did you hear the technique I used? Underarm grip, not overarm grip.
That's fine. I think any grip you want. Any grip you want. 20 is still fucking tough.
No, you don't get it, do you? You don't get it, right? When you do the underarm grip, right, you have the trapezius muscle, your lats, right, and the muscles behind your arm.
BRB.
Okay. So you got these muscles. They help you to do the exercise easier. When you do it from overhand grip, you're using all your shoulder muscles, which is a smaller group, and you have to work harder. That's why underarm grip is easier to do the chins. Okay?
Yeah,
so
it's
you're using your
easier,
lats.
but it's still tough. It's still tough,
it's not
though.
tough. That's fucking easy.
Pull-ups are tough. I know a lot of people can't do one pull-up.
Yeah, I know, because they're just fucked, aren't they? But I've been doing that for years. I've been doing it for years. It's called muscle memory.
The people that can't do one pull-up, I'm like, listen, you're hanging off the edge of a cliff and you're gonna die. You can't pull yourself up. You're just dead.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, I guess so. I mean, how could you live life like that?
Yeah, upper body strength is necessary, isn't it? You need a good upper body strength, right? Which is why I do push-ups. That's why I do the circuit training that I do, which is push-ups, pull-ups, sit-ups, and then the Olympic bar leg raises, 20 leg raises, and then I go for a run around the park and then do that again 3 times, 3 sets, and then back on the push bike and then go up another 3-mile cycle till I get back home. Yeah, so that's really good now. I'm really firing up the system all around now. Get the blood flowing around the body, good and proper, flush. I've had some Japanese men said, man, you've got a lot of power, is what they've said to me, and I'm minding my own business. I'm not putting myself in their face, but they come up to me and say, yeah, you got a lot of power, man. I said, thank you very much, What you can do is just be polite, but I'm not pushing myself in anyone's face, just minding my own business. Maintaining my health, because when you have knowledge, you just got to show what you can do, but don't thrust it. Just show what you can do, and people can be inspired. And that's what I've been doing all my life. So here in Japan, we have parallel bars, all this equipment in the park, so you can actually go out there and show your stuff and do your routine, and hopefully others will be motivated. And I've noticed people have been copying me here and there. I've noticed. But I haven't said anything because that's what life is. That's what we do. You just mind your own business and do what you can do and enjoy. So yeah, 20 pull-ups is not difficult, man.
I don't know, Jen. 20's tough. I'd be struggling to do 20. I mean, if somebody had a gun in my head and was like, yo,
Yeah, are you talking? Yeah, you do realize that the underarm grip is a lot more favorable than overhand grip.
Yes,
yeah?
yes, and it's still tough. It's still tough pull-ups in general. It doesn't matter if you do the easy ones, the hard ones, the ones where your arms are spread apart or close together or whatever. However you want to do it, it's tough no matter what.
Yeah, that's for you. Yeah. Now I do 20. I can do 20. Like I said, in a competition time, I'll be able to complete 20.
Like if I'm going to the gym if I was going to the gym to just do a workout, I would probably do 7, 8, maybe 9 in a set.
No, yeah. I do 10 sets of 10. I do sets of 10s.
Get the fuck out of it. I'll beat you, dude. That's crazy.
I do sets of 10s, man. You can ask my children. They'll tell you. I do sets of 10s, man. I don't do.
You're a beast. That's fucking crazy. I don't want it with you. You be doing like Tai Chi and shit and hot yoga.
Well, I mean, I wish I could do all that stuff. I mean, I do Tai Chi. I used to do Tai Chi when I used to do karate. It's all part of
one of those I was gonna say, you sound like one of these kung fu motherfuckers doing 10 sets of 10 pull-ups. That's crazy, bro. You're a beast in the streets.
Yeah, no. I don't mean I do 10 sets of 10. No, I'm doing 10 sets 3 times. That's all I'm doing. Don't misunderstand me here now. So I'm doing it's called circuit training. Okay, because you're going in a circuit. So you start off by I start off by cycling to the park, okay, park the bike up, and then I do a warm-up exercise where I'm arm swings, right, for the upper body, hip rotation, and then stretch the hamstrings. And then the first exercise is the chin-up. Chin-ups, so that's the first one. So I do 10 of them, and then I go from the chin-ups to sit-ups, and we do 20 of them, and then from there, because we're on the parallel bar right there, we're doing 10 dips, right? 10 dips, and then straight over to the other end of the parallel bar where the Olympic rings are, grab the rings, and now we're doing 10 knee raises. That means I'm bringing my knees to my chest, 20 times, right? Drop down, and then go for a run around the park, okay? And then come back and repeat that 3 times. And then back on the push bike, and then back onto the cycle, and then cycle home the long way around.
You getting a lot of protein before this? You doing a little protein shake?
No, I don't do any of that. None of that. No,
you don't get no fish, a little pasta. What do you got?
No, I don't do any of that. That would be part of my meal when I like to earn my food. So
you got to eat good after that, yeah.
Yeah, I like to earn it. That's the way I do it. So I only eat once.
You have a good breakfast before that too, though. Little eggs.
No, I don't. I tend to skip breakfast. And have what I would call a late, kind of like 6 o'clock dinner, and that would be lunch and dinner mixed together, really. Once a day is what I usually eat. Then occasionally, like when I'm up this late, like talking to you now, guys, maybe I did a good workout the day before, and now the hunger's creeping in, then I might go sneak up and get something to eat at like 4 a.m. That would be breakfast, wouldn't it? Yeah. But yeah, no, that's my lifestyle at the moment, and I'm currently at 85 kg. So, but yeah, well,
I don't know what that means.
Yeah,
how many pounds is that?
13 stones.
Dude, that didn't help. The fuck is a stone? How many pounds do you weigh, bro? We use freedom units.
14 times 13. 14 pounds to the stone. 14 times 13.
I don't do math either.
Okay.
Hey, Jen.
Yeah.
I bet you're one of those guys who falls right asleep, right? When you go to bed?
Sleeping like a baby over there in Japan, huh?
Do you know what? What it is that I tend to fall asleep watching something these days.
I love that. Watching. I love watching stuff as I fall asleep. Yeah.
Yeah. So I might be watching like a flat earth video or something, and then I'll fall asleep watching it. So I'm 182 pounds currently.
All right. It sounds like you're chiseled rock over there. I mean, Jesus.
No,
the hell of a little workout you have.
Yeah, I'm not chiseled rock. No, I'm not chiseled rock.
You think you'd beat me in arm wrestling?
I'm trying to come down. I was really good at arm wrestling. I still am today. I want to come down to 75 kg. That's what I'm trying to do.
You gonna over the top me on some Sylvester Stallone shit or what?
Yeah. I want to come down in weight. I'm trying to come down to 75. But because the metabolism's slow, I'm 60, it's difficult to bring it down, isn't it? And I'm starving myself as well.
You're
So
getting old. You're getting old, Jen.
Well,
You're
yeah,
taking naps. You're taking naps over there, and you know.
Well, I've got to take naps because I don't take full sleep, do I? So I've got to be smart.
Yeah, but you're old. You don't need a lot of sleep when you get old. You need like 3 hours a night, and you're good.
Yeah, that's what I'm like now. Yeah, that's it. That's me. 3-4 hours, and I'm ready to go.
You take a nice little nap in the afternoon, you're all good.
Yeah. It's okay. Nothing wrong with that. It's pretty healthy. Taking naps is a healthy thing to do.
We spend so much of our life sleeping. There should be a pill, because you go nuts if you don't sleep or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But there should be something you could do to like not have to. We waste a third of our lives practically sleeping. Sometimes probably more than that.
Yeah.
It depends. You get 8 hours a night when you're a baby. You're sleeping for 12. You grow up. Maybe you sleep for 10 hours a night.
Yeah.
You get older. You start sleeping for probably a third of your life sleeping. Man, that's a lot of fucking time wasted.
Okay, Jeremy. Listen to this. Okay.
Go on.
What would you rather have? $1 million, or you'd have the ability to stay up forever? You never get tired, never have to go to sleep for the rest of your life.
But I still could go to sleep if I wanted to.
I guess you could.
Definitely want to dream. I like to dream a little bit.
But you wouldn't
I'm
even
old
be...
now. If you had asked me this when I was in my 20s or something, I would have took the no sleep thing, because I could have just worked. I would have had 3 full-time jobs and just worked for 10, 20 years.
I'm offering you the ability to not even be tired ever again.
I know. I think I'd take the $1 million though.
Oh, everyone says that, man. That's the wrong answer.
You know what? I'm going to take the time. I'm going to take the ability to stay awake, and then I can earn extra money and do.
Jin's the only guy who gave the right answer.
You get a lot of stuff done, but you know what? Jin, you're even older than me. I was going to say, if you asked me this in my 20s, I would have did this no tired thing easy. But now that I'm older and shit, I feel like I could help my kids out a lot. I could help my kids out a lot with that $1 million, though.
That's why I'm choosing it, because I've got I'm 60. Let's say I live till I'm 80. That's 20 years. So I've got 20 years to be awake and make an impact and do something.
All right, it's your first night. What do you do? You gonna sit here in Discord with us all night, or are you gonna what are you doing?
Well, I might be here on Discord and then pursue other things in my life that I want to pursue, which I do anyway. So I just carry on living the same. In fact, if I'm the man that never sleeps, I'm going to be well sought after. Do you know what I mean? People want me to come and work for them, for example, or give advice on how to do this, how to do that. So I could become famous.
Think of what the $1 million can do for the kids, though. You get some trust funds going for the kids, huh?
Yeah. I could make $1 million. I could make more than $1 million, couldn't I? From this condition.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'd be able to make more than $1 million, because I'd be traveling the world, hopefully without having to wear a mask and everything else. Because I won't be. I'll have a private jet if that was the case. But I'd be able to make more money, wouldn't I? I'd make more than $1 million.
Okay. You take the deal where you never get tired. 3 weeks later, you get a car, you're dead, and now the kids don't have $1 million.
No, they're gonna have the money, because, like I said, you've missed it, because I'm going to use that condition to make myself famous. So I'm going to make a lot of money. I'm going to be well sought after. I'm going to be a sought after man. Believe it.
No, there's already a dude that don't sleep. Some Chinese Shaolin arts kung fu master motherfucker. There's one dude that never sleeps.
They don't look for money. Yeah, they're not looking to be famous in the way of money, but I would want to do that, because, like you said, the children and the wife and that. So yeah, of course.
Bro, you're gonna get an interview with Oprah and some interview. You're gonna get a couple interviews and shit. Where's the money gonna come from?
All over the world.
Yeah, but who's giving you money for what? They're just gonna be mailing you money.
Actually, wait a minute. Does Oprah really do anything anymore, other than that one interview with the two royals who left the family? Does she Does she do a show anymore?
I don't know. That's not my thing. It was just an example. Like, where's the money going to come from?
It'll come. Don't you worry.
Take the millions in.
Newspaper interviews, magazines.
Take the money and run.
Yeah, that would be you, yeah.
I'm just saying, I'm thinking for my kids. Like, I know that $1 million, no matter what, once I get it, my kids are straight. You put a few G's in the trust fund for them. You know, when by the time they're older, they'll have 2 nickels to rub together. Your thing's risky. Somehow people are going to be mailing you money because you don't have to sleep anymore. I don't know why they're sending you money like this, but
they're not going to be sending me money because I'm going to be out there doing things for them.
What do you do? What are you going to do?
You never know. Operate machinery. Who knows?
I mean, you could do that now.
Going around the world giving advice.
And how not to be tired?
On how to manage your life. Because I'm lucky, how to help you try and be like me, but you never get there, but at least you can try. Could even be a movie in there somewhere.
Did they have any movies where people never had to sleep?
Yeah, it could be a new movie.
It's a good plot for a new movie plot right there. I don't think I've ever seen a movie where
there you go.
Somebody didn't have to sleep. You should send that over to Veach. Write it up, send something over to Veach, see if you can get a little cut.
Yeah,
that's original right there.
Yeah, a man that never sleeps.
Some of these guys get hundreds of thousands of dollars just for pitches like that.
Yeah,
like the guy that pitched, I don't know, some Disney shit or something. They get a lot of fucking money to pitchers.
That's right, the man that never sleeps, right? So he gets a movie and then he gets the TV series on top of that. Yeah, there's loads of money coming in.
Series?
Season 1, Season 2, Season 3, Season 4, Season 5. Everything motivational. Everything's positive.
Bro, you need some Brad Pitt or like a Wesley Snipes type or some shit.
Yeah, of course. So we find that, and the man, be good, wouldn't it? Yeah, there's possibilities, definitely. And I don't have to sleep. I'm standing there, and I'm not sleeping, but I look like I'm sleeping. But no, I'm still here, folks. Don't worry. I sleep standing up.
I'll tell you what I would take. I'll tell you, instead of the deal you offered, I'm making my own deal. Here's the deal. I want $500,000 and the ability to lucid dream at will.
Interesting.
How about that? Is that a deal?
He wants the cake and the recipe.
The lucid dream. I don't know if you guys ever had a lucid dream, but they're fucking dope as fuck, bro. That is the best. They had that in the Jetsons too. Remember, Elroy went to bed and asked if he wanted to dream about baseball or
Jetsons.
surfing or something. They had this in the Jetsons. They had lucid dreaming in the Jetsons.
Right.
Isn't that the one where you could like control what you do?
Yeah, you can control where you are, who's around you, what you do, all types of shit. Has me doing gay shit like trying to fly. I'm out there looking for the chicks. Be a lucid dream. Who the fuck's trying to fly around trying to go get some babes?
I always thought about doing that in like a dream. Like if there's like a hot girl there, I could just make out with her, right? Because like I'm dreaming, but
they usually want to.
Yeah.
They usually want to in a dream. Like sometimes they don't, and you're like, all right, whatever. But sometimes you're down for it. But if you're lucid dreaming, like it's easy to start making that happen.
Yeah.
I almost thought about buying a mask. They got a lucid dreaming mask. It's like $300. I don't know. They probably have a shit ton of them. I don't know if they work or not. I'm kind of scared to buy one because I don't want to waste $300. But if it works, it was so worth it.
Did you hear what was going on in Vienna? Did you hear what was going on in Vienna? They in order for you to get the jab, you can go and sleep with any woman you like. So these brothels were offering you any woman you like as long as you got the jab.
That's a good fucking deal. I bet you that got a lot of fucking. They got a lot of people to do that. That's an easy.
I was trying
sell.
to send a video yesterday to you guys, but I can't condense it enough to send it to you.
That's an easy sell right there. In America, they're giving away like donuts or a free slice of pizza or some bullshit. That the free sex with any woman you want. The sex with any woman you want. That's an easy sell right there. They probably got a shit ton.
What was it, like a bunch of hookers
Like a brothel.
Yeah, from the brothel. Yeah, clean, high class women, or whatever you want, and you get the jab. God, I laughed. I thought, bloody hell, really?
And now every homeless guy in Vienna is now vaccinated.
Yeah, seriously, right? Like how? Who? Everyone's doing. I'm getting 2. Shit, sign me up for 2. Nah, I didn't get mine yet. What are you talking about? You must have got the paperwork wrong. Let's do this again.
I mean, it's outrageous.
That's a motivator. That's the stick. That's the carrot right there. What's the stick going to be?
The stick is
It
that
ain't
you're
too long.
spoiled.
It ain't too long before they realize the carrot don't work. Well, in that situation, it works. But when you try to give out a donut or a fucking cup of coffee or something, that doesn't work. And then what's the stick going to be? Or do they need to come out with a better carrot? That carrot would work anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want it. I don't care what they're offering. I don't want it, do I? So.
Well, you'd have a few outliers like yourself, but for the most part, you'd get about 99% of the population, of the male population, anyways. If you could have it reversed for women too, you could have a man brothel. I mean, guys would be signing up for that. You could get the male brothel going for free. Seriously, like guys, we need volunteers for the male brothel so that women can pick who they want to fuck when we give them the free thing, right?
Yeah.
Guys would be lining up for that fucking job.
Problem, Jeremy, is women don't need a brothel. Because any woman can get laid any day she wants to anyway.
Yeah, but it's a what do they call it? It's a not notoriety. It's a I can't think of the word. Novelty. It's a a little novelty thing. Like, oh yeah, the woman, I'll go get some oral sex or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I like the way you said
I'm just saying, man, sex sells, dude. Sex sells. You can get people motivated for that. That's why most of the men have jobs. If it wasn't for the getting the women thing, we wouldn't need the jobs with the house and the cars. You wouldn't see no Porsches and vets roaring around. Guys wouldn't even bother. They'd be like, whatever. We're good with the old beat up Chevy.
I hadn't thought about that, man, but there's a lot of truth in that.
Yeah, bro, the nice houses and shit, dude. Whenever I had an apartment, I had nothing on the walls. I wouldn't have good furniture. No guys don't give a fuck about curtains and knickknacks and shit. Right?
Yeah,
We get the curtains and the knickknacks and the nice oven and the floors all night and the walls all night. Dude, if it was guys, you ever see the house from Texas Chainsaw Massacre? Like that would be the house guys lived in, and then you go to Leave It to Beaver, and there's the woman's house.
Oh, man. I'd never thought about that.
That's how our evolution is. You know how not the evolutionary thing, but that's how we get to procreate, right? They got animals they got little birds that'll do these goofy little weird dances and make noises so that the women are attracted to them. Now the women are attracted to the vets, the Porsches, the big houses, the mansions with the butler, all that stuff. So that's what, it's just a part of how we breed now, our breeding system. There's guys that definitely shouldn't have procreated, but they did because they had the big mansion and shit. Not that they shouldn't have, because those guys are smart anyways, because you got to be smart to get to that point. But I don't know.
Wow, this is from Sky News. Let me see if I can send it to you. Look at the women, man. Vienna chicks, eh? Let's have a look. See if I can send this. I wonder, because sometimes this system don't work well. Look at this story, man. Amazing. As I thought, it wouldn't come through, would it? Typical. Let's have a look. What can we do? No, I've already seen it, thank you. I just want to post it, you bloody nuisance. Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay, this one, that'd be amazing if we can send that.
Yum. Yum.
Okay, it's going in the live stream one text. Here it comes. Check it out, folks. Okay, there we are. That's the story.
I am down. Just for that one right there.
I mean, that's the nurse. That's the nurse giving a jab. That's not. Is that even one of the girls?
No, that's not one of the.
That's just the nurse. Jesus, sign me up for all this whole system you got going on here.
Oh, baby.
And if you click on the story, you see more babes. There's actually a video. I think you may even be able to watch a video on that as well. So you see them walking around, strutting their stuff.
Strutting his stuff.
30 minutes too. That's a decent amount of time. They're probably getting people. That's how you get some guy 30 minutes, and he buys another 30 minutes.
Yeah.
That's how you get him in a door. But it's all a big scheme to get the money.
I think the guy in the mask is trying his hardest not to laugh. Can you see it? I think he's trying his hardest. Look into his eyes. He's trying to keep a straight face.
Fiery little redhead firecracker guy going on there.
This is a joke, isn't it? I mean, this is a joke. Come on, man.
If you want people to do this thing, that is one of the best ways to get them to do it. For the men, at least, you will get a lot of men on board with this.
Yeah.
You know, there'll be some guys like you that are like, no, I'm not doing it. That's like 1% of the population like you, Jin. People aren't living with integrity and honor these days like you are.
Yeah. There's just no way. No way, man. That's just not happening.
What else we got going on today, fellas? Anything good? Cryptos are going good. I just put $50 into this one thing, gives 5% a day for 90 days. Very risky. It's huge. Nice little investment though. If it does good, you know, I'll make $100 something off it. No, whatever.
Whilst you're busy promoting that crypto, there's loads of people around the world, and including in the US as well, that are saying that what we want to do is have a no cash day when no one does any shopping. No credit cards. Don't do any spending.
And then what?
Well, it's going to hurt the people that were trying to push the cryptocurrency. That's what they were trying to do somehow.
How does not spending cash hurt crypto? That only helps. That
or
fucking
cash.
hurts.
Sorry, I must have got it round the wrong way. Cash only, David. You know, just cash.
Not really many of that people are buying stuff in crypto though. Like there are some purchases happening with crypto, but it's not really a lot. And anyone that is already using crypto is gonna be like, "Fuck that! I'm not doing that bullshit."
Yeah.
They've had a monopoly on the money system for years, for decades, hundreds of years now. You know, they've been monopolizing the money system. It's our turn. This is like cryptocurrencies, like Uber and Lyft. We are in the middle of a technological revolution right now with everything.
Yo, what up, fam?
What up? What up? It's about to change drastically change. It's going to be bigger than the Industrial Revolution and shit.
See, it's gone quiet. Everyone's checking out Vienna's jab drive, eh? The brothel.
Yeah, way to kill the conversation, James. Jesus.
They offer free hooker with a job or what?
30 minutes. 30 minutes.
What
That's how they get you. I like to go like an hour some change, you know. Get nice and worked up there, but 30 minutes is still a good length of time.
That's gotta be that's so messed up, man.
That's how you get shit done, bro. That's how you get shit done in the real world. You offer something to people. You want somebody to do something. Okay, look at why people go to work. Somebody wants to get something done. They need to offer something for the person to do it. If they want us to go to work, they offer us some money. They want us to do this other thing, they give us the women. Like the carrot and the stick, bro.
It's fucked, man. I mean, it's, you know, it's the way it is, but it's fucked. That for you know, for something that's supposed to be medicine, they have to resort to this.
When you've got your government offering you hookers to get you to do something, the government of your country is offering you a hooker. If that doesn't make your ears stand up, I don't know what would.
Yo, I'm gonna hold out until they offer like a Hollywood line with it. Need some hooker and some blow.
The only thing is they have to keep their masks on. Can you imagine that? Keeping your mask on when you're on the job.
Not a chance. Not a fucking chance.
That's why he looks shagged out, doesn't he? The guy, look at him. His arms are like that. He's not in a positive, confident stance. There, he's like, that was fucking hard work, and I just got the jab as well. I had to get it. He says, I'm not going to get the jab unless I get the woman first. Yeah. God, I can just imagine it, huh? Yes. No. You can't jab me first. No, I've got to have the woman first, and then I get the jab. Okay. Now he's shagged out because he had to do it with the mask on. Oh, didn't have the strength to do his buttons up on his shirt. Look. He was that tired. And she's sitting there all content. Yeah, that was a good one. For such an old man, I'm surprised. Quick shot, okay. What is going on, eh? What is going on, man? We have really dropped in standards, man. Ugh.
Hey, what's up, Godric? How you doing? Check, check. Can you hear me?
Yeah, how are you, Theo?
Cool, man. Yeah, I'm doing well. It's a super warm, sunny day here, so pretty awesome. We've had a lot of rain, and it's been pretty rainy, so pretty awesome to get some sun today.
I have a new discussion with the Glober, so help me out. Okay, so the discussion is, he says satellites must be true and space must be real because we can measure the speed of the satellite going across it, transit the moon, because we have trig and we have equatorial mounts. And then I say, can you show how to do that? Then he points to a YouTube video and says, the trig works, anybody can do it. That's the proof. So now what do you say? It's got to be a fallacy, but I don't know what the fallacy is. It appeals to YouTube? I don't know.
Did you say appeal to YouTube?
Yeah, did I say too much? Want me to slow down on that? I'm having a discussion with the Glober, and he thinks that him pointing to YouTube is a proof of what's happening.
I gotcha. But the main thing he's saying, though, is he's talking about satellites transiting the moon. Is that?
Yes. He has the picture of the backdrop of the ISS, supposed ISS, which it's probably I don't know, a hologram, but whatever it is, he's saying that that's in space and the speed across the sky, across the moon, because the moon is so far away, proves that it's in space. I told him about satelloons, which are weather balloon satellites, and he said a satelloon can't go that fast, so therefore in space. Proof. So what do you think? Is there hope for this guy?
Well, I hear what you're saying. I think that, they are, I see it like a magic trick in terms of what they're doing. I mean, there are things at high altitude that they're claiming is the ISS. So it's one of those things that's really unverifiable for us, but it does fit into their model. And I think it's part of the whole kind of heliocentric, scam. So.
Yeah, this has no verifiability to it. We don't know what technology they have or don't have or what medium they're in or what's going on out there. We know that we're not getting an accurate representation of what is going on out there. So where does that leave us,
How is it not accurate?
Oh, all the fakery and trickery that we spotted throughout the years. I mean, there's so much stuff. We know we're not getting an accurate. They're using wide angle lenses, all kinds. It's just inaccurate representation of what's going on in space. Period. You feel me?
Yeah, but he believes in NASA. He believes it's really happening up there. I'm not sure how to show him that. That's sort of a different issue, but
I mean, I have a 6 hour.
His issue.
I've seen a 6 hour compilation of NASA fakery on YouTube before. It wouldn't be hard to find a nice little maybe compilation of stuff for him to watch of all the trickery and fakery that they do.
Does anybody have a short compilation we can put in the live stream that I can show him without 6 hours? I would think he'll watch 6 hours, but maybe like a few minutes. I remember the one with the strings, with the guy with the red shirt bending over, and then you see the strings on his waist. That's one of them.
What I would do is I would go find a couple good ones, show him a couple good examples of the NASA fakery, and then say, here, if you need more, here's this whatever 6 hour compilation of it. You know what I mean? So you can show them some moon landing stuff, some other. I mean, it's some of the stuff is a continuity error that would only happen if you were faking things. You know what a continuity error is?
Explain it to me.
All right, like say they have video and pictures of an event, and in one of the videos it shows one thing, but in a photo it shows a different thing. That would be like a continuity error that wouldn't happen in reality, because if it was actually taken at the same time with the same thing, it'd show the same thing. You know what I'm saying?
So there's a lot of continuity errors in the content that we see.
Yes. From the moon mission mainly. I don't know. There's only one I can think of it off the top of my head for the moon mission. I know there's more though, but just still, like, one is all it takes. Show us one thing that couldn't have possibly happened. One continuity error, and that's it. You don't need anything else other than that. That alone should be enough, let alone all the other tons of shit there is. Show them one continuity error, and it's a wrap. That's like, I don't know how these Globers are still fighting for this moon landing thing. Like, there's a continuity error on it. That's all it takes. Like, it's obvious at that point that it didn't happen like they said. I think they point one out, and the funny thing happened on the way to the moon mission or movie. Or
Let me show you
whatever.
what he's showing me. He's all into this stuff. Hang on.
Bro, I know what they show you. I've seen it. I've been seeing it all for the past, 2-3 years about. They got all that goofy shit. What do you show you? Explain it to me. I can't really look at my phone. I'm about to start cooking dinner.
Well, I have the moon and then the ISS crossing the moon. It has like little pictures of the ISS going across.
Oh yeah, that's a good one right there.
Proof of space, and it's proof of a speedy ISS going across the moon, and anybody can verify it.
Well, we actually have flat earthers have caught that, so I don't think that videos that actually happens contention. You know what I'm saying? Like, something is doing a transit between you and the sun. It's pretty clear. Like, I don't know what that something is, but it definitely looks like it's ISS shaped too.
It looks like an ISS shape.
Bro, continuity error. That's all you need for this. One continuity error can't happen in real life. You can't have video and a picture of something in the same moment and have different things happening if they're claimed to be photographed and videoed at the same time. Like, that's all you need. After that, it's like, all right, what else are they lying about? That's what'll get people looking into it.
You're saying I should get the compilation of errors in the ISS and point out.
No, you need to go find this specific thing. This very specific thing. It's a continuity error. Bart Chabrel or a funny thing happened on the moon. One of those videos, they show. I think it was a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. They show a continuity error when they were on the moon, which can't possibly happen. Like, you don't need to go into like shadows or different angles and shit. It don't matter after that. Like, these two things couldn't have happened at the same time. It was with a flap on his back on the PLSS. There was a flap, and the video was shot, and in the photo it was open, or vice versa. One of the two things, and it was something that should have been buttoned down. Like, this should have been like buttoned and secured and shit. It definitely shouldn't have been open, regardless of which one it was in. So. I mean, you got that. You got after that, there shouldn't be. It should only be after you show somebody that. The only next question would be, okay, what else are they lying about, or what else are they getting wrong, or whatever, however you want to phrase it. This should be the only next step for someone after seeing that one continuity error.
So you can't respond directly to the ISS transit to the moon. Which is what I put in the live stream.
Something's definitely moving in between you and Earth. Like I said, what that is unverifiable. We don't know what technology they have. There's only one thing we can be certain of. It's that, they're not giving it to us straight.
I want to
Okay,
get
we're
my
good.
friend. I want to get my friend verified. How do I do that? Is Gio here?
Go on it. Go to it. Like, how do you verify? How would I verify China exists? Videos, pictures.
No. I want to get my friend verified. I want to get my. He's a Glober. I want to get my friend verified to come in here. Is what I'm saying.
All right.
Yeah, just have him join, and then he just has to go to the server guidelines. Type the ! Agree, which will give him access in, and then we can get him voice verified and all that.
Right, you feel me, Gio? The continuity error is all it should take, ain't it? Like, what? We shouldn't even be talking about. Oh, what did they? What's going in front of the sun, or what's this or that? That's all you need is that one thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think the nature of like when you have government agencies like this that are just giving us video or pictures or whatever, it is unverifiable just at its core. So it's kind of one of those things that to really get to the core root of it will be challenging because of that. However, I think that the inconsistencies, continuity errors, mistakes, things that are just completely impossible, editing problems. I mean, there's just like hundreds, if not thousands, of things that we've caught them on. So, I mean, that alone definitely weakens any story that it's real, down to such a low percentage as well. And it's probably up to each individual person how they, perceive that.
Gio, can people check themselves in, or do they have to be checked in? One of my friends is in check-in right now. His name is Kick Chicken.
You got it, Gio? I'm trying to cook dinner here.
Okay, yeah, I can jump up there.
Yeah, I appreciate it. His name is Kick Chicken. He's a Glober. He's sort of a friend of mine. Just be patient with him. He's very confident about his ISS and trigonometry facts, but I'm pretty sure that he really has none. He's just pointing to YouTube videos.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get him checked in. Just a minute. I'll be back.
Okay.
I mean, that's all it would take for me to know somebody's lying, is for them to show me a video and a photo of something happening that they claim to have been happening at the same time, showing two different things. That right there tells me, you're not telling me the truth. If you have video of a birthday party and in a photo, and in one photo the girl's wearing a red shirt, another in the video she's wearing a green shirt, like that's going to tell me like you're lying, like something's not right. You lied or tried to trick me or something. Obviously one of these is an inaccurate representation. So
I saw a rocket launch video from Cape Canaveral, and it was on YouTube. I'm going to think it's about 8 minutes. About 7 minutes after the thing took off, a family they're showing a family watching it from the beach, looking at the rocket take off, and then the family just disappears. So I pointed at that and said, "That's obvious trickery of the camera. Obviously, they edited that video."
most recently, though, we've had Professor Phil Bell, a very strong globe proponent of the globe, has showed us satellites falling into the clouds. Right. Let me see if I can find this picture. I'll put it in the chat. I have one with the distances and without the distances. All right, this is a good one. This is going to be back in like 10 more. Bear with me here. Should be pretty easy to find now. It sticks out.
Can we see the check-in? Where's the check-in?
Geo's takes care of it. Don't worry. Look at this picture in there. Oh, I posted it in the wrong chat. Hold on.
Put it in. I want to say live stream text. Live stream one text. Right.
Yeah. I put it in a whole different room. Here we go. Look at
live stream one text.
I gotta find it again. Hold on. Here we go. Look at this picture. Look at this picture right here. Which one's farther away, and by how much do you think?
So the left side is the ISS picture of the Earth. The right side is clouds. So this could happen on the Earth, not in space. So they're saying it's the same. The closer one is on the right.
Yeah, you'd think so, huh? By how much? How much farther away do you think the left one is?
Well, the one on the left, I don't even like the one on the right. I see 1, 2. I see 3 separate objects. But the one on the left, I don't see any. I don't see those objects. So how do I know what's happening? Is it a good comparison? You see what I'm saying? Show me a better one, or point is they're different pictures.
Here, I'm gonna post the one with the distances on them. Though you're gonna be surprised. Both these distances and photos came from Globers, hardcore proponents of the globe. So this isn't in contention. Both came from Globers. That was the Mage 2 high altitude balloon on the left. On the right was I believe it was an Indian or Israel satellite.
Hang on, can you hear me? Where's the balloon? So you don't see the balloon, only on the right.
So the one on the right isn't a balloon; it's a satellite launch. The one on the left is a balloon. Both of these were taken by Globers. These pictures and distances.
Okay, so you're saying so you're saying the one on the left is like a camera shot from the balloon, and the one on the right is what, a satellite? Are we seeing this from Earth? I just want to get the perspective right. Are we seeing this from Earth?
Oh, the last one was taken from a high altitude balloon called Mage 2. I posted it in the things. It's 38 kilometers. The one on the right.
It says 38,000 meters. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay, and the one on the left says 576,000
Yeah, the one on the
meters.
left is 38 kilometers. The one on the right is 576 kilometers.
So
the one on the right is over 10 times farther than the one on the left.
Yes. But where are
That's
we?
the claim. That's the claim. But if you look at the photo, it's pretty fucking obvious.
What's the point of view from the one on the right? Is that from the ground or from the plane in the sky, or what?
The claim is that the one on the right is taken from higher altitude than the ISS. That's the claim.
But what is it? Is it like a Hubble telescope? What?
It's a rocket launching satellites. But that photo is from over the ISS altitude. Supposedly.
Yeah, but who took the photo?
A Glober. It doesn't matter. The Glober took it. The Globers can't contest the distances here. These were given to us by Globers.
I'm just trying to get the facts down. You have two incongruent. They're incongruent, obviously, but I'm just trying to figure out where they took this photo from. That's all.
The right one was taken from a satellite launch from Israel.
That I get. Just taken from a balloon.
The right one was taken from a satellite launch by Israel or Iran or something. I don't know, India, something. The one on the left was taken by a high altitude balloon. Both Globers gave us this. One of them, the one on the right
is a balloon.
The one on the right was a satellite launch. Holy shit, guys!
Oh, right.
I claim to be higher than the ISS. That's why you guys can't hear me, because you don't stop talking. The one on the right is taken by an Indian satellite company.
I never said a word before. I just asked it.
I know, but before you, it was him. The one on the right, last time, the one on the right is taken by a rocket launching satellite that is claimed to be higher than the ISS. The one on the left is taken by a high altitude balloon, by a Glober, sent up a high altitude balloon, Mage 2. Brandon debated him. Mr. Sensible about this.
Right. Yeah, that's what I understood the first time you said it. But then the last time you said it, I heard a different way. That's why I was asking. So yeah, well, I mean, what's the thing about those different photos? One seems to be lower, but it's actually higher. Is that the thing? Is that the point?
No, it's not zoomed in because we can see a piece of the spacecraft in the frame.
Well, can it have a smaller aperture angle?
Dude, I don't know. It's not
Because
zoomed in from higher than the ISS height. We could see the satellites in view until they fell into the clouds. The satellite. Oh, by the way, in the video, the satellites disappeared into the clouds. This is the best evidence of space fakery I've seen in a very long time, given to us by Professor Phil Bell, the guy who claims to have worked on the satellites. He works on this. This is his job.
So yeah, I mean,
Supposedly.
there's such thing as the aperture of the camera, and the smaller it is, the smaller is the slice of image that you can register, right? Which is roughly the same as zooming in. But yeah, well, if you're zooming in and there's a piece of the rocket in the area that the zoomed in photo can take, then yeah, that's going to appear on the photo.
Okay, go get a camera. Don't zoom in and show me something that looks like this from that height. You can't. You
If
can
I have
never
that
make that
camera-
happen. I don't care what aperture or focal length you use. Never happen.
Well, I have to know which one is that one, right? So we can evaluate that. I mean, of course, if I use my
Go
phone
look it
and
up.
it
I'm
doesn't.
sure it's a matter of public record. It's Phil Bell gave it to us. One of your own guys. It shouldn't be hard for you to find out.
Oh, right.
We know it's not zoomed in though because we can see the thing. You think you can get this look on the clouds without zooming in from above the ISS height?
Depends on what's the aperture of the camera. Because if it's
No, it doesn't depend on anything. You can't.
it depends
Impossible.
because
No, it doesn't depend. It doesn't depend. It's not possible, dude.
Hang on, welcome guys. Chick
Cameras-
Chicken is a friend of mine. He's a Glober, and he just came
Yeah.
in right now.
I know about him. Yes, it does depend because cameras have different aperture angles.
Hey,
And
go show me another camera that's not zoomed in from that height with the clouds looking like that. You'll have plenty of time.
let me right here. I don't think you're getting it because when you're zooming, that's equivalent to having a smaller aperture camera.
He's not
So
zoomed
it doesn't
in.
have to be. I'm not saying that you're not even understanding the claim. I'm not saying it's zoomed in. I never said it. What I'm saying is, if it has a smaller aperture angle, it will have the same. It would be equivalent to another camera that has a higher one, but it's zoomed in. So there's a first one don't have to be zoomed in. It can have the same aperture angle as another one that is zoomed in. So there's no difference on the image.
Okay.
And one is zoomed in, the other is not. So you can't tell just by that whether or not it's zoomed in or not.
No image is zoomed in. No zoom.
Oh,
There's no
my
zoom.
God. You didn't get what I just said. I wasn't saying
Hang on,
it's
this
zoomed
is a
in.
general thing, Jeremy. What's happening is like the flat earthers are saying, "Listen, the distance is wrong. This is totally. There's no way this can happen in reality." And then the Glover said, "Well, it's zoomed in." So that like destroyed the argument.
No, I wasn't saying zoomed in.
He's
I'm
not
saying it can
saying.
have
What
a
are you
smaller.
saying?
That it can have a smaller aperture angle, which is the same thing as a different camera that has a bigger one, but zoomed in. The other one, the equivalent one, is zoomed in, not the one I'm referring to. If you have two cameras, one has a higher angle of aperture and the other has a smaller one, you can pick the one that has a higher one and zoom in and get an equivalent picture to the
There's
other
no
one
zoom,
that
dude. I don't know
isn't.
why you keep saying zoom. Nothing zoomed in here on the right or the
I'm
left.
not. Oh my God! Pay attention. You're not
You
paying
can't stop
attention.
saying zoom.
You're not paying attention.
I'm paying attention. You're saying
You're
zoom
hearing the word
nonstop.
zoom. Yes, you just hear a word. You're not trying to make sense out of the sentence. You're just being triggered by the word. You're now blocked from
The
thinking
picture
because
isn't.
this word.
The picture doesn't look like it's zoomed in. It's not zoomed in, and it doesn't look like it's zoomed because we can see the thing on the right. If it was zoomed in, you wouldn't be able to see that's a piece of the
And
rocket
I'm
on the
not
right.
saying it's zoomed in.
Okay,
Hang
then
on.
let's
Hang
continue
on.
this conversation.
Can I start over? Let me start over. Okay, look, Jeremy, just call me a little slow, okay? I don't understand what you're showing with these two pictures. I don't understand why it's relevant. Can you explain what you're showing us?
Clearly, the one on the right.
Clearly, the one on the right wasn't taken at that height because we have pictures from the one on the left all the time from high altitude balloons. That's a distance we can get up to and verify. The one on the right that they're claiming they're that high, we can't verify for ourselves, and we see the clouds in we see the satellites in the video going into the clouds.
Okay, are these on the ones on the right? Are those satellites or weather balloons?
The ones on the right are the ones that the picture on the right is supposed to be it's claimed to be from a craft higher than the ISS, dropping satellites into orbit, which fell like a rock, by the way, straight down. They fell straight down. They were crashing to the ground. There's no, absolutely ridiculous.
Maybe we have to see the actual video.
Yeah, this video.
That'll help.
So I can see what you're
This
talking
video
about.
is the best evidence of space fakery I've seen in a long time, given to us by Professor Phil Bell. You guys can go try to find it. I don't know. It's on Brandon's channel. We went over it for days.
Well, where did you get it from?
We went over it for Brandon's on days, for days.
Right. Well, you sent like a screenshot. Where did you get that from?
One on the right came out of the video.
Tell me the name of the doctor.
What's up?
What's the name of the doctor? Doctor what?
Well, I just Googled here, and apparently the highest altitude for a balloon is like 100,000 feet, which is equivalent to 32 kilometers. And that one is claiming to have 300. No, it's 30. Yeah. So it's possible. I misread it.
But the one on the right says 570.
Yeah, I get it. I wasn't.
Which is a rocket launch. It's beyond where weather balloons go. What they're doing.
Sure.
They're saying they're dropping satellites into orbit. I think is what they're saying.
Yeah,
but the clouds are right there. So there's a problem with that. But we have to see the real video to see what's really happening.
Yeah, that would be better. It's a better analysis than just look to 2 frames and
Jeremy,
claim.
the picture on the right with the 3 satellites dropping, is that a picture from a rocket shooting up, dropping off satellites? Is that what that is? Looking down on the payload that they dropped, supposedly like in orbit, even though you can see the clouds right there. Is that what that is? It may have went away for a minute. Anyways. Kicking you there.
Listen, the one on the right came from a rocket dropping satellites into supposed orbit. Higher altitude than the ISS. I gotta go. My wife's giving me the goofy eyes. Like I'm talking to weirdos on the internet about this. So I'll talk to you guys in a little bit.
Thank you, Jeremy. We'll look into that. Thank you. Kicking, I can't hear you. Can you speak up?
I'm here now. My settings changed for some reaon.
Oh, you're a human.
Kick is my friend. He's a Glober. We discuss Flat Earth on another server. I want to welcome him to this new server. I think it's a good platform for both sides. Right? Am I right?
So I've heard so far. It seems better than all the other ones, but that's just my opinion.
So, Kick, I was trying to point out what was happening. To be fair to you, like if I was going to teach you to fish, right? We would go on a boat. We would hook some worms. You'd throw some line, bait some fish, and reel them up with the reel, and that's showing you how to fish. If you showed us these pictures about the satellite transiting the moon and saying that we can prove that it's in space because of the speed. And I was telling you how you can verify that. You just pointed to a YouTube video. It's like you can't do it yourself, so you have to have a video to show you. That's my point.
You could verify it. You just have to figure out when a lunar transit occurs in your area, and then you can just take a video of it.
Right. Well, okay. But like I'm asking you, how do you actually do it without YouTube videos?
How to find a lunar transit?
No, your claim is that this. I posted your picture in the server to show these guys, which is the ISS supposedly transiting the moon. It's like a shadow, right? It's like 5 minutes up. It's not even that far away. You already found your own picture. So you're claiming that you said your words. This is in space because it's moving so fast. It have to have a low friction environment, i.e., space. So space is true and ISS is real. No, hang on. This is what you said in so many words. So I'm asking you, how do you know? How can you measure it? How do you know that this is what's happening? And you just pointed to YouTube videos. So I'm trying to figure out if we can do this ourselves. You said it was easy. I
never said it was easy. I mean, it depends on what you define as easy. You do need to understand basic trig, but you get 2 partners, right? One on either side of a certain distance across, and they both observe the lunar transit, and then they get an angle of difference, right? And then they can use parallax trigonometry and measure the distance to the ISS, and based on those measurements, you can figure out the size and speed at which it's going. Now, the reason I brought up the whole speed, therefore it's in space, was because if you look at the actual structure of the ISS, there is no way that the ISS is aerodynamic. That thing would fall apart, and based on the measurements of how fast it's going, it wouldn't be able to go that fast in the atmosphere. I think like the fastest plane goes like.
Well, what if it was some kind of superfluid?
Oh, what now?
One of those fluids that have like no resistance in them.
Fluid.
They call them superfluids.
Zero viscosity.
Which one of them, Extremistus? Thank you. Which one of the names?
Liquid helium.
Liquid helium. Okay, what if that's a liquid helium medium and not the medium they say? Could we have an ISS shaped thing in it then?
Well, I don't know. You would have to see what the friction would be.
You never heard of a superfluid?
I'm pretty sure.
It's fine. Maybe take some time, rethink your argument here.
The problem with that idea, Jeremy, is a superfluid flows frictionless. It flows, but it still presents friction to things going through it. But in terms of its
Are you sure about that?
Do what?
Are you sure about that?
Yes. You cannot.
Then how do they do the quantum locking thing?
The what locking thing?
It's the thing they do in the superfluid.
Again,
it's supposed to show Coriolis effect.
Again, Jeremy, a superfluid flows on its own frictionless. But if something else goes through a superfluid, it encounters friction because there is
I don't
mass.
know about
Mass
that.
is what
You might
causes
have to
friction.
Google this on a big screen.
Go ahead.
Well, the fluid is made of particles. Particles have mass. If you have to go through the fluid, you have to move masses. That takes kinetic energy out of you.
Well, how did they do the Coriolis thing in the superfluid then?
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
I have no idea what that means.
A super fluid.
Yeah, liquid helium is an example of a super. It's kind of like a superconductor where there's no resistance. So a superconductor basically can conduct electricity forever. A superfluid can flow forever.
And apparently, it conducts heat stupidly fast as well.
All right. Well, you still don't know what technology NASA does or doesn't have. They could have some kind of invisible shields and shit on there. You just don't know what technology they have available to them, right?
Well, I'm not appealing to NASA.
This is NASA, though. Which space agency are you appealing to? Because no one can personally verify this. So
I'm not appealing to any space agency. Anyone can observe a lunar transit and measure it with parallax.
Sure. The point is, you don't know what that object is, if it's doing what they say it's doing, if it is where it is, or there's people on it or not. So what?
Well,
we see something go between us and the sun that's ISS shaped. Now what?
Well, I mean, it literally looks like the ISS, and we can calculate its size.
Yes. Just
you
like
can calculate its size.
Just like it. Perfect little, like, what's the scale and everything. Now what? That means
you know what I'm suspicious about. I just look at things and I ask myself questions. Notice how, like he said, it looks like the ISS, right? The ISS is perfectly like panned out. Hang on. The ISS is perfectly panned out like an H shape. Well, we know that in space there's no friction, so the H shape can turn on its side and it will look like an eye. So why is it that every time we see the moon and the ISS transiting the moon, it's a nice, perfect H shape, and not an I shape? It's almost like they're trying to show you what they're trying to show you, which I personally think it's a hologram cast by that ship that's up there. It's a female name. They're supposed to be the new Hubble, whatever that name of that spacecraft
Oh,
is.
the James Webb.
No, it's a girl name. It's like Fidelity or something. That's supposed to take better pictures than the Hubble, and
I'm pretty sure that's the James Webb.
Sophia. It's Sophia.
Sophia. So Sophia would be flying around there, just casting a hologram, and the perfect H shape right there against the moon. And look, that the ISS becomes real. That's what I think. I'm just thinking.
What do you mean by hologram? Because I'm pretty sure we're talking about two different things. Because when I think of a hologram, I'm thinking of like the Star Wars kind of thing. Do you know? What do you mean by a hologram?
Yeah, you said Star Wars, right? So in the movies, that's special effect. So they're casting like a hologram in the sky, and it looks like a shadow of the ISS.
They've gotten really good at holograms. I don't know if you guys saw Tupac at Coachella a few years ago.
Wait,
Yeah,
so
I saw Tupac on stage.
the
He
moon?
looked pretty real, So now they're so Sophia is casting a hologram every so often to portray fake ISS moving over the sky. That's what I'm saying.
So
And notice that it's the perfect H shape, not an I shape. If it was tilted to the side,
well,
why can it ever tilt?
Well,
Why should it ever be off course?
This is all pointless, though. There's something that looks like the ISS in between us and the sun. Okay, now what? Then what?
Okay, hold on. I want to answer Godric's question. He said, why doesn't it look like an A shape? Because it's always oriented. If that's the word.
How can it be oriented? It has no rocket boosters. It's in a frictionless atmosphere. How can it not spin around?
Well, because it has a gyroscope, which remains its rigidity in space. It has a big gyroscope on it.
The gyroscope, that works with gravity, so it doesn't move. With the gyroscope, the gyroscope makes it not move. Is that what you're saying?
No, a gyroscope retains its rigidity in space, so they always have the gyroscope making it aim its solar panels toward the sun.
Basically, what he's saying is it's not just tumbling around up there. The ISS maintains basically a particular situation or altitude or orientation relative to the Earth, the sun, the moon. It basically stays oriented the way it is.
Yeah.
It's not just tumbling. It's not just tumbling freely. Is the point he's making.
I've never heard a gyroscope be able to do that. Just saying, you'll have to show me
That's
that.
the whole idea of a gyroscope.
No, you're saying a gyroscope makes it not spin. Is what you're saying. I like to see that, how that works.
I'm not saying that. And they use the gyro to tilt the solar panels for whatever direction they need. Is that what you were saying?
Well, they need to do that because they need to, in order for it to keep facing the sun, they have to literally keep the entire station facing the sun to keep getting that constant energy from the sun.
Have you looked into this? Because how do they actually do that? I don't think a gyroscope would ever do that.
No, they literally have built-in. They have these giant gyroscopes built into the ISS.
Wait. So now there's more than one gyroscope. Okay, so how many gyroscopes is there? How many gyroscopes is there? And does that make it not spin? That's my question.
I'm pretty sure there was 4, but I might be wrong on that.
There's also thrusters.
It makes sense to be at least 3, right? So
I'm pretty sure the ISS does not have thrusters. Pretty sure it does not have thrusters.
I'm pretty sure it does, though.
I think they get thrusters when they land a Soyuz or some shit, or when another craft attached to them. I think they give them a little boost.
It does have thrusters that lets it change its attitude and altitude periodically.
Awesome. So now what? There's something in between us. There's definitely in between us and the sun. Now what? There's nowhere to go from there.
Hey, just saying, do you claim thrusters would work in a vacuum? Just asking a side question.
It would.
You're sitting here arguing with them about nothing. So what? Now what? There's not, you know.
Thrusters would actually work in a vacuum.
Well, I think we're stuck on having several gyroscopes that make the ISS not spin. That's where I am.
This is like arguing about how
Or it doesn't spin.
Lightsabers work on Star Wars. You get hello?
The thing is, Jeremy, we can calculate, we can figure out several properties of whatever this thing is that we see. You can calculate its altitude and its speed.
Okay. And now what?
So we know that there is something up there that is a certain size moving at a certain speed. Then you can calculate the size. All of those things match.
Disagree with that.
Exactly what we say it is.
The speed will change depending on the distance of the object. So you can see the same movement, but if the moon is farther than what it is, then that means the speed is faster. And if it's closer, it's slower. And there's no way you can know the distance of that thing.
Hey, Chicken, how far is the ISS in that transit of your picture? Please tell us.
Oh gosh.
Oh, you can go by what you've been told, right? Yes, of course. But
He said he can do it, and it's easy. It's easy, and anybody can do it, and it's just basic trig, is what he said. So
that's exactly. But I'm pointing out that no, they gotta go by what they've been told.
No, you can use trigonometry to calculate its altitude.
And he's saying they don't use. Chicken is saying they don't use NASA. They can verify themselves. I'm asking how he actually does that.
No, hold on a second. When you do the trig, are you presupposing that there's a straight line in between you and the other observer, or is it a curved line?
It
no, you can do this really close. It doesn't really matter.
It doesn't matter. So when we're doing trig,
if you do it either way, even it doesn't matter, because either way, the line between them is still approximately the same distance. The distance from between the two, if you get somebody that's 30 miles one way, or if you get two people that are 100 miles apart, if you suppose that line is straight, it's 100 miles. If you suppose it's curved, it's 110 miles, whatever.
Okay, how close were the people that actually did this? What was their distance between each other?
I don't know, but my point is that you can get it because you have two people that are 100 miles apart. You can measure the angle to the object, and based on the angle from each person and the known distance between them, you can get the height of the object.
What was the distance that this happened between that was actually done?
If that's like a formula or something, can you put that down in the live stream for us?
It's a measurement formula, and it's called angle side,
I can send it.
Angle side angle. Look up that. If you know one angle side in between and the other angle on the other side, you can know the height.
Extremistus. We're looking for the measurement, the actual measurement.
Rhetoric's
not going to cut it.
Somebody's done it.
The rhetoric's not going to cut it. We need the actual measurement.
Am I able to like send videos and pictures?
Yeah, listen. This is my point. I don't think anybody's done it except NASA. I don't think anybody knows how to do it except pointing to trade, which is provided mostly by NASA. I'm asking, can we actually do it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you not hear us say Red's Rhetoric did it?
That's a great failure to authority fallacy. And I'm saying if anybody can do it, they can show us how to do it. We can do it ourselves. We're intelligent, right? We don't have to rely on.
That's the point. Is Red's Rhetoric did it, and he showed you how to do it yourself. Exactly what they just said.
Can you put that in here, please? Can you put it in here so we can know?
Right. Hey, Gio, can I like be able to send images?
Otherwise, you're just saying shit. That's all I'm saying. We should be able to verify ourselves. If we can't, we rely on NASA. We're relying on Red's Rhetoric, but nobody's seen him in a while.
Okay, so hold on.
Hold on a second, Extremis. Gio, can you give this guy permissions to post in the live stream text?
Why can't you do it, Jeremy? I thought you were a mod.
I don't know the.
I vouch for
I tried to right click on someone. I tried to right click. Hold on a second. I tried to right. Is my microphone low?
No, you're fine.
I can hear you.
Yeah,
I'm using my fake AirPods. Thanks, Gio. I'm using my fake AirPods, and now I feel like I'm getting overtalked a lot. Everyone calm down. We're all going to get a chance to talk. All right, go ahead. Where were we?
Yeah, Gio, can you, can I have, like, permissions? Oh, never mind. I got 'em. Yeah, let me post the video, just for the sake of argument. So yeah, Red's Reddick, he showed you how to... He showed himself doing it, and then he showed you how you could do it yourself.
Can you tell me the distance between the two observers? Can you show me the distance between the two observers?
Well, let me get it real
Just tell me what it was. I can't look. I'm cooking.
I think it was about 1 kilometer. But watch the video. Come back with an actual response, not just denialism and bullshit. If that's
There's
okay.
no response. The response is there's an object in between us and the sun. So what?
There's an object. Sorry again.
There's an object between us and the sun. So what?
That we know
we
the
can
altitude.
verify.
That's
we can
important.
verify the height and speed of.
So what? Now
so
what?
it's 400 k's an hour, traveling 17,500 miles an hour. And how
Now
do you
what?
explain that on a flat Earth?
It doesn't need to
If
be
you're
explained.
saying somebody did it, it must be true. Do you hear yourself?
I've seen the ISS. Yeah. I haven't measured the altitude. I've measured it with someone else.
I've seen it
They
many
get,
times.
Yeah.
they get $50 million a year. They put something in between us and the Earth. That's going fast. Okay, now what?
Right.
What is that?
Okay, how does something like do you deny the reality of space?
No, you're making a claim that.
I'm asking you a question.
Yes, there is no space. I deny the reality of
Okay.
space. Go.
Excellent. So how does something travel at 28,000 k's an hour?
It doesn't. Go.
It does. We can measure it. It
We'll
does.
see it. Yeah, we can
Hologram.
see it.
Hologram cast by Sophia. Go.
Hologram. There you go. So please provide evidence of that. Thank you. I'm at a cafe. I can't talk. See ya.
So you just
I'll
have
do
to
that
assume
once you
that
provide evidence of space and that there's really an ISS up there.
Do you
This
realize
whole
how
thing
silly
is-
that is? That's silly, man.
This whole thing is you just have to assume that you know what technology they have or don't have. Like, we don't know what technology they have. They're getting $50 million a day. They could be way ahead by now. Who knows?
Well, then it's just all conspiracy.
It's not conspiracy. You're trying to make some proof out of this, and there's nothing you can prove. Like, what? So what? There's something in between us going at a certain height, certain speed. So what?
Yeah. Explain it under your model.
I don't have to explain anything. You can't prove that. This doesn't prove anything.
Well, hold on. I want Godric to elaborate. Godric, what do you mean? So they're saying a holograph. Is there, like, evidence of this? Like, do you think it's like a projection, like a projector?
I'm just giving. You're just giving an explanation. I'm just giving an explanation. I'm just saying if it needs to move 17,000 miles, which we haven't proven at all, because you haven't shown nothing but pointing to red rhetoric. Okay. Then they can easily do that by a hologram cast from Sophia. Yes.
Okay, but we've measured it though.
Stop.
We've measured it.
You measured a hologram moving across the screen cast by Sophia. Yes, go.
But if it was okay, do you think it's like a light projector? I'm trying to understand what kind of hologram.
I'm not sure how holograms work, but they're pretty damn impressive. I saw Tupac on stage. It looked real.
How does a hologram cast a silhouette, Godric?
Exactly.
Second hologram.
It's just a shadow. You're looking at a shadow of a perfect H.
Yeah, holograms aren't shadows,
by the way. The H, perfect H, are not spinning, and I don't believe that gyroscope's going to stop it from spinning. Just saying.
Actually,
holograms are not shadows, champ. Okay.
Yeah.
Holograms
I mean,
are not
that's
shadows.
Weird shit.
Hologram can create a shadow. Yes.
Yeah.
What? I'm pretty sure they can't, but okay.
Like you can project shadows with a hologram?
I'm saying you can project that silhouette on the moon, like they're showing the ISS. Is what I'm saying.
Okay, but
With
now
a
you need to
superior
tell us.
Parallax. Do you know
Okay,
what
but you need to
parallax
tell us
is?
what the moon is.
Well, if they project that into the moon, wouldn't that be visible to everyone at the same time?
Yes, correct. And that's why Red's rhetoric is parallax,
local,
right?
yes.
There's
If it's local,
two
yes.
different silhouettes. Two silhouettes.
No, but if they're
depending on your
projecting,
location.
if they're projecting onto the moon, I mean, do you believe in
They
multiple
can-
moons? I'm not getting it.
Then what does
They're
that
projecting.
mean?
They're projecting it. They're not projecting it on the moon.
You don't project a hologram onto something. doesn't have to be like onto the moon. You can project it in 3D space.
Holograms don't have shadows, they're silhouettes.
So they had a black Tupac at the Coachella a few years ago.
Yeah, it's a hologram, but it doesn't cast a shadow.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Tupac was looking pretty dark.
Very fun.
Was Tupac white?
Still
or
doesn't
black?
have a shadow.
He's black.
Ruhiv, this whole argument, it reminds me of like somebody trying to prove to somebody that a magic trick is real. They're like, but did you see the guy cut the girl in half? He put the saw right through her, cut her in half. Like, it's kind of what you're doing. You're trying to convince somebody of something that you have zero validation of, only an observation, which is what a magic trick is. A magic trick is all you have is a visual observation of it. You don't have the actual verification of what the person's doing, and you're trying to prove something from that.
Spoken like a true denialist, yeah. This is all flat earthers do these days. It's just deny everything. It's pathetic. Anyway,
there was nothing that I denied. There was nothing that I denied. I potently pointed out that you have no verification or proof of what you're saying. You just obfuscated by trying to claim I denied something. I specifically pointed out that you don't have verification of it, and I related that to a magic trick that somebody that is only observing it that doesn't actually have verification of it. There was no denial of that.
I've verified the height and speed of the ISS. I'm at a cafe. I'm going to go on mute for a while. Yeah.
You got to verify.
What's the height? You verified the height. What's the height?
Had it up. Where is
What's the distance? And what speed is it going?
400k is 28,000 kilometers an hour. I'm going mute. Yeah.
Is that 17,000 miles an hour?
It doesn't matter what the height and the speed is. So
no, I just want to make sure to get the math right, because I do want to check the math. You know, if I can do that to see what they're talking about. But I don't think any of them have done it. That's my point.
Red's rhetoric put it pretty detailed.
I have done it.
Like the other guy, you've heard of it.
Did you put the Red rhetoric video?
Well, these criminals pulling this off, it's not like they're going to fudge on that part of it. I mean, they obviously set this up to correlate to where people like Ruhiv can believe it, and others. I'm not calling it. I'm just saying, in general, the general population is going to buy it. I mean, they have trillions of dollars. They have tons of resources. They're not going to fudge the math in terms of that.
The thing is, you can do this observation yourself and confirm it. That's something I would like to do. I just don't have time.
That's an American act.
It's not really. This isn't really even related to the shape of the Earth. Like, let's say somebody claimed that this was going on. Let's say that the government came out tomorrow and said, "Hey, the Earth is flat, and we have this object up there flying around." Even if that was the case, I would never use it for any argument about the shape of the Earth, nor would I use it to say that it's even real. Because even if that was the case, I would say the same thing. It's unverifiable.
Yeah, how do we know it's not like some sort of blackbird? How do you know it's not some sort of blackbird type craft? You know, like
how fast does a blackbird go?
Prove anything?
Because these guys know exactly what technology all the space agencies have or don't have.
No. Conspiracy, Jeremy. Conspiracy.
17,500 miles an hour. It's a blackbird. So we can say that.
I didn't say it's a blackbird. I said, how do you know it's not some sort of like a craft that's faster than all the other crafts we know about today? Like, I didn't say it is a blackbird.
It is.
Come on, man.
Because they know what technology the government doesn't have, bro. That's how.
So this can.
Well, I think there's a point that can be made because we know how the air pressure changes with altitude, right? So at that height, there's very little air to have an aircraft being able to sustain itself and not falling.
There is actually a maximum altitude that an airplane can fly, because at a certain point, enough lift cannot be generated to go any higher.
And I'm guessing that's lower than where the ISS is, right? Because
somewhere around 100 to maybe 120,000 feet, something like that. I don't remember the exact, but it's something like that.
Wait, but they get up there with rockets. They get up there with rockets.
Yeah, but
so like what you're saying is like you're saying that you know exactly what it is when I'm saying
no.
I'm
I
not
was
saying
just
it's not a fucking
a rocket
ISS.
goes
I'm
by
just saying,
different
like,
physics.
From a conspiracy perspective, you could just say like, oh, they have UFO technology and the ISS.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not.
Yeah, I was just wondering.
observation. You know,
I was just wondering about if there was a point against it being an aircraft. So I think it can't be an aircraft. It might be something else, but not an aircraft. I mean, there are limits.
Sorry, I misspoke. I shouldn't have said aircraft.
All right, no problem.
Sort of craft that flies in the sky, basically.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if you allow for any type of unknown technology to be at play, then yeah.
Then any observation can be said to be caused by some
Didn't he just say it teleports around, and we don't? It's unknown teleportation technology.
Well,
yeah, and your eyes are also some weird technology that makes you see straight lines instead of curved lines.
Don't blink. Don't blink. You miss that teleport.
Yeah, you could make that up, but the thing is you're also believing a story that it's a huge football-sized space station with humans bouncing around in it. That's just as silly.
Have evidence of it here.
Papa Geo.
You guys really don't want to use the metric system, right?
For the record, nobody really said that there's people on it. Everything that we've been discussing has been specifically saying that we know the altitude and the speed, and those are consistent with what we know, what we're told they are.
Yeah, these are good criminals. You think they're going to just miss that? You think with their trillions of dollars and controlling the whole world and manipulating and brainwashing most of the world, you think they're just going to skip on that part and just fudge it up?
How do they?
I mean, I've been hearing people claiming that they missed things way worse than that.
So basically, they're putting a fake spacecraft up there at the same altitude that they say and speed that they say they should, in order to fake everybody out that there's a spacecraft up there.
Well, do you remember the drop screw? Remember the supposed drop screw?
It's unverifiable, so I don't think anyone in here is claiming that it's verified.
We've verified it, Gio. We're
trying to make a
verified
different story. You can make up a different one, but I would say that
it's verifiable. Yeah, and you can make up a different denial every day.
Right, there's a lot of interruption happening. If we could please stop that. I know everyone's excited and wants to say their piece, but please try not to interrupt. It's getting kind of obnoxious.
I mean, over the last 30 minutes, we've actually established the thing that there is some object at that altitude moving at that speed. That has been verified. Now, whether it's verifiable that there are people on board, okay, that's debatable. But it's not debatable that there is something at that altitude moving at that speed.
Be it a hologram or an actual object, yes. I'll give you that. So what? Now what?
Holograms don't cast shadows.
What'd you say, Ruhiv?
Holograms don't cast shadows.
Your mic kind of cut out again. I couldn't make it out still.
He said holograms don't cast shadows.
You just cast
I think
hologram. You just cast a shot, like this whole hologram, like the moment they invoked hologram, you can't really, it's just now the fucking argument's over. Like it's just going to be circle jerking back and forth about if it's a hologram or not. Like there's no way for us to prove or disprove what's fucking up there if someone's going to claim hologram, like period. Shadow or not, you can just project a shadow. This argument's just going to go nowhere. I'm calling it right now. It's going nowhere. And we'll see if that
we're in a flat earth debate. We know it's going nowhere, right? We know it's going nowhere.
I get the point on the problem with projecting a shadow, because when we're talking about projectors, usually we are using light to project things, right? And light don't make things darker. It only makes things brighter.
They have a machine that sucks light out because, I mean, with the cold moonlight, the second law is bumped. So, I mean, they can have anything. Physics don't matter.
Second law of what?
Thermodynamics.
But you get the point, right, Noah? Like if I mean projectors, they use light to project images. And if you're just sending light, you can't make things darker, right?
Yeah, you have to suck light off.
Yeah, that's why we when we use a projector, it works best in a dark environment.
Yeah, by definition, it can't be a projector because projector by definition projects light, so it doesn't project unlight.
It doesn't project dark.
Yeah, nothing does that.
That you're aware of.
Sure, but then we go into anything is possible, so we can live on the back of a dragon.
Sure, I guess, but I mean, you're also claiming that there's a huge football field size object floating around with humans floating. So that, I mean, that is a complete, in my opinion, a complete fabrication. So I'm just saying you're believing that. So to try to say that just because we can't verify it, that it could be anything, dragons or whatever, I guess that's just as likely of a story as people floating in a huge object up in the sky.
You understand that we have evidence of it, and you don't.
You don't have evidence of anything. You have an observation.
You have observation is evidence.
I'm being interrupted. Please discontinue that. I know that you're hyped up about this and you want to try to tell people they're wrong, but please let people finish.
Oh, I thought it was just a delay because as soon as you started answering, he's interrupting you. He had already stopped. So I think it's. I mean, if you have a second of tolerance, I think this is going to go away.
I know what an interruption is, so yeah, let's move on.
Well, but if there's a delay, an interruption might be like a person might not know they're interrupting you, right?
No, I interrupted. Sorry, Gio.
It's all right.
Damn the roof.
But yeah, observations are evidence, right? Would you agree?
Can I make a suggestion?
No.
I feel like we need to get on the same page. So just because I see a lot of debates where people are just kind of talking past each other and not really defining. So I think before we start going really deep into some, I think we need to define terms and stuff. I think the term hologram has been thrown a lot. So I think what we need to do is define what a hologram is, and then see if that comports to reality.
It won't change anything, but go ahead.
My call has been true. This argument has still gone nowhere.
Welcome to 20 years of flat Earth discussion.
Yeah, it never goes nowhere.
Okay, so now you guys are just trying to throw shade on something for some reason. A place that you spend every single day of your life at? That doesn't seem like a good thing to do.
No, but you know that it isn't just like the religious debates. I mean, when are Christians going to win over Muslims on the debate? Never.
I don't agree, and I'll make this claim, and as a prediction in the future. In our lifetimes, when I say our lifetimes, granted that assuming most of us in here are going to live for at least 10, 20 years.
I think I know what he's going to say.
Yeah, this truth will be completely revealed to the whole world. I'm making that claim today on recording right here. So you can claim and try to throw shade and say, oh, you guys are going nowhere and poo-poo, even though you spend all of your time here talking with us. So obviously it's going somewhere because you're here. However, you can throw shade and heckle and do all this toxic garbage. But in this lifetime, it will occur. It was what I'm claiming. Therefore, it's going somewhere, and it's going somewhere huge.
What if they just send people into the metaverse and say it's space? Never reveal anything. Just from your side, giving you an argument back, sir, Gio.
I bet there's for thousands of years there's been people every year saying that Jesus will come back in my lifetime.
This isn't Jesus. This is the earth. We live on it, in it. We're here right now, and it can be measured and proven to not be a globe. So this isn't a Jesus belief in anything. This is the earth, the geometry of the earth.
Yeah, it's been measured when people use the measurements that they came up with to navigate.
Okay, well, the reason these communities are still raging is because obviously many of us do not think that it's been measured in that way and or think otherwise and or have measurements otherwise. And you're here obviously for a reason as well. So obviously that's not the case.
They got measurements they don't understand. Tell them about the refraction one, Ruhif. Tell us about how you don't understand the refraction formula, but then you understand how refraction works, and it's a measurement, not presupposing Earth's curvature.
2 minutes.
They don't have a measurement. Yeah, we all know it.
Yeah, absolutely not. Yeah,
You got formulas, calculations based on optical effects and things and whatnot. I mean, it really got nothing concrete at all.
Radius assumptions, rhetoric, calculations. Yeah, no real measurement of any Earth curve ever.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Come on, Gio. We have the horizon drop in the heads display, and we can actually see stations out in the distance and know how far away they are, and that comports for exactly where they should be in your angle field of view. So, based on a curve, by the way.
You tell them, Zanuck. You get them.
Zanuck, do you work
whether you
at
believe that?
Live?
Hold on. Whether you believe that or not is one thing. We can discuss that, but don't say we don't have measurements. We have more measurements than your side does, and ours seem to have more repeatability and more logic behind them, where yours doesn't, from my opinion. But you can dispute that.
Well, the first thing you said was a HUD display from an airplane. That's not a measurement. That's an observation from a device at an airplane.
No.
That's
let
definitely
me
not
define,
a measurement.
Let me define a measurement. The measurement would be some type of a unit of measure where you have some kind of comparative standard that you compare it to. So it could be any kind of comparison measurement. So that's a measurement. Whether it be a bottle of water that has a level line, or a HUD display, or a ruler, they're all measurements.
Oh, we got into it with rulers last night, big time. Heads couldn't handle a ruler was straight, or that you could measure the straight line coming off of the ball from the roundabout.
Oh, how the discussion about distinguishing from a stationary Earth to a moving Earth ended? 'Cause I had to leave at that point.
Well, I was going to tell you how you do it. I think I did say it, and I said this before several times. The way you do it is you want to pre Coriolis. I'm about to tell you. The way you do it is you go to the non-inert. You get one person in the non-inertial frame. You get another person in the inertial frame. Now then you see if you see any curvature or any deviation and not deviation. You know what you would expect to see.
I think we're referring to different conversations then, because that one I was asking like from a stationary Earth and one that is moving.
Yeah, that's how you
velocity.
Tell.
Jeremy, I was asking how to distinguish between stationary one and
The
one that is.
stationary, there's not gonna
Let
be
me
Coriolis,
finish.
right?
Let me finish. No, let me finish. A stationary one and one that has a constant velocity. So they're both inertial.
Hey, if the Earth is stationary, is there going to be Coriolis effect?
No.
If it has a constant velocity, is there going to be? If it has a constant velocity, is there going to be Coriolis effect?
No.
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 So we shouldn't see Coriolis effect on Earth.
There's no constant velocity in Earth. That's why we have the Coriolis effect.
There you go, Jeremy.
Yeah, be clear about what you mean by constant velocity, by the way.
I think we know what he means. He's confused as
Just
usual. Go ahead, Jeremy.
moving through space.
Yeah, the whole subject yesterday was about.
No, you're talking about the rotation.
Yeah,
Well,
I was
Jeremy.
discussing with Egypt if the Earth has a certain velocity towards
Oh,
something.
I misunderstood what you were asking. Yeah.
Well,
All
he's saying
because the context. Let me just give a bit
I don't know
of
why you would
context
ask
to
that
everyone.
question. The bigger question would be, how do you prove if Earth's spinning or not? Who gives a fuck about what you said?
No, the discussion wasn't about the spinning. The discussion was about frames of reference. So I was going for why we don't need a universal one,
And how you would differentiate between a spinning Earth and a non-spinning Earth. I thought that's what you were talking about.
There wasn't. Yeah.
Oh.
No, he was specific about it being a flat plane, whether it was moving or not moving.
Yeah, I was even conceding the flat Earth in any model you want.
I mean, if the thing was moving, you're saying if it had a constant velocity, there wouldn't be Coriolis effect. Well, not if you have the gas moving with the Earth, I guess. Yeah.
No, because
once you have that, all bets are off.
Coriolis. I mean, if you have something curving because of wind, that's not Coriolis. Coriolis is specifically a pseudoforce, not just any
But
curve.
I'm saying if you don't have the gas moving with it with the ground, then you would get Coriolis on anything, if it's moving at all or not.
Why? Why would get Coriolis?
Because if you have the ground moving and the air not moving, and you put something in the air, that's now the non-inertial reference frame, that's now the inertial reference frame.
No,
you get Coriolis just when you
no,
put
that's
something in
not.
the air.
That's not
Yeah, you
Coriolis.
don't. I'm sorry.
Coriolis is
Yeah.
specifically about spinning reference frame, not just moving reference frame. If you're moving, if you have a moving reference frame and another one that's moving regarding the first one, you're going to have discrepancy in speeds, but that's not Coriolis.
Okay, what I'm saying is you would be able to tell if it's moving or not just based off of that. So if it wasn't moving, if you didn't have the Coriolis, then it wouldn't be moving unless you put the air moving with the earth.
No, it doesn't matter, Jeremy. Jeremy, listen again for the thousandth time. And this is literally 1,000 times, I'm sure. It has to be a rotating or accelerating reference frame. There's and rotating or accelerating means it's either rotating or it's accelerating, not just constant velocity. So actually, it will not happen if it's constant velocity. Constant speed, not constant velocity. You know the difference between speed and velocities, right, Jeremy?
So you're telling me if I had a ball and threw it in the air and the air wasn't moving with the ground,
right?
We would see a deviation, right?
Stop equating the air with anything.
Yeah,
Coriolis
where would this deviation be?
But
from the different reference frame.
Where would the deviation
that's the thing. You're using the air as a reference frame, right? And of course,
it wouldn't be moving. It wouldn't be moving. It'd be a totally different reference frame. It wouldn't be moving with it. Hold on, Zanuck.
No, you didn't
listen. I'm gonna have to disengage from this because there's a lot of you guys all at once.
Go ahead,
Jeremy. Because you don't understand.
Go ahead, Jeremy. I had to mute Zanuck for a minute because he's interrupting.
Yeah, I mean, if the air wasn't attached like Velcro to the ground, and the ground is moving, and you're in the air and you're on the ground, you throw a ball, you're going to see a deviation in one and not the other. That would let you know that you're on a moving surface.
But because of
ignore the air. Pretend we're in a vacuum, Jeremy. Right? Pretend we're in a vacuum. Ignore the air. Throw your ball up. What happens?
So in this one, there's no air.
Yep. Pretend there's no air. Coriolis doesn't require air.
No, we have to address what Jeremy's saying. We have to address.
Hold on. In this case, if you have a vacuum, it's the same thing. You're gonna see the same effect as the air. The air is the difference is that you need something moving and the other part is not moving. So
you need something.
Which would be the air. The ground would be moving in this scenario, and the air wouldn't be moving.
Exactly.
Jeremy,
hold
on.
No.
Wait, 1 second.
You guys have had years.
Jeremy, how
to
can you
get
be this confused? Seriously.
You've had years, Jeremy. Years.
Jeremy, if
I understand what I'm talking about right now, you guys are a little.
Let us try. Let us try for a second.
Hold on, one thing.
Let me try to address it, please.
And I have this sphere in a vacuum, and this sphere rotates, but there's no air around the sphere. Mm-hmm. Is there Coriolis?
Yes.
Yes.
Jeremy. Sorry, say it again, Jeremy. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
He said there's no air. Is there Coriolis on a spinning ball?
You throw a ball.
Hold on.
You're on a spinning sphere.
Let me say it again, Jeremy. I have a giant sphere. The sphere is in a vacuum. There's no air around the sphere. It is spinning. Is there Coriolis on the sphere with no air around it?
Yeah.
Excellent. Well done.
So why, if there's Coriolis without the air around it, why do you keep referring to the air?
Because
in this case, the air is the one not moving, and the vacuum one there's nothing to move. So
Silent, is that your turn to go? You think, Silent? Since he asked Jeremy
hold
the
on
question.
A second. Just hold on, guys.
Okay.
Hold on.
It seems like you're afraid to answer, but whatever.
Hold on. The difference is that when you come up off the surface of the ground that you're on, in your example with no atmosphere and in a vacuum, you're now in the inertial reference frame. But if the air is moving with you, if the air is hold on,
you're in all reference frames simultaneously.
Hold on, guys. If the air is moving with,
let him finish his answer. Go ahead.
If you go up off the surface in the vacuum one, you're now in the inertial reference frame. If you go up in the air,
simultaneously.
you go up in the air off the surface.
You are all in all reference frame simultaneously.
Can't with you, Zanuck. You need moderation, so I'm going to back up.
I muted him.
Somebody muted him.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievable how an intelligent man can't hold a conversation. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Listen, in the one with the air moving with the Earth, or sorry, if it wasn't moving with the Earth, the air wasn't moving with the Earth. I don't know. I forgot what I was. What was I saying?
We spoke to you yesterday.
Yeah, I think you. I mean, I think you said this before, and you said that if the air wasn't moving with the Earth, we would be able to tell that the Earth was moving because we would have deviation because of the discrepancy of the air and the Earth, right?
I think I've got something. We'll hopefully clarify it.
Is that what you want to say, Jeremy?
I don't know. I don't remember.
So, Jeremy,
I can't do this with Zanuck. He's way too pumped up.
Yeah, okay. But let's say the air's not moving and the Earth is. That doesn't make the air an inertial reference frame. All right, objects aren't reference frames.
The air would be everywhere. The air, it's the same place. It's the same place the inertial reference frame is in your one with a vacuum. If it's not moving.
A reference frame is not an object. All right, a reference frame. You can describe the object from a reference frame.
The Earth is not an object then.
A reference frame is a location, right?
No,
you can put yourself in a location relative to a reference frame.
Okay, yes. So we can equate a reference frame to a location.
No,
they're not exactly the same. No,
that's the problem.
If I'm in a location in a reference frame, if I'm in a reference frame, do I have to be in the location somewhere?
Yeah. You'll have coordinates relative to that reference frame.
Silly.
Yes.
Yeah, I would say the location.
You guys are just silly.
I would say the location is held within a reference frame, essentially.
Is essential to a
right,
reference. Like, this is a ridiculous argument you guys are.
Okay, describe your position, Jeremy. Describe your position right now on Earth. I'm at 33 degrees south and 150 degrees east. Right?
So what? So what?
That reference frame is centered at the center of a sphere. That reference frame is rotating. All right, so it holds its position as it rotates. I can think of another reference frame that is also centered on the sphere. Three axes, Cartesian planes, Cartesian.
What does this have to do with what we were talking about?
You don't understand reference frames, and we spent an hour with you yesterday trying to explain to you.
I completely understand.
And you still don't get it.
Frame.
No, you don't.
I absolutely. You were just arguing with me that a reference frame isn't a location.
Exactly.
There's a location in a reference frame. That's how you define where you are with reference to a reference frame.
If you're in a reference frame, that's definitely a location. You're in a location somewhere.
Your location defines where you are with respect to that reference frame.
Yes,
your coordinates.
So you can't be in a reference frame and not be in a location, right?
Which doesn't mean they're the same thing.
Can I be in a reference frame and not be in a location?
You're always in a location.
It is kind of trivial.
Yeah, we're always in a location.
There are infinite reference frames.
This is tedious with you guys.
I agree. The fact that you don't get it, Jeremy.
It is kind of.
I do.
Yeah, we spent an hour yesterday. That was said many times. Just because you always have a reference frame, you always have a location, doesn't mean they are the same thing. They're just things that you always have.
Reference frames without a location or something like that.
Sorry?
Is that what you're saying? That there are locations with reference frames, but there are reference frames without a location? Is that what you're saying? Or what?
No, I'm saying they're not the same thing. That's all.
It's quite
simple. It seems kind of trivial to say that a location is in the reference frame, though. That's kind of trivial. Yeah. Since locations are everywhere.
If you have a position,
and so are reference frames.
If you have a position that doesn't change, you're in a reference frame. So, for instance, if you're on a train and you're moving along that train and you are seated, then you are in the same reference frame as the moving train. Immediately you move, you're no longer in the reference frame of that. Of that train. You're then in another reference frame. You might be shared with someone else who's moving at the same direction as you are. You are then in the same reference frame, and you have a coordinate in that new reference frame. But you're only in a reference frame with something else if your position doesn't change within that reference frame.
Rumpus, let me ask. Do you think you can? We're talking about Coriolis reference frames. Do you think you could leave one of those
Yes, immediately.
And I leave a reference
Hold
frame.
on, there's no such thing as a Coriolis reference frame. There's a rotating reference frame of the
The
Earth.
inertial and non-inertial. You know what I
So if
mean.
you remain in the same position, so if you, as Ruth just said, if you retain the same longitude and latitude position as the Earth rotates, then you are in the reference frame of that.
Oh no, you're stationary with respect to that reference frame.
Yeah, which means you're in the
better way of
reference
saying
frame.
it.
Yeah, so that means you're in the reference frame. Immediately you start moving with respect to a reference frame, you're no longer the way the wording is, you're no longer in that reference frame. You can still be referenced from that reference frame. You can still be referenced, just
So
like
you're in
I
a
can
new
reference.
let
Let me finish, Jeremy. Let me finish. So, for
Okay,
instance, again, going to the train situation is a bit simpler because it's a straight line. If I'm moving in a train, I can be referenced from the reference frame of the train, but I'm no longer in that reference frame. I'm in a new reference frame. Similarly, if I'm got a coordinate, latitude and longitude coordinate, and I stay put, then I'm in the reference frame at that moment. Immediately I move, then I'm no longer at the reference frame. Then I come to a stop again, then I re-enter that reference frame of the rotating Earth. Hopefully that's clear.
I disagree with that.
Yeah, so these
Well, it all depends what you're
objects
leaving.
exist in our
Okay,
reference
Riff,
frames
I mean,
all
I think
the
this is, sorry to interrupt you, but it all depends what you mean by I suspect what you're saying is that you can still be referenced from a reference frame. But that's different from leaving it. You can still.
That's the
When I
wording,
say
though.
leaving a reference frame, I'm not saying you can't be. There's not an equation for you to be with regard to that reference frame, but you're not in that reference frame.
That's the terminology I think we've got to get rid of. The leaving reference frame.
Yeah,
that's where Jeremy's confused.
Yeah, agreed. That it is difficult to understand. But if we talk about you being in one reference frame and not another, then for instance, let's say when you're in a train, and then you get out and then you're not going to claim that you're not in two reference frames, in those two different reference frames in that situation, presumably.
Oh, there's a problem on phrasing it like that, because if you're in the train moving with this, even though you both have the same velocity, you're not you and the train are not in the same reference frame. They both have
remains the same. Your coordinate in the train remains
the
the same.
observer's
The train's moving.
The observer's reference frame has the observer as an origin, right? The train one doesn't.
This is not about the
When you say the observer, we're talking about, if you're talking about a person in a train. Hold on.
Unbelievable that he
if you're in a
got fucking
person in a
1 right for
train
once.
and you're moving along with the train, your coordinate, you can decide that the origin.
How many people can be wrong at the same time?
The origin of the train. Let's suppose you decide that to make that the front of the train. Your coordinate with regard to the front of the train never changes. Therefore, you are in the reference frame of the train.
No, they're just compatible. They both share the same constant velocity.
Listen, let me.
So
explain.
you can use either one. Let me just finish. You can use either one, and you're gonna get the exact same velocities, regardless of those the one that you choose.
If you do that
for
by
example,
maintaining your position with respect to
sure,
the front of the train, right?
Exactly.
So you and the train are in the same reference frame. If you're seated and not moving, and you can decide where the origin is. But your coordinate. Once you've picked on your origin, you are on the same reference frame as the train because your coordinate does not change with respect to the origin of that reference frame. Therefore,
right. So
you are in that reference frame.
Wait. If there's someone at my left,
let me add something real quick, if I can. So the reference frame again is the environment for which motion is viewed.
Thank you, Zanuck.
Yes, that point coordinate system will be such that wherever you are, X, Y, Z coordinate, that's where you are in that particular reference frame. Now, it could be infinite reference frames, and all of them with different point coordinate systems. But you can't, one of them, you can you can have an inertial state with reference to all of them, or a non-inertial state with reference to all of them. But the point coordinate system is dictated by that reference frame, and it's independent of all reference frames. But you are simultaneously in all reference frames.
Exactly. All reference frames expand infinitely.
If I'm on the train, if I want to look at me in the train, or the guy on the one real quick example, the guy on the train and the guy on the bench outside the train.
Once in a while.
If I look at both people from the reference frame, let's say the reference frame that I've just dictated, which has the guy on the bench and the train, and this train's moved, but this reference frame is also part of this train. The train is in that reference frame. Well, the other guy on the bench is still in the reference frame, but he looks like he's lagging behind. He's moving out of our vision. He's still in the reference frame because we've determined this reference frame to be the one that is going to start moving. The frame is where where you're observing the motion from.
No, it's
yes,
not.
and we know that you can. Hold on. Give me 20 seconds, and I gotta go. We know that you can. It's where you observe motion from. So we know that we can be observing.
Not where
motion
you. It's where motion is observed from. It's an environment.
Who's observing it then? If it's not me, what the fuck?
If you're on the same
I got 20
as
seconds.
something else,
Why are you guys interrupting?
Respect to it.
Never mind.
No, Joe. Go ahead, Jeremy. You guys are just totally interrupting him. Wait till he's finished talking. Give 3 seconds of silence, and then you know he's finished.
It's a place, a reference frame in a Coriolis sense is where you're viewing motion from. Now we know that there's definitely a place where I can be observing the deviation from. That'd be the non-inertial frame. We know I can leave that while it's happening and now I can see things from the inertial frame. So I'm now
it's not
in that frame anymore. I've personally left that frame. That's how you know which frame you're in, if you're observing the deviation or not observing deviation. I can't be observing deviation from the inertial reference frame. Can I? Can I observe deviation from the inertial reference frame?
No.
You guys don't understand shit.
Depends on the deviation.
You cannot see a pseudo force from the
There you go,
from
Gio.
the
There's
inertial
someone
reference.
telling
Yeah, you actually
doesn't
can.
know
You can
anything
see- yes,
in a
you
rather
can.
abusive manner. Hope you like that.
Let
Gio.
me explain
You're
again. It's
moderate.
not
You
where
can, but it's
Well,
not
I
explained
apologize.
by classical
I apologize
mechanics.
with the cherry.
No,
on
it is
top.
actually.
I apologize, but
I
it's
can
clear.
I can watch a plane crash into the ground from many different reference frames, all of which will be showing the plane crashing. Now, what the motion does, that will be different because it looks different from viewing it in an inertial reference frame or viewing it from a non-inertial reference frame. He keeps on saying where you view the motion from. It's not a position where you're looking at it from. It's the environment for which you view motion, not you personally, but where it's viewed from.
The coordinate
And
system.
that environment is
Keep
either.
on saying, hold on, Jeremy. Jeremy, we let you talk. Let me finish real quick. It's not the spot. That's not the frame. That's a point of reference in the reference frame. But it's not the spot. It's the reference frame is the environment for which motion is viewed.
Okay, so you're repeating yourself.
Well, you keep on
so
getting
that
it wrong when you
environment-
start trying to tell me
so
what
that
you think it is.
environment
It's
is either
wrong.
going to be. That environment is going to either be spinning or not spinning.
Correct.
And the
Now
environment
you
is
got it.
going to have actual. And that
Yes.
environment is going to
coordinate
have
system.
actual. And that environment is going to have actual things in it that are either moving or not moving.
Yes.
Yeah. So why are we? That's what they're
So
fighting
when
me
you
on this whole time.
when you look at a object moving that is in a rotating reference frame, you will see a deviation as viewed from the non-inertial reference frame. If you
All
look
right.
at that,
So we
from
agree
an-
you can leave a reference frame.
Hold on.
We agree you can
Hold on,
leave a
Jeremy.
reference
You're
frame.
doing it again.
No,
Jeremy.
I think that's terrible.
Jeremy,
Terrible
if you look
terminology.
at that motion as viewed from an inertial reference frame, you'll see a different type of motion. And these points of view would be the reference points. And those reference points could
Listen,
be
guys.
inertial or non-inertial. Okay, so I'll stop there.
This isn't complicated.
I know you're making it complicated because you're getting it wrong.
Zanuck, you kind of made it complicated there.
Can I talk about this
Yeah,
leaving
bro.
business? I think this is the thing it's addressing. We talk
Yeah,
about
don't use the word leaving.
Yeah, I know. Unfortunately, you've got to, Riff, I think, but we obviously see we can discuss this perhaps. The point is, we talk about things being in different reference frames, and if you can be in different reference frames, that means you move between reference frames. You've left one and gone into another, so therefore, it is acceptable to use the word terms leaving. I know it complicates things. It makes it sound as though you can't reference something else. So, for instance, if I'm an observer sitting at a station watching the train go by, then we are in two reference frames, but the reference frame of the train can be very easily described with regard to my reference frame. It's got a velocity. So the reference frame of the train and everything in it that's stationary with regard to the train has got a one velocity with regard to my reference frame. But if I get on the train, I've left the reference frame of the platform, and I'm going on the reference frame. So that's where the leaving comes in. There are two different reference frames. If you've got two different reference frames and you can move from one to the other, you've left one and you've gone into another one.
Exactly. I agree. You can't leave a reference frame. Zanuck said it himself. It's an environment you're viewing motion from. That environment is either spinning or not. I can leave that environment that is spinning and go to the environment that's not spinning.
Again, that's the point we're trying to.
You've left
this is
it.
why I'm saying
You've left
don't
the
use the
spinning
word
environment.
leave, right?
You've left the spinning environment and now you're in the non-spinning environment. You've left it.
This is exactly why I said don't use the word leave. All right, I can describe a rotating Earth. All right, I can have my latitude, longitude, which is a rotating reference frame. Right, and I'm stationary with respect to that reference frame. I can also view the Earth as a three-axis Cartesian thing, and the Earth rotates within that reference frame. Right, the object hasn't changed; it's still rotating. I've just described it from two different reference frames.
Exactly, two different reference frames. Yes.
Yeah, that's why I hate the word leave, because it's like you're in one and then you leave one. It's not really.
Yeah, and then that's making Jeremy think they are locations.
Well,
yes, it makes him think that they're objects as well.
Right.
Like
think of it like this, guys. Think of it like this.
If
you have two cameras,
Jeremy.
You have two cameras. Okay.
You're in this rotating reference frame.
Hold on, Zanuck, dude. Silent Zero started first. Go ahead, Silent.
Yeah, think about it like this: if you put a camera on the merry-go-round, and then you see the video on that camera is gonna be spinning, right? And then you have a camera on like a drone on the air where it's not spinning. Those two, like when you throw the ball and you see the ball on the video, you're gonna see two different effects because one is spinning and the other one is not. That's what we mean when it leaves the spinning reference frame and it enters the one that is not spinning. That's what makes the effect happen.
You got to remember
that. It's been explained to you.
Entering a new one.
You change states.
It's been explained to you guys.
Is it entering a new one?
So many different ways. You guys don't get it. See, you're gonna go back to what you have in your head. That's okay.
You didn't change reference frames.
It didn't. Whatever, man.
That camera that's on the roundabout spinning can be described from the inertial reference frame.
Yeah, it's spinning.
Right.
But
with respect to
the other one is not.
And
the other one is not.
It's in that reference frame. It could be described from it. That's fine, but it's not in that reference frame. That's the key.
There's an environment that's spinning.
Exactly. It's not in it. Yes. There's two different reference frames. He leaves one and he enters the other one.
I have a good analogy. Can I use a real quick one?
Ruhiv answer, please. He was just trying to say something. I didn't hear him.
All objects exist in all reference frames simultaneously. That's
right.
Yeah.
You know. So to say something is not in a reference frame, I don't think you can say that something's not in a reference frame.
I think I might be able to clarify with one example.
It makes no sense. If you say there are two reference frames, then
maybe I can give you an example that will clear it up real quick.
It makes no sense to say that you can be in one or in another. If that's the case, then you've left one. But you can still reference that other object in another reference frame. That's the key thing.
But what about this real quick? Guys, can I just make this quick analogy? It's real fast. If you let's say you had some video camera that was following this rotating merry-go-round, okay? So it's like a drone that was able to follow the same pace, rotational speed, rotational velocity as the merry-go-round. And you're on it. You're sitting on there and you wave into this camera and you see it's following you. It looks like, from the camera's perspective, you're standing still in that reference frame, but it's all rotating. We all would agree with that, right? Now, if you suddenly jump off, now you're not on that merry-go-round anymore, but you're still in the reference frame because that camera still sees you. You look like a dot that is spinning around the merry-go-round, but you're standing still. Your state is inertial. You're still in
nothing could ever. That means every reference frame, everything is in every reference frame.
Rumpus, try to keep up real quick.
Yes, it is.
It's not that complicated.
It makes no difference to talk about two reference frames, then, does it?
No, I'm not making difference.
That's what I mean. You're making it worthless.
I have one. Rumpus, please let me finish.
Even going to talk about that.
Rumpus, please let me finish. Let me finish real quick.
He's right.
I have a reference frame. This is in prime. Jeremy, I was talking. I have a reference frame that is rotating. We have the camera to prove it. It's rotating with this merry-go-round, and it's rotating at a certain angular velocity, and every dot in it is measurably and is known as a coordinate with respect to that camera, and it's rotating. And we have someone that's on the merry-go-round, and he jumps off. He doesn't leave the reference frame. He's still in that reference frame, but his position in that reference frame is going to be changing radically.
That means
understand? Rumpus, this is mathematically how it works. You can have
no, it isn't. That's exactly not.
It is absolutely. I can give you the equation for this. This is actually factual. He jumps off the merry-go-round. Hold on, Rumpus. Let me finish.
You can still reference him.
Let me finish and you can rebut. Let me finish and you can rebut. Let me finish and you can rebut. Rumpus, please.
Zanuck, you've completely finished. Go ahead, Rumpus.
Okay, so sorry to interrupt you. I did interrupt you a bit there, Zanuck. The point is, you can still describe, as I said, from every reference frame, you can still describe every object in the universe. But the point is, you then have to add in the rotation of, say, let's say we're on the rotating reference frame of the merry-go-round, and then you've jumped off. You can obviously still describe the person that's on the ground and you're rotating round. There's no problem. There's no exclusion to that. But it's not in the reference frame of the merry-go-round. It's changing its coordinate with respect to the merry-go-round, whereas before, its coordinate and anything else on the merry-go-round, the coordinate of those things were not changing with respect to the reference frame then, or any other object that's on the roundabout. All those things had the same coordinate. It was not changing.
I vehemently disagree. You can always be. You don't have to be. You can be inertial in a non-inertial reference frame. Do you not agree with that?
Let me try to challenge what.
That's the key point. Hold on, with Rumpus, you can be inertial in a non-inertial reference frame. Do you not agree with that? Of course you do, because that's mathematically how it works. The guy that jumps off is still in that frame of reference. Because you know why? Because he's in all frames of reference. You can't leave any frame. But from that, hold on. From that frame of reference, he is inertial, but he's still in that reference frame, and he is moving in that point coordinate system. Doesn't mean he's left it. It means he's still in it, but he's showing certain motion.
That means everything is in every reference frame. It means
you've just
thrown away the concept of different reference frame. Then
no,
because
guys, hold on 1 second. Rumpus, they're making it worthless to even talk about reference frames. What's the point? Everything's in every reference frame, so
no, because
here, move on.
We don't use reference frames to say whether or not you are in them. We use reference frame to either describe your position or your velocity or your change in
reference frame, bud.
Why you never pay attention when
you
it's
got your first thing wrong? Got the first thing wrong.
The mistake is correct, but because you can reference something in another reference frame doesn't mean that's perfectly fine. I'm not saying you cannot describe the motion of something else that's moving around with respect to you. Yes, you can determine a transform between your reference frame and the reference frame of the thing that you're interested in, but they are in different reference frames.
Go ahead,
They're viewed from different coordinate systems.
Hold on,
you don't leave the reference frame, and they are in that reference frame. And that's exactly the point.
Hold on 1 second. Let Bacon finish it up. He wasn't done. I interrupted him.
I was. But just...
Oh, you were done?
Yeah, I don't think it makes sense to use the words in a reference frame. You should say their coordinates with respect, or their movement with respect to a reference frame. Because when you use the words in and leave, when you use the words in or leave, I hadn't actually finished. Anyway.
My bad.
Yeah, I think the reason you are confused is we use these words leave and in rather than viewed from this coordinate system. The end.
Zanuck, are we on or in a reference frame?
That's correct. That's exactly correct.
I listened to Zanuck tell me
wait, Jeremy, you asked me a question. I'm responding. He's exactly correct. You can view all these
we were in a reference frame for the past
thing about saying something
no,
is in the same reference frame.
Yeah.
You see deviations as objects viewed from. As objects viewed from an inertial or from
this might help.
non-inertial frame.
If you say something is in the same reference frame as something else, that means its coordinate, Jesus Christ, it knows the coordinate of those things with respect to one another in all the same reference frame never change. That's a useful concept. And you're demolishing that.
No, you use transforms.
When I say you're leaving the reference frame, you're no
use transforms to do what you're talking about, Rumpus. Use transforms to design where that position would be. Jeremy, please, you're not helping any, Jeremy.
That's what makes it special. When you're in a reference frame, you don't have to use a transform. You've got a coordinate, and that coordinate remains static with.
Can I try to address?
Hold on. Can y'all hear Jeremy?
Yeah, man, you guys are tripping. Listen,
you good?
I've heard Zanuck. Thank you, Rakia. I've heard Zanuck tell me for the past 2 to 3 years because I've misspoke sometimes and said on a reference frame, and he will immediately correct me and say in a reference frame, in a reference frame. The whole conversation shuts down. He has screamed in a reference frame at me, literally verbatim, in a reference frame, not on.
Let me try to clarify what I think the difference is here, because as I got from Rumpus when he's describing something as being in a reference frame, he described it as the difference from the coordinates if you for everything that you use between the other reference frame don't change, which means that the both reference frames have the same constant velocity. I mean, if they're both inertial or I'm not sure how to express that precisely.
So I try again. If you're in the same reference frame, and
let me just finish to see if I get you.
So I thought you'd finished.
Right. So if you're when you say that I am in that reference frame, it means that my reference frame and that reference frame are completely compatible, right? When I leave the reference frame, in your meaning of leaving a reference frame, means that my reference frame and that reference frame are no longer compatible, right?
What do you mean by compatible? You can still describe them mathematically with the relationship between one. That still makes
when I say compatible, I mean if I try to measure the speed of a certain object using one or the other, I'm going to get different results. If I get the same results all the time, then those two reference frames are what I would call them compatible, but you would call them the same, right?
I don't know why you guys are overcomplicating it so much. Reference frames are conceptions, okay?
Because
if it's a conception, you can't literally be in a coordinate system, which is basically what it is. You can't literally be in it. So you say, like, you know, with regards to X reference frame or whatever, but you can't literally be in it. So whoever's saying that you're in it, if Zanuck used to say that in Pastor, whoever else, it's incorrect.
Not be
it's a conception. You can't be in length. You can't be in any unit of measurement. Okay, it's not an actual thing. It's a conception.
You can be.
So it's very simple. If you're in a reference frame, everything else that's in that reference frame does not change its coordinate with respect to you. That's what makes it in that reference frame. Immediately, you are no longer your coordinates with regard to these other objects and everything are changing. You are then out of that reference frame, and then you have to start using transforms to get between that reference frame and whatever reference frame you're now in.
I think I can prove that wrong. Let's suppose I'm in a stationary platform, right? And I assign a reference frame for the platform. So I assign an origin and an X, Y, and Z from the origin in certain directions. That's the reference frame I'm ascribing to that platform. Okay. So if I'm standing still on that platform, we both have every position that we would describe with either of them is going to be fixed regarding each other, right? So as you're describing it, I will be in that reference frame.
So the platform and the person and the building of the platform, all those things are what we call it in the same reference frame, which makes it really useful to describe it as such.
Sure. But if I start to rotate in the same position that I am, so I start spinning, I start just rotating without leaving the position that I am, in a certain instant of that rotation, both coordinate systems are going to be aligned. But I'm a rotating reference frame. So my reference frame is non-inertial, and the platform is. And even when they align in positions, they're still different reference frames because one is inertial and the other isn't.
Correct.
So
absolutely correct. And Rumpus, what you're missing here is that there is something called a local or absolute reference frame. That's what I've been implying all along. I do use the word in a reference frame sometimes, only to make a point. But as was said earlier, that's not really the correct way. It's really looking at motion from this reference frame. It's a point coordinate.
I wouldn't say from. From is a conflating term too.
Yeah, if you're looking at motion from an inertial or not, let me make an example. If I want to look at motion from an inertial or non-inertial reference frame, they will have a specific meaning. Meaning wherever I am in that reference frame, whatever it is. Hold on. Wherever I am in that reference frame, if I'm looking at that motion, it will show motion deviating from what we expect to see for that motion due to Newtonian mechanics. That's what I mean by in. And I'm being very clear and deliberate about that. If you want to talk about the guy that jumps off the merry-go-round, which Rumpus is arguing about right now, he's part right, but he's also missing the point that you can still be in that non-inertial reference frame by jumping off. And your state would become inertial. You can have a local inertial. You can have a local inertial reference frame. A local reference. The absolute reference frame is rotating. The local reference frame is inertial. So and these transforms are used, as Rumpus said, to discern between what is going on with motion in those different reference frames. But you're still in both of them at the same time. Does that make sense?
Non-inertial is not. That's just part of the issue. You can have reference frames that are just separated by changing in velocity with respect to one another. The inertial, non-inertial side of it is another issue as well. So
that's why I said an absolute reference frame, Rumpus. The absolute reference frame.
Oh, now
For
we have
example, the
absolute
inertial reference frame
is an absolute reference frame.
Yes, absolute. I just posted. Come on, right out of the physics book. Come on.
Where?
Of course, there is an absolute reference frame. You haven't done. Have you done the transforms for these? I have many years ago. I might have. But
Many hundreds of
you,
thousands.
you must remember that there are local frames of reference and there are absolute frames of reference. And I just drew a diagram of how that works. The transforms. The transforms allow you to discern what those objects will do in those respective reference frames. Read that page first.
You're regarding multiple. There you are. You're talking about multiple reference frames, and if that's the case,
I'm saying
if you immediately use the phrase multiple reference frames, that means that you're in one or not in one.
Right, and you can choose where you want to look at that motion from.
Right,
you can
you're not in the same reference frame.
Okay, look, Rumpus. Last time, Rumpus, and I'll stop. I promise. I'm on the merry-go-round. I'm in that person, and I'm looking at it from a rotating reference frame. It can be said as in the rotating reference frame. Those objects, all of them, every point in that reference frame is rotating.
In the reference frame,
the whole room is
moving. Did you just say in the reference frame?
Oh no! Hold on.
Yes,
hold on.
We're all in a reference frame.
In that reference frame, they're not rotating.
The whole room is
hold on. Hold on. The reference frame, the rotating reference frame, things are not rotating in the rotating reference frame.
You're not listening. I'm going to give you the example, and I can tell you're not following along. Picture the
You're
spinning
not understanding
room.
what I just said.
Hold on, please. I have a spinning room, and there's a merry-go-round inside of it as well. But the spinning room, that reference frame is rotating. Not the room, but the room. All the point coordinate systems, including the room, everything outside of the room, everything is rotating.
Yo, can you go
that is a rotating reference
frame.
But only with respect to the outside.
Inside
in the room, the coordinates of everything are the same. So, for instance, the mirror you're talking about in there, the person in there sitting there, all those things are stationary. The only thing
matter.
Yes, it matters.
No, it doesn't. You can have a rotating reference frame. You can have an inertial reference frame inside of a rotating reference frame.
Here we go. Do the room. Hold on. I want to go to the example that I've done it just You're in a rotating room. Every coordinate of all those objects in there, we can say are in the same non-rotating, same frame. So the mirror and your position, the chairs and everything in that room are rotating, and they do not change their coordinates with respect to one another. So everything in there is stationary. The rotating part comes when you're outside and looking in and say, right, that rotating reference frame over there is rotating with regard to me.
Okay.
But all the coordinates of all the things in there are in the same reference frame.
Okay, hold on.
And you are outside that reference frame on the outside saying it's rotating.
Then you're really making it confusing, but I'll go with that. So we're inside that room. It's all rotating. All the point coordinates are stationary with regard to that reference frame. All the point, they're not changing, like you said. Nothing's changing.
All right, let me try next.
I throw a ball.
I'm next.
Jeremy, let me finish my thought.
I know, I'm just letting you know I'm next.
Let me get to the punchline.
Go ahead.
Jeremy, stop it. I throw a ball, Rumpus. It starts taking a curved path. That object would become inertial in that non-inertial reference frame. And in an inertial reference frame, I can see it just going in a straight line. But in the rotating reference frame, I see it curving. No, it is.
My turn, guys.
That's why I'm saying, Jeremy, for fuck's sake.
I want to turn, bro.
Jeremy, dog.
Yeah, what the fuck, man?
Whoa.
You guys are sitting here having a circle jerk back and forth. You're trying to teach Rumpus fake Coriolis. We don't even want to hear it anymore. At least let me get in once in a while. Make it interesting.
Just like one punchline, Zanuck,
if I'm on the ground,
that ball is no longer in the non-inertial reference frame. Go ahead, Jeremy.
It's the last word thing.
If you're in it, this always happens, right, Left Lane? I hear you trying to reach out and help me, but there's nothing you can do with these guys, bro. Listen.
You're going to say something, Jeremy, or you're going to...
Yeah, I'm going to say something right now. I'm going to make fun of what just happened, and then I'm going to say something. And I'm going to acknowledge Left Lane for at least trying for me. Thank you, Left Lane. Now, if I'm in the inertial reference frame, I can look at things and be like, look, that thing's not even moving. That's in the inertial reference frame, right? Or would I look at that thing and say, oh, that's in both reference frames?
I don't understand what you're saying. I mean, you could be in the rotation.
You're in the inertial reference frame. You're in the inertial reference frame. You look at something else, a lamppost. Like, oh, look, it's not moving. That's in my reference frame. That's in the inertial reference frame, right? Or are you going to say that's in both the reference frames, and then what are we even talking about?
Where the whole in and leave is confusing for him.
Yeah,
Rumpus,
I
is a lamppost in there?
I appreciate, Ruth, it does confuse them, but I think you can't avoid it, unfortunately. I know it does confuse them. I totally sympathise with your view of trying to avoid the term, but I think sometimes you just got to take these things head on. And so to the point that I don't know why Zanic's been muted.
He's a spaz.
He's not. He was getting over talked.
Spazzed out. You didn't hear what happened?
I heard him, and he wasn't
didn't
doing
mute him.
anything naughty. So the point he's making, saying if you throw a ball, so if you're in a non-inertial reference frame, like say in a rotating room, saying you throw a ball, once you've done that, that ball has then left that non-inertial reference frame. It's now in the inertial reference frame. You can still regard it, you can still write equations and transforms to map it out and follow its path, but it's no longer in the non-inertial rotating reference frame, and all the things in there are still stationary with respect to one another. It's left that because in a non-inertial reference frame, of course, Newton's laws don't work. That's why we always talk about that's what distinguishes a non-inertial. That's what distinguishes. Can I just finish? That's what distinguishes a non-inertial reference frame from an inertial one. It's one which. Can I just finish, please?
Sorry.
So when you, for instance, throw a ball in a non-inertial reference frame, if you have a camera in there, as we've seen, the ball will then suddenly zip off to the right or left, depending on which way the room's rotating. So suddenly it looks as though there's a force acting on that ball. Where did that force come from? In your reference frame, it's magic. You only understand it. So in other words, it's violated the laws of Newton's laws. But if you go outside the rotating room, you see that, in fact, it's just going in a straight line and everything's fine. That's because you're now in an inertial reference frame where Newton's laws work. That's what determines whether something's in a non-inertial reference frame or an inertial reference frame, whether or not Newton's laws work. Finished.
Let me just try to get one last clarification there. I mean, even though you're saying that you can leave a reference frame, you're not. Are you referring to leaving a location, or you're talking about the way I'm going to describe positions is changing?
Because you know what he means. It's just poor language.
If it's the second one, then it's not agreeing with you, Jeremy. He's just using the same phrasing as you use, but he's not in agreement with you. We're all disagreeing with you here that reference frames are locations.
Yeah, the thing you don't need to transform.
So a reference frame is a place.
When you're viewing motion.
Hold on 1 second, guys. Zanik, I think I could respond to that.
Yes, go ahead, Jeremy. But I think I have the same question as you. Go ahead.
Well, let me respond to
it. No, hold on. I'm about to directly address what he said.
For the last 2 minutes.
Hold on 1 second. You're next. You're next. Now, a reference frame is a place you view motion from. It's an environment you view motion from.
Correct.
In order for me to do that, that absolutely must be a location. Okay? There's no getting around that. Go ahead.
Who keeps muting Zanik? Is it you, Rakia? Stop it.
He muted Zanik because Zanik. No. He just. Zanik was muted right now because he said correct when Jeremy was.
I've only muted Zanik once, but I just muted Rumpus for talking about the mods. Rumpus, in all cases, I wasn't the one who muted Zanik because I haven't been able to mod, but I just got in here when you talked about the mod ship, so I muted you. So carry on.
Let me say one comment.
Thank you. Nice work, Rakia.
Let me make one comment on what Rumpus had said. Like I said, it's not all wrong, but the thing is, you see the effects of Coriolis because you are viewing objects in a rotating reference frame, from a rotating reference frame, however you want to phrase it. That's how
Address what I just said.
You don't need transforms. You don't need transforms to plot this out either. You can actually see the coordinates clearly where that ball went, and then you can develop the transform to say, what does that inertial frame look like with respect to the non-inertial?
Not addressing what I said at all.
Well, hold on.
Rambling on.
I'm not rambling. I'm just saying what you don't need a transform. You see the deviation because you're watching an object move in and from, viewed from a non-inertial or rotating accelerating reference frame.
Address what I said about them being locations.
Okay, so as far as locations go, that is a point of reference. You can have a point of reference in the rotating reference frame or a point of reference in the inertial reference
which are
frame.
all locations in the real world, right?
They can have, you can have momentary the same exact spot. They can occupy the same spot. But once one starts rotating, if it's not at the center of the axis, those positions will change with respect to both of the reference frames. And that's where the transforms come into play. And I
Can I be in the same spot?
Very clear. Hold on, Jeremy. I posted something very clear about local and absolute reference frames, and I can't post now because I've been banned, I guess, from posting.
You're a bad boy, like Puffin M. Listen, not like Puffin M. You're a different bad boy. But
so let me ask you. Let me repeat that thought experiment and see what's your take on it, Jeremy. So if I'm in a platform, the platform is stationary, right? Am I in the platform's reference frame? Would you say that I'm in the platform's reference frame?
I don't know. We might be boring people with this reference frame business. Let's take a vote.
It's poor language to say you're in a reference frame.
Well,
you're in the land with which you can, observe it with a reference frame or what have you. But it's poor language. It's just
percentage. I have had Xanax.
It's really not actually.
I have had Xanax screaming at me in a reference frame.
In a reference frame. If you're in that environment, hold on. That point that you occupy, that point coordinate system that is fixed, how big, make it as big as you want, make it the size of the universe. Your point coordinate, which is specific, will move around. Well, I mean, will be exactly not moving, like Rumpets had said, regardless of this whole thing rotating. So that we know. And if you do move, well, it will move according to what those point coordinates are in that reference frame that either is moving, rotating, or stationary. So you are in that reference frame. Now
you're not.
Hold on. Anybody that sees motion, anyone in that reference frame, in it, that views motion, will see this deviation that Rumpus talked about. That is what we say why you can be in a reference frame, you can't be on a reference frame, and you can't leave a reference frame. Because if that little point, let's say, was able to counteract the forces of acceleration or rotation and became inertial, he still would be in the non-inertial reference frame, but he would be inertial in state.
It's poor language, Zanuck, to say that you're... No, hold up. It's poor language to say, you're in a reference frame when you're only talking about whether or not the movement, when observed with respect to that reference frame, makes sense under, Newtonian mechanics.
No, I'm just saying, if you're in that reference frame, you will move with it. If you don't,
you're not in the reference frame.
No, you picture a box that has point coordinate systems. If you're one of those points, if I rotate the box, that point doesn't change. That point is in the reference frame. And it's very clear language, and it's very true and correct.
It's not in the reference frame. It's in
picture the box.
Point of
the box
area.
Is the reference frame.
It's in a spot that is either inertial or non-inertial.
Is a point coordinate system a 3D type of coordinate?
Zanuck,
Z. Yes or no?
You got to stop interrupting when I'm trying to respond to you. I let you spiel. Listen,
I know, but yes or no?
You're in a spot that's either rotating or not rotating. You're not in a reference frame. A reference frame is conceptual. You can literally not be in it, okay? If everything is in every reference frame because it's conceptual, you can't be physically in a reference frame. You have to pick one. It's either conceptual or real.
Are countries conceptual or physical?
Yes.
What do you mean? A or B? Yes.
Countries, the jurisdiction of countries is the physical land where they say the borders are.
Right, but if I explode where the borders are, I can still leave or enter it without the border being there physically.
Yeah, you're talking about a different thing. Let me ask you this question, Bacon. If you're in a roundabout, right? That's a reference frame, right? And then you get off the roundabout. Are you in a different reference frame? Yeah.
No, my reference frame is different. Yes.
Yeah, are you in a different reference frame? Yes. Yes or no?
No, I have a different one.
Why are you not spinning still then? Answer me that.
Because I'm no longer in the roundabout.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Man,
you have
bro.
Silent. You have a notion of what a reference frame is. And of course, under your notion, what I said don't make sense. But you're not clarifying your notion. Or mine.
What is reference frame to you then?
It's like your coordinate system, right?
Exactly.
So, for example, the roundabout isn't a coordinate system. It's a physical object, right? So
exactly,
you're right. So if I'm in the roundabout and I use myself as a coordinate system, that coordinate system is spinning, right? If I leave the roundabout, my coordinate system is no longer spinning. So before my coordinate system was non-inertial. Now it became inertial.
Yeah, that's fine. Except
Sure,
you're not
so I
in the
never
coordinate
left.
system because the coordinate system is just something that you made up in your head. It's not
Yeah,
real.
but the coordinate system of the roundabout is not restricted to a certain area. So someone that is in the roundabout can still describe where I am even after I leave it. So I'm still in the reference frame. But my reference frame, my observer reference frame, is a different one than the one I was before. So now I'm no longer measuring things in a non-inertial way. But
Yeah,
I'm
because
still in the reference frame.
Well, you changed the reference frame from being pegged to a rotating spot to a non-rotating spot, or vice versa. So you literally
mine,
have a
yes,
different.
not the roundabouts one. Because for the people that are still in the roundabout, they are still rotating. So that frame of reference still exists, right?
Not in real life.
I just changed mine. Of course, not in real life.
All right, so you're not physically in a reference frame.
I am, because if those people can still describe where I am, then I'm in their reference frame.
5 minutes ago, you were saying you weren't in a reference frame, and a reference frame wasn't a location you could be in.
So far, the only person that I've heard explain it correctly, like describe it correctly, was Ruhif. When he said, say with respect to the reference frame and stuff like that, that you're not physically in one.
Yeah, they're not physical, but if you, for example, if you describe the position of something in your reference frame, then that thing is in your reference frame because you're describing its position. But for that observer that you're measuring the position, they can have a different reference frame. It doesn't mean they're not in yours, but they have
in every reference frame.
Exactly.
So what help does it say to say that it's in your reference frame?
Yeah, depends on what you mean by that. What Rumpus means by that is that both of them are going to measure the same difference of positions all the time.
But you understand how it's confounding to say it's in every reference frame, but it's in your reference frame.
Sorry, can you phrase
you
that
understand how it's confounding, it's confusing to say it's in every reference frame, but it's in your reference frame.
No, there's no but.
Let me ask you, Bacon.
Well, even worse, and it's in your reference frame. As if
one second, one second, be right back.
I wanted to ask if everything is the same reference frame, why they have definition for different ones, inertial and non-inertial.
Everything isn't the same reference frame.
I'm back.
I know, but I'm asking them, why is there a distinction then?
Distinction between what?
Between inertial and non-inertial, if you're always on the same on all reference frames.
Yes, because when we say that you're in all reference frames, it means you have a position for every reference frame. It doesn't mean that whatever
exists on two positions at the same time, right?
I think the better answer.
So you gotta leave one to exist in another one, right?
No. For example, how far?
Silent. The better answer is that some motions cannot be explained by the one reference frame, the inertial reference frame. You have to explain it. Like it doesn't make sense in terms of the mechanics, Newtonian mechanics. So that's why they have to have a non-inertial reference frame to explain these pseudo forces.
I understand
if we are away from each other, and there's an object in a certain position in space, and someone asks me what's the distance to that object, and I use my distance to that object because I'm using myself as a reference frame, I might give a different value than you. You might be closer or further to that object. So by answering the same question, we might give different distances. The object doesn't have to leave my reference frame to be measured in yours. It can be measured in both. So everything is in both because it can be measured in both. And that's what a reference frame is. It's what you're using to assign positions. You can use yourself, you can use the ground, you can use the center of the earth, you can use whatever you want.
It's a coordinate system, exactly.
Exactly.
The next person that says reference frame will be muted forever.
I saw 20 minutes ago, Gio, that the audience might be better.
Yeah, I agree.
What's your main topic tonight, Gio? What's the topic?
Well, they've been going on about
Coordinate
Coriolis and reference frames pretty hardcore for about a.
Oh, mute yourself, Gio.
Oh, I feel like
Oh,
we're in
that's me.
Super Troopers right now, and you just said shenanigans.
She baited you real hard with that.
It wasn't intentional.
It's funny because latitude and longitude is also, a coordinate system. And yet they say you could be on a latitude. So, and Zanek's saying, you can't be on, this reference frame, but you could be on that reference frame. So it's very confounding terminology, and it would you guys would behoove yourselves to listen to like what Ruhib said about saying with respect to that coordinate system.
Yeah, if you replace, the only reason why we are using the term in and out and leaving is because Jeremy is describing it as a location. Otherwise, we can just easily say from the, for example, from using this reference frame instead of in this reference frame.
Yeah, you have a coordinate with respect to a reference frame.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a different one, Bacon. See if you get it with this one. Let's say you have two coordinate grids. The square ones. Like what I'm talking about, right? Coordinate grid.
Mm-hmm. Like two XY charts, for example.
Yes, exactly. So you got one on top, and then parallel to that one, you got a second one, right?
Mm-hmm.
One on top. Okay. So now you have on the first one is you have it spinning, right? And you have a little ball on that one, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now what you're gonna do, you're gonna change, and the second grid is not spinning.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what you're gonna do is just change the ball from the one that is spinning to the one non-spinning.
Mm-hmm.
Right. You're gonna see the Coriolis effect.
So I'm getting that. When you say that.
Hold on. Let me finish.
I'm just trying to understand that with more detail. So as you're picturing it, the ball is attached to the shard, right?
It's a ball that you put on top of the one that is spinning.
Right. So the friction between the shard and the ball is going to.
Who's talking about friction, bro?
Hey guys.
I'm trying to understand.
Simple. You drop the ball on the one spinning. You drop it.
I'm trying to
I have to
understand.
leave right now. I want to make one statement before I take off. It's just real quick, real fast about the spinning merry-go-round. If someone jumps off the merry-go-round, they can still be in that rotating reference frame. And what it would look like in that rotating reference frame is that those people that are inertial, they look like they would be orbiting the rotating merry-go-round. They would still be in the frame. They look like they'd be orbiting us, but from our perspective, in the rotating reference frame, they would look like they were orbiting on the outside of us. So that's where you can be in the same reference frame, but have two different states. And that's just the point I want to leave you with. Good conversation. Thanks, guys. And sorry I talked over everybody. I got to go. Bye.
We're not talking about how it looks like, right? That's not
the reference frame.
Yeah, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the position of the reference frame. Now, how it looks like. So, I'm sorry. Yeah. So, Bacon. Do you get my example or no?
Not entirely. I'm trying to understand what should I expect.
Just imagine two rotator blades like on the top of a helicopter, one blade on top of each other, one spinning on top and one's not. And then you switch
complicated. Why you guys don't help me with my example if you understand it? Or at least don't interrupt me.
Well, that's exactly what you're explaining. Two XY axes.
I'm saying one is not rotating and the other one is rotating.
And one's got a ball on it.
Yeah, the one on the bottom has a ball and he's rotating with the.
So is it a physical one?
It would have to be if it's holding a ball.
Right. So that changes things because as you rotate that's going to affect the position of the ball, right?
Of course, it's rotating.
Sure.
It's moving the ball. Yeah.
Sure, but that depends because depending on the setup. For example, if you put a very light ball on a paper and you rotate the paper.
So let me you didn't let me finish my fucking example and you're now dragging
you asking
me this on your freaking
silent.
Change the topic.
Silent. You asking me if I understood.
Why is so hard to understand that a ball is on top of something spinning? What is hard to understand about it?
I have one question, Silent.
That's what I was going to answer if you allow me to speak.
Hold up. Is the ball at the center, so it's just simply spinning, or is it a little bit later?
At the edge. It's
at the edge, so it's going in circles.
Circles, yes.
All right.
So, and then you just, let's say you change the ball from that one to the one on top, like the other grid, but the other grid is not spinning. So at that point, you're gonna see it deviate. Okay. If you're on the one spinning, you're gonna see it deviate the ball.
Yeah, we're going to see the ball spinning.
Change from the spinning one to the non-spinning one, and you're seeing the effect because of that. Because if both grids were spinning at the same rate, you will not see any effect of deviation. That's why you need one not deviating and the other one deviating or spinning.
Yeah, but those aren't analogous to reference frames.
All right.
Because reference frame have no impact on physical things. If you put something on a reference frame, it doesn't mean it's going to rotate with it. For example, if
it's okay, Bacon. There's no way you guys can understand it.
I mean, I understand what you're saying.
I did. You just don't want to listen to the
Basically,
answer.
what he's saying is this lower chart, or if you will, the XY grid. It's basically adhered. It's pegged to, like, land or a spot or a physical thing.
Pegged?
Yeah. So it's
what does that mean?
It's attached. It's adhered
It means
to
when your girlfriend fucks you in the
actual
ass.
land.
Pegging.
I'm not being able to understand anyone.
Basically,
when your girlfriend fucks you in the ass.
Ruhif, come on, man. The first
That's pegging.
you don't have to repeat it. Come on.
Ruhif,
Pegging.
leave your bedroom activities out of the discussion.
Basically, like, imagine that it's a physical thing, and it's just you've attached this conception, this grid, to it. Okay?
I attached the grid to what?
To whatever this physical thing that's holding the ball. So as it's spinning, the what's it called? The reference frame is spinning along with it.
Mm-hmm.
But not for the top one, because that one's stationary. So the reference frame isn't moving. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
The coordinate points aren't moving.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's what he was explaining.
Yeah. And so what?
That's how we know that it's spinning.
But the claim that he made after that didn't match coordinate systems.
No, how does it not?
Oh, I remember exactly what he said. I mean, what was your point with all that, Silent?
Just leave it at that.
It shows that the sky
it's a waste of time, Bacon.
The sky is spinning and we're not spinning.
Exactly. I mean,
well, you never pay attention in the answer because you always get it wrong.
I always get it wrong.
Yeah.
Bacon, I give you a simple example you're not able to comprehend.
I answered
I'm the one that doesn't get it wrong. I mean, I'm the one that gets it wrong.
See, again.
Right.
If you have two reference frames, two helicopter blades, one on top of each other, and you could shrink yourself down to the size of a Smurf, and you're on the spinning one, how would you know that you're not spinning, or how would you know you are spinning in reference to the other blade? Well, because of all those other factors like friction, etc. Of course, we don't have that on the Earth. It's the only thing that's spinning is the sky.
Guys, I think we should change the topic to talking about reference frame. What do you guys think?
Sure. Yeah, I raised a subject, I think the day before yesterday, about the sun being closer to point A than to point B, while it being night at point A, while it's day in point B.
No, I think
at least if you use an A map there.
I think Gio's suggestion of reference frames is fantastic. And then after we exhaust talking about reference frames, we can talk about reference frames. And then after that, maybe we'll take a brief foray into Cartesian coordinates with, hastily return to reference frames.
So long as Jeremy is involved, I'm good.
That's what she said.
How about we talk about Canagoo?
I would, but I cannot go.
I think I missed a joke there. I was taking a drink. Oh, we can psychoanalyze the flat earthers. That could be good as well.
Would it?
Yeah. About this need for denial and hand waving away evidence and what it's all about.
What evidence? What evidence through here?
How about this? My wife said if I don't get the jab, we can't go away for Christmas because the new law is if you don't get it, you can't leave the city.
Wow.
Unfortunate.
That's the law coming in Auckland soon. The new traffic light system is coming in, the green, the orange, and the red. And if I don't get it, our whole family, we can't go away together. They can go by themselves, but I have to stay at home.
All right. Do you have a reason why you don't get it? First of all, is your reason shit?
Well, I have autoimmune problem with fibromyalgia, granuloma annulare, and if I get it, it's probably likely that I'll be extremely sick or die. And the other reason is I don't like being told that I need to have a medical procedure.
Okay, but is a medical professional willing to give you an exemption?
I haven't asked, not yet.
Probably should do that. You come in my lane? No, you're not. Can't get a park, people.
Rui, in Australia, a medical exemption is basically impossible to obtain.
Yeah. Have you heard of the Aussie Cossack here?
Yeah, I know Aussie Cossack.
Yeah. So he's got this doctor. He's got the doctor in Crow's Nest, I think, in Sydney here. There's a good chance that doctor will be busted shortly for giving shit-house exemptions, but, there are doctors that do it, and they're anti-vaxxer kind of doctors, so.
Yeah, what I'm saying, I spoke to our doctor about it, and he said, he's an integrative doctor, so not your standard GP, and he said there's basically no grounds to give it. If you have had a vaccination and almost died, then they can write one. Chances are they will just then recommend you try an alternate brand. He said where people talk about this medical exemption, he said it's basically a fallacy. There's no such thing.
Yeah. Let's talk about COVID. Yes. Is that better, Gio?
No.
If someone out there's, if someone's got a medical exemption, I'd like to know how they got it.
Yeah.
You can't. That's what I'm telling you. It's a unicorn. It's a unicorn. Everyone talks about it, but it doesn't exist.
It's not a unicorn, I can assure you that. But you need to provide documents to your doctor and ask them to verify the safety and efficacy and personally sign the documents saying that they're advising you to take it. When they do that and they read through the documents provided, they don't sign it. Then they have no obligation, option but to provide an exemption. It comes down to knowing your rights essentially, because these aren't laws; these are just mandates. And if the doctor wants to put his license on the line for a fucking mandate and not a law, he has to think seriously about it. And with the right documents, He takes them to his lawyer if he's serious, and the lawyer says, "Don't fucking sign that. Just give the guy an exemption." Simple.
Yeah, you might get the exemption at the end of the day, but that when the passport system comes in, even though you've got a medical exemption, if you don't have that passport, you still can't travel anywhere outside of your area.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'm prepared for that. But at the end of the day, neither will anyone who doesn't take the booster. So you could have 3, 4 jabs, but if you're not willing to take the 5th one, your passport will still be shut down and you won't go anywhere. So all those people taking 1, 2, 3 jabs now, when the 4th one starts to impact your life, and then you don't want to take the 5th, your freedoms will then be taken away as well. And then you'll go, oh shit, maybe I should have fucking protested this bullshit fucking 3 jabs ago. But anyway, we shouldn't be talking about this. Enchiladas. Minestrone, sorry, not enchilada. My bad.
Oh, I felt like Mexican as well.
Yeah.
It's the perfect storm. That's what it is.
It is the perfect storm, and I'll give you just a quick suggestion. If you can't get an actual exemption and you're in a situation where potentially you're losing your job or threaten to lose your job, go and see your doctor and just ask for an assessment due to mental health reasons for the COVID vaccination. And your doctor will have to refer you to a specialist, and then you can just put that appointment off. You know, you can be sick and not go to the appointment. You could have a car accident and not get there. Fucking hell, you could have diarrhea one day. So you can put that appointment off, and meanwhile, you've still got your job. So there are ways around this at the moment.
Yeah. Unless you're like a chiropractor where you have to have hands on.
Does anyone have a new topic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Category.
Reference frames.
I hate reference frames.
I was joking. Not Canagoo.
San Jacinto.
All that. No optical nonsense.
I just picked up about 2 ton of offcuts of wood from a place that makes door frames. It's perfect untreated timber for free.
Awesome.
They're really long cuts as well, really nice ones. They're like just a little tiny box of kindling firewood in the petrol station here costs about $9.
Good work.
So if I add that up to firewood, man, good deal.
I have a question. I have a Glover that keeps asking me, why don't apples fall up or sideways? Because the density of air is equal all around it.
Oh,
well, it's actually less above it. It's actually less above it, right?
You're talking about from like a relative density perspective?
Yeah, he claims he's trying to get me to think about it critically. Yeah. And so he wants me to explain why apples don't fall up or sideways.
Yes.
Just tell him down is down, up is up.
You know, because I don't want to invoke. Oh God, sorry.
What defines down?
Density? Relative density is like some objective fact of reality. It's not like flat earthers made that up.
Yeah, just tell him it's because of gravity. The problem is we don't know what gravity is or what causes it, but we just call it gravity.
That's fine. Gravity is a downward acceleration. That's all it needs to be.
Exactly. That's 100%. So it's gravity. Everyone's happy with that. It's only when you start trying to assert what it is, that's when there's a problem.
Yep. All I use it for in flat earth debates is we have an acceleration downwards. That's it. Don't care what causes it, what it is.
Really? Did we disagree on something? Did we disagree?
I think we did.
Shit. I'm happy.
I think we did.
Sign off now.
Yeah, but why can't that work on a planar stationary surface? It can. You could have an You can have an acceleration where things fall down to the plane.
Oh yeah, but you wouldn't have an explanation for it though. That's second.
Well, sure.
You mean a story?
Explanations are a dime a dozen. We could come up with 50 if you want.
Yeah. Well, you do every day.
Nice story.
Well, how come that downward acceleration's not pulling the clouds down to the Earth?
Buoyancy.
But I've never seen anything that has isolated that acceleration. So the story that you would tell about things and mass attracting mass and things clinging to a ball, that's just as much of a story as if I said it was, green pixies and unicorns.
Except for Cavendish.
I think Bio did a good Cavendish, yeah.
Well, that's just an observation. That's not an isolation. You haven't isolated anything with that.
Well, do I have to isolate green pixies as well? How do I isolate green pixies?
If you wanted to prove that green pixies were causing things to fall to the ground, then yes, you'd have to isolate green pixies to be able to prove that.
But I'm not. But from your perspective, you could claim green pixies were pulling it down.
No, you were saying an explanation. I was just saying that an explanation is not proof. That's just an explanation.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. Science doesn't prove things, correct? Welcome to the globe, Gio.
No. Fucking hell.
Yeah, but that's false, though. Science actually does prove things. It specifically proves causes to effects, which is what you have there as an effect, and you just made up a cause for it with no experimental proof, if you will. Experimental evidence, validation. You can use 100 different words to mean the same thing.
Instead of having this argument again, how about just Google something like the problem of induction, something like that.
How does precipitation work? When you got tons of water sitting up in a cloud and it all comes down and drops, why doesn't it just come down in one big clump? And how does it even sit?
Water tension. Water tension.
Maybe Google it first.
Surface tension.
Google knows everything.
Google.
Where would we be today without Google, eh?
We wouldn't have flat earthers.
Yes, we would, you fucking turkey. They were around before the globe, dipshit.
Flat Earth wouldn't be the thing that it is now without Google and the internet.
Without idiots, turkey, but let's be careful with the name calling, please. But
oh, my apologies.
Well, the globe wouldn't be around if it weren't for television and propaganda.
It's a compliment.
Nobody would believe in a globe Earth without television
nice
and
lie.
propaganda. Nobody.
People knew the Earth was a globe before the
The only
television.
reason you believe it is because the only reason you believe it is because of television and propaganda.
No,
because I can read proofs.
I may confirm it to me.
Yeah, and I can read
With
proofs about people navigating. No television.
Love maths. Maths is awesome.
It's a model that had to be sold to you.
The model that we can verify. Do you have a model?
Yeah, but we all got it for free, man.
I would not use it if I couldn't use it, I wouldn't accept it. But if I can use it, I make